Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be watching, and welcome to day 3 of the BetVictor UK Open. The venue is the Telford International Centre. We're in the English Midlands. It's the UK Open, the first major world ranking event on the World Nineball Tour of 2024. And already we've had some very interesting action. Day 3 will be no exception. This is what's going to take place on Table 1 this morning. Now, this is a day where you've got a lot of competing rounds going on. Losers round 2, 3, and also winners qualification. First up, it's a losers side match between Max Lechner, former US Open runner-up, and Darren Appleton, former US Open and World Nineball champion. That's a very intriguing contest. Then winners qualification kicks in. 2 matches for you in that so far. Kopin Yi will take on Johan Chur. Then Anton Raga faces Alvin Anggito of Indonesia. We have 3 more matches as well, but of course they will be determined by how things pan out and circumstance. Over on Table 2, you can watch all of the action over there on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Pia Filler was playing in Bristol, Tennessee, the birthplace of country music, at the weekend in a ladies' event. Now she's here to take on Can Salim on the one-loss side. Then winners qualification again, 2 matches, Koping Chung and Win Antoine, followed by Fedor Gorst against Jan van Lierop of the Netherlands. Once more, 3 more matches will be taking place on Table 2, and they will be determined by who comes through. The players are standing by, so let's get this show on the road. And I'm delighted to say joining me in commentary is someone who's got his name on the same trophy as Darren Appleton, a former US Open champion, Jeremy Jones.
Well, thank you, Phil, and what a match to start here. And a big match for both these guys to get a big day started trying to get into that final 64. Tell 2 stories with these 2 guys, of course. Darren, a veteran, and he's really won everything in the sport, a Hall of Famer. Player that's come off a very incredible health situation, is making his way back into the sport. And then Max Lechner trying to get his first big win. He's threatened a few times out here on the World Nineball Tour, but hadn't quite got it yet.
Well, we saw a snippet of Darren Appleton yesterday. He was over on Table 2. He lost his opening match 9-5 to Niklas Doer of Germany. But then he bounced back well, beating 2 tough opponents, Riku Rompainen, 8-5, and Shea Chia Chen, 8-6.
Yeah, in that match he had on Table 2, he just fell behind so terribly, down 6-0, I think it was, before he got a beat on his side and got going a little bit from there, but it was a bit too late. And the way these tables are playing, it seems a 1 or 2 game lead is pretty big, and just imagine 6-0. So pretty good shot there, a little touchy for sure. And now it looks like he can follow 2 cushions between the 7-9 coming directly at the 3 for the middle of the table.
So good to see him back, because as I was saying yesterday, 12 years ago, that period, he was one of the main men, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely, a bulldog, a player that's never going to give in, that's for sure, and sometimes can ride a little emotional. I think that's probably a little more in check since his return to playing, and maybe trying to play his way back into some of that, aggression we love to see from Darren, and of course all the spirit. A little odd here. He's going to have to kind of stun by the 8. Got to command the speed. He may be able to do it with just a little spin. He's going to catch a piece of the 8, so a little bit of trouble, an awkward stretch. We'll see how comfortable he is about easing this ball in to hold for the 7, or if he lets the cue ball run a bit.
Early signs, very good.
Yeah, getting more match time, more, balls down, more comfortable. He's a guy that can process really well, and also can analyze. He's one of those players can really recognize what he's doing right and wrong, and get those feelings and take them and carry them into future matches. Fell a little straight here, maybe. Now he can work it forward to get a bit closer to the 9.
That is the way to begin. A statement from Darren Appleton that even though he's a veteran, even though he's had his health issues, as Jeremy said, major health issues, he remains a force to be reckoned with. As for his opponent, Max Lechner, well, as one of the highest ranked players here, had a bye. Then he lost 9-7 to Anthony Brabin from Cyprus. We know how good Brabin can be. So Lechner had to bounce back on the one-loss side, and he did so with a 8-6 win over Manos Spiridakis last night. This tournament never been particularly kind to him. He lost in the last 32 last year, and in the last 64 in 2022. But normally, he goes pretty deep in these major World Nineball Tour ranking events, most notably, as I mentioned before, runner-up to Francisco Sanchez Ruiz in the US Open of 2022 in Atlantic City.
Yeah, definitely Max, always there to be on the business end of these events. But tell you what, he's got a tough one in front of him, and a guy that looks pretty good to start. A dry break in return here in game 2, and a nice starter for Max Lechner.
So this is the last race to 8 they will play, because the winner of this goes into losers qualification against the loser of the match between Dimitris Lakatos and Skylar Woodward. That's going to take place in winners qualification.
Yeah, that'll lengthen those races back out, and then from there in the final 64, they'll start to get a little longer as rounds move on. A little flat here on the 1. Just trying to see, do I keep the 1 a little more simple, taking something a little more thin on the blue 2? Kind of like that, because the 3's fairly open across. If he can get something on the 2 to, play a thin cut shot, maybe come back down for the red 3 in the opposite middle side pocket. Doesn't want to make the 1 too difficult. Got quite a bit out of the cue ball there. Now Max, who suffered a loss and then came back with a win, but it was a tough win. He kind of was close in that match the entire way, maybe even was down a game at times. But so, something he can lean on a little bit after an early loss in this UK Open. The speed looks nice, maybe a hair heavy, but should be okay.
And the brutal nature of these middle pockets mean that even this shot has to be treated with the utmost respect.
I expect the tables to play pretty nice, even though, what do we have here? Day 3, beautiful weather outside. That really does help the conditions. He's got to watch out for the 7 here. It's going to slow up. A little bit of a sweater. But I tell you what, a gritty little rack to start here for both players, actually. Game 1 and now rack 2 for Lechner.
Thought it was a really good choice for our main entertainment on table 1. You don't expect these two to meet so early, but I think that underlines just how tough the World Nineball Tour is these days. These things can happen now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at it, of course, there were some invitations here, but the majority is off the W&T Pros and then the qualifiers. So the nature of all these tournaments and the shape of all of them is going to change more and more each event. And boy, he's gotten out of line here. Don't know if he was just trying to come 2 rails and stay underneath the 9, a little straighter on the purple 5. Seems that's what he was trying. I thought he may really unload a little more trying to get to that 3rd rail. Nice shot there. I don't know about the cue ball, though. I think he's okay. It's very close. May just be partially snookered. Having to go to the jump cue, maybe his break cue. A lot of times when there's this much distance, only a piece of the ball, the players will go towards the break cue to jump the cue ball. Wants to put some draw on this, though.
One examination passed, another one coming up. This one all about cueing.
Yeah, and here I wouldn't get so involved, you know, in going forward to get the proper angle on the 8. You can handle a lot, really, like Phil said about cueing and knocking this ball in, not so much about position with the 8 near. So keep it friendly how you like to make the ball.
It was neither one thing or the other. It was tentative, and it was, to me, non-committal.
Yeah, and a little let up, and tried to go a little forward with the cue ball. I don't think that really caused the miss. It's just everything's so demanding, and it can start to get a little mental. You know, we always talk about when you start to get a little out of line in position, it's not necessarily the first shot that costs you, it's the one 2 or 3 down the line, and you could tell it started to build a little bit there on Max.
Darren Appleton doubles his lead. 2-0 over Max Lechner. I think we saw how the players can be spooked by a table in our last match. On this table last night, Roland Garcia and Billy Thorpe. Balls were being repelled from the pockets. And I think that definitely eroded the confidence of both.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of 2 different ways of that happening. I thought Roland kind of got away from his game, trying to make for easier shots, and I was talking about it with some friends afterwards last night. I was doing the same. Forgot to play the shot itself and tried to just get the ball down, and then it becomes very mental. I thought Billy hung tough, just missed some balls. I didn't really see him kind of back down mentally. He pulled out a heck of a win to survive today. All right, so both breaks and his practice breaks weren't very good either. Now Darren checking the cue ball with a hair of outside English, which a lot of players say you want to stay away from on the break, more of just a straight draw or straight stun. I'm not sure how much the one he can see here. If not, this is pretty odd, the safety. Hard to roll the ball with the side pocket there and try and get up table, so you kind of got to draw off the one, so it makes it very hard to control. Not really sure what the shot is here. see all the one. There's a lot of plays you can go behind the 5-6 with the cue ball, but I don't think that's the case. He double banked the one in between the 5-9. Oh, he could see that much of it. Wow.
Wasn't easy, but had this one gone in, the way the table is laid out and the way Appleton's been playing so far, you might have fancied him for 3-0.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm, of course, not doubting Darren ever. How could anyone do that? But just shocked me a little bit that he stunned that ball. I thought he may kind of roll it a little bit more, get a little longer on the 2, but maybe open the pocket a hair on the 1. After a couple little mistakes, the missed 7 in the last, and I missed 1 ball cross side here to start. Max Lechner gets a chance to get things going. Yeah, he's falling a little straight here. Shouldn't be the worst of things considering the pink 4 and the purple 5 fairly open, but he's going to have to make a bit more of a shot on the pink.
Normally, if that was going towards the pocket, it wouldn't be scary. I think it was, though, for Max Lechner. Thankfully dropped.
Yeah, again, I was a little bit surprised the way he cued the ball. Had plenty of angle. I thought he would just go back and forth, staying above the side. Now he's got to contend with going into the green 6 a bit. High ball, you're going into it kind of full. You're going to bank the 6 up. Like to kind of like nip draw it a little bit with some speed. It's a bit of a gamble, of course, but wouldn't want the cue ball going forward as the 6 comes up. I like what he did there too. Once you decide, make sure you're not taking your eye off the object ball. Killed it by the 6. Very nice shot.
Max Lechner missed the 7 ball in rack 2. No such error in rack 3. He's on the board. Appleton's lead reduced to 2-1. As I mentioned, right now, a couple of different losers rounds going on. Every table in this arena is currently in operation. Cancelim 2-0 up on Piafilla. Holger Veer and Shane Walford, who made his debut in the US Mosconi Cup team last year, they've shared the first couple of racks. Same with Sunish Garib and Ralph Suke. Gabriel Vasilashi, he's 2-0 upon Chris Watanawana. Sergio Lagunas Moreno has made a really good start against Benji Buckley, leading 3-0. Ramesh Gokul, one each with Elliot Sanderson, who we saw lose a heartbreaker on the main table yesterday against Gary Wilson, 9-8, after being 8-6 up and having a shot on the 9. Carlo Blasi, 2-0 on Wayne Rook. Joe Prince and Jack Whelan 1-1. Yannick Pongers, 3-0 upon Tim Yonkman. And Dennis Grabber sent to the one-loss side. He's 3-0 up on Tashunka Whitko. Oh, there you go. How about that? That's the way to win a rack in the blink of an eye. The old golden break, Jeremy.
Yeah, Max Lechner, known for a few of them. It was the World Pool Masters of 2023 where he made several. And I was going to comment, he had a dry break in his first, but you got to believe Lechner's going to break the balls pretty well. So a big rack to get one on his side, and now a golden break to get another.
Yes, he apologised there to Darren Appleton, but I suppose it's going to happen. It's the sport, and it always injects some spice.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, that cue ball coming across, cannoning into the 9 causes a lot of scratches, a lot of grief. But sometimes a few smiles and an occasional apology for making the 9 on the break.
Our resident stato, Michael McMullen, has just saved my bacon. I was going to say, at the World Masters last year, in one match, he had 3 golden breaks. Michael tells me it was 4 in one match.
Yeah, we were a little worried after that, but the golden break simmered down, and it was just kind of a crazy thing, and now a dry break right back behind it. So Darren Appleton has a chance to get back on the board. Pretty tough layout, though.
Well, there's the fickle nature of breaking off in 9-ball pool encapsulated. Important scoreline to tell you about on table 3. Billy Thorpe 3-0 up already on Sanyan Pelovanovic. That's in losers round 3.
You know, I said it yesterday, I really think Billy's playing the best pool of his life, day in, day out. He's becoming more solid all the time, and was texting with him last night after that win. He was telling me, man, I was pretty upset about that previous loss, of course, being up 8-2, and just reminded him he didn't do a whole lot wrong. It was just a special win for his opponent, but a big bounce back last night against Roland Garcia. Fought out that next to last game to get to the hill, and then I think it was a break and run to finish.
Yes, if you weren't with us yesterday, Thorpe was sent to the one-loss side of the draw in extraordinary fashion. As Jeremy said, he was 8-2 up on Masato Yoshioka, the Japanese World Cup player, and he lost 9-8.
Yeah, I really think making that final 64 and even matches prior to the qualification is just a horse of another color these days, now that the open events are just not, anyone can enter to a certain degree anyways, and now it's more of a credential or some type of qualification.
He's been relatively quiet this year, Max Lechner. He was 5th in the recent Marina Open in Italy, which is a World Nineball Tour ranking event.
I think all things considered, he'll take that. Not the hit he wanted on the red 3. He wanted to come into it nice and full and bang it around. Kind of the same result he got, even though a different way of doing it. Now Darren's going to have to shoot at this, I think, and try and run the cue ball and kind of develop something from there. Could bang this away, I guess, but there's no real snooker there, so I think he's got to attack. Now, not an easy safety, so he's got to make a decision here. Does he play a cross corner bank that's got a little bit of a safety in mind, but could sell out? Is he going to bang this around, try to go forward with the cue ball behind the purple? Yeah, like that. See the spin. Trying to keep Max off of a shot, and if it does give up a shot, something difficult.
Well, there was no bad there. It was good. And then the end position was ugly. Shame, because purely in terms of the pot itself, that was a fine shot.
Yeah, best stroke of the match, I thought, for Lechner. Really solid all the way through, and just maybe didn't get as much check on the ball as he wanted. Seemed pretty satisfied. The pink hit the center of the pocket. All right, he'll come 3 rails behind the purple here. Lots of good things can happen. Like to hit it nice off the 3rd rail, kind of right in the face.
Them's the rolls, as they say. The 8-ball, Lechner's best friend.
Yeah, and it seemed he deserved a little more after that nice pink he knocked in, and now Darren, he can jump the ball, but not a lot of future with the jump shot. See Lechner, the chest moving pretty well, so he's pretty amped up for this match. Two rails kind of looks like the shot to me, but I'd like to get some pace on this. Now this is tough because he has the angle to go short side here on the green 6, and with the 7 across, you need an angle a little bit to get over for the 7, which makes the 6 very difficult. This is what I was going to bring up, and I think it's a viable play, is to draw off this 2 rails off the purple and try and go into the 6. Don't think it's the worst thing in the world. All right, he's going to stay from below, so. Yeah, now if you get straight, though, the 6 not only is still difficult, but position on the 7, very difficult. Just don't let that angle fool you. It is cuttable on the side, but treacherous. You have to shoot it off this opposite rail.
Struck it pretty well, but anything at pace, any minute inaccuracy will not be tolerated.
Yeah, I think that's where you gotta, sit back and really look at that percentage-wise. Anyone in the building, what's their chances of making that ball, moving the cue ball that much up and down the table on that type of shot? And maybe, pull back a little bit and simplify things. You're going to get stuck where you have to shoot, but I think just sometimes you have to change your options or your percentages when the table is so difficult.
Well, that will really hurt Darren Appleton. A missed 9-ball to regain the lead. And Max Lechner has gone in front at 3-2. Golden break in the 4th, and then, well, a golden opportunity missed by Appleton as he looks into the distance, completely disgusted, nonplussed by that very uncharacteristic mistake. By the way, Jeremy and I keeping a close eye on table 6, where Carl Boyes, our commentary colleague, is currently in action against Carl Naderberg, who beat Jeremy in the tournament yesterday. Well, the youngster from Estonia is 3-2 ahead at the moment. This is in losers round 3, so it's a race to 8. Also in the same round, Daniel Corriere 2-1 up on Yanni Uski. And Steve Nellis 3-2 up on So.
Almost another golden break. That one really threatened the pocket. He's going to get a little sliver of the blue 2 as an option, but not a whole lot. This one got crashed over by the cue ball. A little kiss off the 8. Looks a little light, maybe a little heavy considering I don't know what he was trying to go behind, the 8 or the pink. He's definitely given up a look here. A red 3 that's very difficult, but all right, And if he tries to come at or towards the red 3, makes this 2 very missable, queuing low with a hair left English possibly.
We seem to have had this conversation on commentary quite a few times this week, Jeremy, either with yourself or Carl, or even Imran Majid, who's popped in a couple of times to guest spot. When you miss a 9-ball, as Appleton did in the previous rack, you have to try and forget about it, but it's so tough, even if you're vastly experienced like he is.
Yeah, and I think the overall setting of the tables make it even more punishing mentally, and of course to move on. Look at this shot. Wow, what a hit. He's going to get any reward. He sure is. Very good there, Max Lechner. But what I'm getting at is when you lose a game you're not supposed to, the way the conditions are, you just don't get that feeling, oh, let me just get a shot and I'll be able to run a rack or maybe run another rack. It's very difficult to get games, just how difficult it is to make balls. So giving away any is really detrimental in any wins.
Switching hands. You know, at the recent World Snooker Championship, it happens a lot now where players switch hands. Never used to. Ronnie O'Sullivan, of course, is naturally ambidextrous and he plays brilliantly left-handed. Lots of other players, I think, switch, and sometimes it's to their detriment. We saw a lot of crucial mistakes where players went to the other side, as it were.
Yeah, I wonder why they would change from the rest with those players so solid with the rest. Watched a lot of that World Championships, actually, Phil. Of course, being in Scotland, it was on every day during the tournament, and stopped by the Crucible. Pretty incredible place. Feels like a big ball here, a purple 5, just to keep everything intact. Yeah, I was kind of wondering, is he going to try and jam it? I don't understand that, really. Could have held for the 6 with the 7 so easy.
What a mixed bag so far from Max Lechner. Some really world-class shots and then some bad mistakes. Let's not forget, that's the second pot he's missed to that pocket. And also, he missed a straight-in 7-ball, albeit from mid-distance, in the second rack.
Yeah, pretty fortunate with the miss. Nice hit there from Darren. You can see kind of moving the cue, trying to get a feel for that 2-railer to come across it, possibly pocket it, but get some separation.
Carl Boyd's on level terms with Carl Naderberg at 3-3.
Yeah, we'll see how this game plays out, but maybe time for Darren to get away from the table for a moment, take a break after this game, get his mind a little more cleared. Beautiful play there from Lechner. Just exactly by design. Watch out if he makes it, that upper right corner with the cue ball.
Anywhere but there. He's even left the desired angle.
Yeah, trying to hold the cue ball up there just in case the miss on the purple, but it did travel up and down the table for something very handy. Should extend the lead here. Choice here can come one rail straight down the right side of the table, 2 rails to the short side of the 9. Kind of like 2 rails myself. Very natural pocketing the ball.
Four consecutive eventful racks fall to Maximilian Lechner. The Austrian leads 4-2. Darren Appleton sitting there thinking about that 9-ball, about life in general, about the golden break in the 4th rack. He needs to get his game back in shape. As it stands, Lechner halfway to progress. Cancel in is the same against Pierre Filler. 4-0 up. Shane Walford, the Virginian, 4-1 upon Holger Veer. Ralph Souquet, slow going over there against Sunesh Garib on table 19, but Souquet bringing his great experience to bear. He leads 3-1. Gabriel Vasalashi, 4-1 upon Chris Watanawana. These are all losers' second round matches. Elliot Sanderson and Ramesh Gokul, 3-3. Yannick Pongus, 5-2 upon Tim Yonkman. As for losers, round 3. Mustafa Alner's looking good against Craig Brown at 5-1. Ahmed Tawfiq, who's the pride of Brunei pool, he's leading Welshman Marcel Price 4-1. Billy Thorpe, what a start he's made, 5-0. 5-0 now over Sanjin Palavanovic. Jose Alberto Delgado, 6-1 on Chris Alexander. Cristian Sedea from Romania, I was watching him yesterday. I think he's really improved over the last year or so. He's 3-1 upon Chang Yulong. Paul Song, 5-1 over Radislav Babica. These are all, as I say, losers round 3 matches. Fraser Patrick, 4-3 upon Jeffrey Rodder. Patrick responsible for that remarkable 9-0 whitewash of Stuart Bingham on the main table around this time yesterday. Mubarak Al-Wahabi and Ivo Arts, 3-3. Tobias Bongers holds a 3-2 lead over Arfan Dad. As I mentioned before, our pal Carl Boys, 3-3 with Carl Naderberg. Daniel Corrieri, 3-2 upon Yanni Uski. And Stephen Ellis and So-Soa, 3-3. Stephen Ellis, a very tall individual. Could be a decent basketball player. Mubarak Al-Wahabi, by the way, is from Oman. So another name on the list of countries that compete on the World 9-Ball Tour. I think, Jeremy, it is remarkably cosmopolitan, and more nations are getting and catching the pool bug.
Yeah, absolutely. I think more and more want to get involved. We see so many ranking events in different areas. South America had one this year. I think looking to have another later in the year in Mexico City. Of course, more in Europe, Asia. And then, of course, so many great events coming up this year. This is really kicking off the season, I think, the UK Open.
This is a wonderful opportunity as well for all of the local nine-ball players from the UK to play in an absolutely world-class event. And we must say, at a world-class venue. By the way, if you're watching this overseas and you're wondering about Telford, well, it's a very historic place. Home of the Iron Bridge, which is the first ever cast iron bridge over a river. And it's so historic, it's actually a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And this is the cradle of the Industrial Revolution. It all started here.
Wow. Saw the sign for the Iron Bridge, didn't realize the historic value of it. But now Max Lechner to break here in Game 7. Yeah, very solid break off. I don't think the 2's going to develop, even though not so far away from it. 3-4, or excuse me, 3-5, a little tied up the table. Should be a push out of some sort.
Just going to give you a little sporting history of Telford as well. It's produced 3 very important figures in sport. Sir Gordon Richards, who was a very famous horse race jockey, he won the Flat Jockey Championship on 26 occasions. Billy Wright, the great footballer who played for Wolverhampton Wanderers just down the road, the first England player with 100 caps. And Matthew Webb. Now that name might not be so recognisable. He was the first person to swim the English Channel. All from Telford.
Well, I got to tell the truth. I didn't know any of them myself, but of course, you know, soccer or football, as y'all call it, right? It's growing, that's for sure, in America. And many do know it. It's just not one of my fortes, but pretty interested in the bridge thing, though. I'm going to read about that a little more later on. Pretty handy little play here. Don't know if he got the complete snooker. He got a partial one at least, but from a tough situation like it always is with a push out, I think Max may be settling in a bit.
By the way, we've got a result. Dennis Grabber beat Tashunka Witko 8-0. This is the round. And indeed loses round 2 and loses qualification later on, where so many hopes are dashed, so many hearts are broken. As I said right at the top of the show, 256 player fields these are. By the end of today, there will be 25% of that original figure left. 64 players still battling away.
And Darren's got a pretty nice 2-rail kick here. If he likes it and gets the feel for it, he can play it somewhat light with the 3-5 there. It's a little bit of a gamble, but it's the type of kick shot the players usually get a good feel for, coming 2 cushions off the long rail and the short rail, coming right at the 2, trying to play the snooker behind the red 3. Yeah, you see the light speed. And it's going to try and be a containing shot as well, if anything else. Max trying to figure out what kind of movement the 2's going to have if he tries to play the cue ball back behind the 3-5.
Carl Boyes fell 4-3 behind against Carl Naderberg. Now it's 4-4.
Yeah, I saw Billy Thorpe got another one on his side. I think 6-0 now against Sanjin.
Yeah, that's correct. Also in charge, Jose Alberto Delgado. He's 6-1 up on Chris Alexander. And Fraser Patrick from Scotland, former snooker pro, now off the tour, turning his attention to Nineball, and he's doing pretty well. He's 5-4 up on Jeffrey Rodder of the Philippines.
Looks like he's done pretty well here, maybe giving up a little piece of the red 3, maybe a bit more.
There could still be a turnaround. There's time for that, but it seems to me all of the steam seems to have gone out of Appleton since he missed that 9-ball. Pretty routine it was, you have to say, in rack 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Had a couple mistakes after that, and seems like Lechner's getting a little more comfortable as well. Got to give it to Lechner as well. He's really not trying to give in any easy shot after a big mistake, like Phil said, from Darren, trying to really make him earn it. Everything's looked a little sideways so far since that miss for Daz.
Halfway house in many respects positionally.
Yeah, really tough. He can cue downward on the cue ball, but Really a ton of angle here and a lot of traffic to try and work the cue ball between some other object balls to get back around for the green 6. So I don't know. Played it in the side or the corner. Both very, very difficult. Can he level out for the 5 and the... Okay, that's what he's kind of doing. This looks super dangerous to me. Is he going to get past the side, then between the 6-9 and back around? Wow, that's just really a class shot right there, Phil.
Your assessment of the match absolutely correct as always. Yes, the game of Appleton is struggling, there's no doubt. But as he started to struggle, his opponent has started to thrive.
Yeah, and a vast experience, of course, and experience of having some struggles at times, and understanding that sometimes that's just a process of how the game goes, especially an early match, first match of the day. Easy to have some of those misses until the arm really gets oiled up, and uh-oh. He's got to slow down a little bit. Kind of got thin from nowhere, and now a big decision coming at 4-2.
Have we seen another turning point? It was a very poor positional shot onto the 8. Lechner thought about defense, but instinctively felt the need to attack. Just the turn of events that Darren Appleton needed to maybe restore his mojo. 4-3 now, Lechner's lead. It might well have been 5-2. Good morning so far for prospective US Mosconi Cup team members. Shane Walford, 6-2 up on Holger Veer, that after losing the opening rack. That's in losers round 2. If you go into losers round 3, as Jeremy has been saying, Billy Thorpe has been in total command against Sanyan Pilovanovic. On the hill, it's 7-0 now. Also on the hill, Mustafa Alner, 7-1 up on Craig Brown. Jose Alberto Delgado, 7-1 over Chris Alexander. Paul Song looking good against Radislav Babica at 6-1. Carl Boys has gone behind again, 5-4 to Carl Naderberg. And Stephen Ellis starting to pull away against So-So at 5-3.
Oh, this is going to hurt. This is going to hurt. I was going to say, Darren, a very rare player that cueing the ball with outside English. Got a thinner hit there. Finally made the 1 his first time in the match, but lost the cue ball behind it. There's a 2-9 looming, but I think Max will probably stay away from. Oh, he's gonna shoot the 2-9. I think this comes into play a bit more often with the table the way it's playing as well. Oh yeah, you got to shoot this. Sitting very nice.
2-9, another rack that's over very quickly. As of course was the 4th when he prospered with a golden break. So just like that, Lechner's back in front by 2, and the glimmer of positivity for Darren Appleton suddenly disappeared into the ether. Phil Burford 4-3 up on Ashik Nathwani. Same score for Daniel Corriere over Ioniuski. Tobias Bongas 5-2 on Arfan Dad. Ivo Arts and Mubarak Al-Wahabi are locked together at 5-5. Jeffrey Rodder now in front against Fraser Patrick at 6-5. And I can tell you, Jose Alberto Delgado is through, having beaten Chris Alexander 8-1.
Darren might look at that and say that same side pocket swallowed mine up. And of course, Max a little more solid on the breaking in, that's for sure. Happy that cue ball didn't get lost, though. Probably a push out.
Another result in losers round 3. Mustafa Alner has beaten Craig Brown 8-1. Always think, Jeremy, this is the day when the tournament really kicks into gear.
You'll see a push out, and of course, you wonder why a player would push out to an open shot. Well, you don't want to push out with the cluster where the safety is very easy. You'd rather challenge a player or your opponent, even and especially, you know, after seeing some games and maybe Darren struggling with a few missed pots. So we'll see. Darren's going to pass it. A couple shots here. Of course, he could shoot at this. He could shoot through the 2-ball, kind of knocking it 2 rails to the upper rail. Wow, what a shot.
Three or four pots in this match already from Max Lechner have been right up there with some of the best we've seen from anyone. But he has sprinkled in mistakes as well.
Yeah, and I think a couple of his missed ones, I think, were just maybe kind of suspect decisions. That 6-ball down the rail with so much power earlier. I think most players are going to miss that ball going for that one. But what a shot off the end rail there. And, you know, Darren's mixed emotions, I guess, right now. Didn't expect maybe Max to even attack there. Oh, that was really good. That little light forward stun for the pink in the right middle got perfect to come down for the purple. Now the 7 doesn't pass the 8, so still a lot of work.
You can see why Lechner is so often there or thereabouts in the big tournaments. Look at his collection of outcomes last year. Last 16 in the World Nineball Championship, quarter-finalist in the World Masters, last 32 in this, quarter-finalist US Open, last 16 in Vietnam.
You know, he's set up perfectly here to get, you know, not right on top of this combination, but get a little closer. Should come off the rail easily and handle this. I think the combination probably easier than this 6-ball down the rail. So little short stroked it a little bit, caught it a hair heavy.
Yes, he had the golden break, yes. Appleton missed the 9 in rack 5, but you have to say, over the piece as a whole, Lechner's been a better player. And that's why he's now in a decently commanding lead at 6-3. Remember, it's a race to 8, so just 2 more needed. And then Darren Appleton will be departing the tournament. Only 1 more needed in losers round 2 for Shane Walford. He leads Holger Veer 7-2. Ralph Souquet grinding out a result, it seems, against Sunish Garib. Souquet 5-1 ahead. As for losers round 3, well, Billy Thorpe has beaten Sanyan Pelovanovic. What a result that is, by 8 racks to 1. If that's not a confidence builder, I don't know what qualifies. So Thorpe over the top of the mountain. Lechner wants to get on the hill.
Yeah, you can see him kind of throw the hands up, and you won't see much from Max, but he's broke the balls really well, and it's just been absolutely no reward after the break. A lot of push-outs, a lot of little funny shots.
Carl Boys refusing to accept the dying of the light. 5-5 with Carl Naderberg. I said yesterday to him in commentary that literally now he's neither shy or retiring. There's an interesting point here that links Boys and the man we've just seen that hook from. Yes, Jason Shaw is quite clearly a selection for Team GB in any World Cup that's forthcoming. But the second place, hugely up for grabs. Elliot Sanderson's played the last couple of years. Obviously, he's in the mix. Darren himself, Chris Melling, and maybe even Carl also.
Yeah, you never know, and I think there's some players that are improving on the British side of things for the UK, and I think, you know, maybe this year will show us a little bit more, and maybe some other names that may be a future candidate for that UK team.
Yeah, I agree with that. Most certainly, there are a multitude of players in the mix.
Yeah, Darren not faced with anything easy, and gonna have to try and shoot his way out of this, get something going.
Again, another huge setback. The horrible sound any Q Sports player hates to hear, that of a total miscue.
Yeah, just slid off the left side there and Didn't expect that. Of course, trying to get some snatch on the cue ball to come back for the purple. Difficult little play here for Max Lechner, though. It won't be offensive. Gonna kind of have to half elevate a little bit. Try and get something off the left side of the pink, bringing the cue ball downward. Easy shot to let up a little bit.
Those of you watching on the East Coast in the United States, nice and early, I can tell you Shane Walford's through. 8-2 over Holger Veer. He won 8 of the last 9 racks.
Yeah, looking solid, probably getting a little more comfortable than he just showed a day or so before the event started, so these players will get stronger. It's just a matter of surviving.
Don't forget, by the way, we have 2 table coverage for you on table 2 right now on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Can Salim is 5-2 up on Pia Filler. All German matchup.
Played with the little piece that Darren left on that pink. Did go for the pot, but a little fortunate the way it rattled around the pocket, came away. So Darren really up against it at the moment after some mistakes. Look at here, Phil. Kicking at this ball. Almost showing us why. Didn't like his chances playing direct. I've seen Efren do that before. Especially whenever they're struggling a bit more. You know, you take on something that you're low percentage shooting directly at the pink. Possibly try to get something going, create something, knocking that kick shot in. Now with a 6-3 lead, now these players are great with the jump cue, but as far as getting position here, I wouldn't go crazy. Definitely want to make this and get a look at the purple, the way the match is gone, the flow of the match. You don't want to give up an easy ball in hand or something like that to get it there and going. It's only 6-3. He moved it nicely off the edge of the pink. It's going to have that look I was talking about, though, so should feel fairly secure.
You saw the hand gesture of exasperation there. Nothing's coming easy to these two. Oh, the double kiss scratch. Another twist.
Yeah, absolutely. And comment, it's only 6-3, 6-4. Here if Darren can get out and breaking the balls, which hasn't been his Now, biggest asset so far in this match, the break shot, but that can turn around as well.
It's a mini dish, this, that must be done. And he's not giving himself the greatest amount of angle on this 8. While he's pondering, Carl Boy's 6-5 up on Carl Naderberg. Can he be the king of the Carls? Well, good luck with this one.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Treacherous shot here from the corner. Shot he will attempt, though. May have fluked it. It doesn't appear so.
As the cue ball was going across the table, we knew that was very close. We knew from Appleton's expression, though, it hadn't dropped in. But surely the 9 will. The end game of Maximilian Lechner has been far more productive than that of Darren Appleton. 2 missed 9 balls, 1 simple, 1 far from it. And a golden break. Plenty of other incident. It all adds up to a Max Lechner 7-3 lead. He's on the hill. A possible 5 racks left. Appleton needs them all. Also on the hill in losers round 3, Arfan Dad. Jeffrey Roder 7-5 up on Fraser Patrick. Evo Arts 7-6 on Mubarak Al-Wahibi. Arfan Dad actually is 7-3 down against Tobias Bongers. So his opponent's on the hill. Janiuski 6-4 over Daniel Corrieri. 6-4 for Ashik Nathwani over Phil Burford. 6-4 Stephen Ellis over So-So. As, by the way, some of the winners' qualification matches are just about to begin.
And Lechner wondering about what he has to do to get a shot on this blue 2. He's been fairly consistent with the 1 in the side. was going to say, I'm not sure Darren even will get out of his chair here to give back the push out.
I was saying yesterday, Jeremy, the first rule of rollouts, push-outs, whichever you like to call them, not make it too difficult for yourself. Clearly, Max Lechner had a plan.
Yeah, Darren didn't want to mess with it. Now to the jump cue. Needs them all, like Phil said, to survive here at the UK Open.
I think that's what they call returning the compliment.
Yeah, looks like a probably 2-rail kick escape here from Lechner. Well, maybe just 1 rail.
The time has come when Darren Appleton has to turn back the clock and sparkle. "48 years of age, from Pontefract in Yorkshire." What a career he's had. Elected to the Hall of Fame 7 years ago. A Moscone Cup hero on many occasions. Gold medalist at the World Games. Former US Open champion. And in 2012, World Nineball champion. It's a case of 1 down, another 4 to go. But Appleton is such a fighter. I'm not completely discounting his chances.
No, he seemed a bit disgusted there just in the middle of the match towards this latter end. But, you know, he can flip the switch like anyone, given the chance. And he knows he's had a few chances he'd like to have back and may play a big part in the outcome of this match.
By the way, the start of winners' qualification on this table will be a little bit delayed because of the lengthiness of this match. Coming up next, it's a blockbuster. Johan Chur, the World Cup winning Filipino, against Chinese Taipei's Ko Pinyi. They could be teammates in the Reyes Cup later this year.
Yeah, this has been something that hasn't been there the entire match for Darren. Hasn't been super productive for Max either, but he has made balls, just not come away with shots. And Darren's just had a bunch of different ways he's missed this 1 ball on the side. I think this sets up for a high ball to go by the 3 and come kind of between the 8 and 5, I think, anyways. The black 8 and the purple 5. A really nice opener there from Lechner. Definitely a lot more work left, though. Red 3 up table, a lot of traffic to get down for the pink 4.
Couple more results for you. Jeffrey Rodder survived a mid-match scare to beat Fraser Patrick 8-5. Tobias Bongers, an 8-3 winner over Arfan Dad. That's all in losers round 3.
Going to set up for the straight draw stroke, it appears. Going to be a fun one to watch. I think Nunberg has gotten one back. It may be 6-6 in that match between him and Carl Boyes. May not be updated just yet, but
the miss was bad enough, Jeremy, but then you saw the cue ball being screwed back, going towards that 7, and you knew it was going to flick off and scratch.
yeah, just cut it a little bit to that left knuckle, and of course at that speed, I don't know if that would have gone at a lighter speed either, but changed the route of the cue ball and giving Mr. Appleton, Daz, Dynamite, a little more time at the table and getting a little closer with every shot. A little light there, shouldn't be a problem, but
Another in a string of disappointments. And you can't blame the pockets being tight there. That would have missed on any table.
yeah, absolutely. And that started from that pink, just falling a little short. Still no reason for Daz to really miss that ball. Going cross corner here to the upper left, trying to play a bit of a two-way. Nice confident strike.
What a way to set up a chance at victory. A gilt-edged chance. It's been a real curate's egg, this match. A real strange performance from Max Lechner. Plenty of weakness, but also some inspired shots. Two balls away from a place in losers qualification against the losing player between Dimitri Lukatos and Skylar Woodward. It wasn't the Darren Appleton of old. He would be the first to agree with that. He made far too many mistakes. As a big scream emanates around the arena. We don't know what that's for. I think Max Lechner looked as surprised as anyone else, maybe a little startled by the decibel level coming from that corner of this Telford International Centre. But he's through anyway with an 8-4 win. He's now in losers qualification. Get through that, and the last 64 awaits. As I said before, next up on Table 1, what a mouth-watering affair. It is Philippines against Chinese Taipei, a battle of two pool powerhouse nations. Yuan Che against Ko Pin-yi.
I'd have loved to have seen America versus the Philippines, Europe versus the Philippines.
And I think there will be the winner of the Moscone against Asia or against the Philippines at some stage. There's a different tournament.
There's definitely something on another event to do with Asia versus the Moscone Cup winner, and that's all part of the bigger plan.
Plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
My word!
He's done it! And for me, the shock tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
Welcome back to Day 3 coverage of the 2024 UK Open here in Telford. Action going on at the moment on both the winners and losers sides. I'll just update you first on what's happening on the losers side. In round 2 there, we heard that big cheer emanating from one corner of the arena just as the match on the main table was finishing a few minutes ago. That was coming from table 17. Elliot Sanderson, who's renowned for celebrations like that, getting through 8-7 against Ramesh Gokul. So that takes him into round 3 on the loser side. Remember, that's the round before losers qualification. Now in round 3, we've been keeping an eye on the progress of Carl Boys. He's been playing against Carl Nadeberg, the young Estonian player. And Nadeberg has now got to the hill at 7-6. That's become a very tense one. A few unexpected errors on both sides. So Carl Boys, part of our commentary team here. One of the top players in his day, making a return at the Scottish Open last week where he did so well, and here at the UK Open, but one rack away from going out. Still very much in contention though to win that match. 7-6 behind in the Battle of the Carls on table 6. So as the day progresses, attention is starting to turn towards the winners side of the draw and winners qualification, where a number of matches are already underway. World champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, who'll be defending that title next month in Saudi Arabia, level at 1-1 with João Grillo of Portugal. Dimitris Loukatos, a quarter-finalist in this tournament last year, has won the first rack against the experienced American Skylar Woodward. Jason Shaw, who'll be Woodward's opposite number as Mosconi Cup captains later in the year, has taken the first against Besar Spahiu. And Nicholas Dorr, who's made a real name for himself here this week, is continuing to do so, having opened a 3-0 lead in the all-German clash with Moritz Neuhausen. So they're the only matches underway so far in winners qualification. We will be turning our attention in a few moments to a match in that round between Ko Pin-yi and Johan Chua. You can see there Jason Shaw has added another rack against Besar Spahiu. Shaw looking for his second Matchroom Open title after that famous win in Hanoi back in October of last year. And just one other match you might notice there, grabbing the attention, it's going to be played on table 17. Gary Wilson, three-time snooker ranking event winner, up against David O'Cady, the man who potted the winning 9-ball in the Mosconi Cup back in December for Europe. And that one is just getting started now. Really just getting into the meat of the year now in terms of the Matchroom schedule, and as ever it all leads towards the Mosconi Cup, where Europe will be going for 5 in a row later in the year. Moving to Florida, Orlando to be specific, starts on the last day of November. Tickets are now on sale. If you go to matchroompool.com, you can get all the details there. As I say, new captains on both sides, playing captains this time, and two players who have contributed so much to the Mosconi in recent years. Jason Shaw for Europe, Skylar Woodward for the US. As you can see, all different sorts of tickets you can get there. Really has grown and grown from humble beginnings back in 1994 to become a major spectator and television event around the world, the Mosconi Cup. So much to come before then, of course, not least the inaugural Reyes Cup, which was announced a couple of weeks ago when we were in Germany for the World Masters. And Europe, as holders of the Mosconi Cup, will be playing against Asia. It's been talked about for about 5 or 6 years now, really, that it was time to get a team event going along the lines of the Mosconi, featuring an Asian team. And really, you could make a list of 25, 30 players, maybe even more than that, all of whom would have not only realistic hopes of getting into the first ever Asian team, but would also have the ability to contribute in a major way. It'll be fascinating to see how that plays out. Obviously, you would think most, if not all, of the European team will be experienced from the Mosconi. It'll be the first time any of the Asian players have experienced anything like that. They will, of course, have home advantage, it being played in the pool-mad Philippines capital, Manila. Lots of individual events to come before that. The World Championship being played in Saudi Arabia for the first time. We'll be there in around about a month from now. Got the European Open being staged for the 3rd time in Fulda in Germany in August. The US Open a couple of weeks after that in Atlantic City. And the week before the Reyes Cup will be the Hanoi Open. That really was the standout success story of 2023. Unbelievable scenes over the weekend there in the Vietnamese capital, with crowds of about 3,000 people in the arena chanting the names of the players in that memorable final as Jason Shaw beat Albin Ocean in the last rack. Just keeping an eye on the matches that are just getting started in winners' qualification. Duong Quoc Quang, the man in form after winning the Scottish Open last weekend, has taken the first rack against Petri Mäkinen of Finland. Nicholas Dorr has stretched his lead to 4-0 over Moritz Neuhausen. Jason Shaw also going further clear, now 3-0 against Besar Spahiu, the Albanian World Cup player. And Naoki Oi of Japan has won the first rack against Imran Majid. So many really appealing matches in that round, as there always are. Not least Shane Van Bonen against Lo Ho Sum, who, just after Van Bonen had become world champion for the first time a couple of years ago, beat the American during that remarkable run he had to the final of the World Masters. James Oranis of the Philippines against Pius Labutis from Lithuania. That's another appealing one. Labutis has been in fine form so far this year, got to a couple of finals. And of course, we saw him one rack away from getting to the final of one of these Matchroom Open events last summer. So that's one to keep an eye on later in the day. Also, Anton Raga, runner-up at the European Open last year, against Alvin Anggito, young player from Indonesia. Could that be the next Asian country to make its mark in a big way on the global pool stage? So Carl Boyes has come to join me in the commentary box just moments after finishing his match against Carl Naderberg. I went out to watch a bit of it there earlier, Carl, and it ended in an 8-6 defeat. Could we get your thoughts on that, please?
Yeah, it was a bad match from both players. You know, we struggled with the table. It's brutal out there. You know, if you're not quite on your game and you're not queuing well, the pockets. You know, we've talked about that they're a little bit smaller at this event. But I tell you, if you're not queuing well, everything just looks so difficult.
Do you think if you'd been played in and had a few more of these events of late, you may have dealt with that better?
Yeah, I mean, I'm using a complete random cue and all, you know, I'm not supposed to be playing really, so I've just sort of rocked up using this carbon fibre cue, what I'm not used to. So every little shot we spin, you know, certain shots I've no confidence in any shot, so it's just literally a complete grind. It's quite funny, really.
But does that frustrate you, considering what a top player you've been in the past, to go out there and play like that? And in turn, does that make you think maybe I should practice a bit more and I'd be interested to see how I could improve?
Not really. I mean, you know, I made the decision many years ago that I was done with the game. It's just, you know, opportunities now and again seem to be appearing when you can enter an Open, and obviously I'm here to commentate and do the studio and just kind of try and wing it. But when you're out there, you're trying to win, don't get me wrong, of course you are, but yeah, it's just a strange one, really.
What do you make of Carl Naderberg from having seen him? I know you're saying you both make mistakes, but having seen him as a player and watched his technique, think of his prospects, because he is still very young.
Yeah, he's very talented. He's a good cueist. He's probably a bit raw here and there, but that's to be expected when you're so young. You know, certain situations, maybe he could have played something a little bit different, but overall, you know, he's a very talented young man, and I think he's definitely got a bright future, and without a doubt the right player winning that match for sure.
But it sounds like if opportunities to play keep coming up from time to time, you'll keep taking them and see how you get on.
Maybe. I just don't know. I mean, listen, I can wing it with the best of them. You know, I can get results that, you know, I've played long enough over the years where you kind of feel like you know what certain shots to play or when to duck and whatever. I just don't know. But listen, I won't be playing full time. I won't be, you know, giving up this to go back on the circuit. That doesn't interest me at all.
Okay, well, there reflections on your run in the tournament. And you did well. You've had a very good couple of weeks. Perhaps the high point was beating Albin Ocean during the Scottish Open last week in Glasgow. So we will now turn our thoughts to what's going on table 1. Ko Pin-Yi against Johan Chua. And it's one of those matches you look at in winners' qualification, Carl, and you say whoever loses this one, that's someone no one's going to want to face in the next round, losers' qualification, to stay in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, these are the matches I'm really intrigued to watch because, you know, I've spoke to a few people and, you know, we keep going on about the pockets. Listen, you can still cheat the pocket, you can still play the game, let's not be naive. It's just, I think if you're struggling, it's the players who have come here with no real form, maybe not won big majors or gone deep. You know, all these players that are not quite in tune with the game, that's when things are going to look difficult. But I believe these two are definitely near the top of the pile, so I think we're in for a good match here.
As Johan Chua starts us off, the other thing, of course, is that obviously one of these will go to the loser side. If they get through, they will then become one of those nightmare draws, because it is a random draw then for the last 64. Each of the players who comes through on the winner's side plays someone who comes through on the loser's side. So if one of these two goes through by the loser's route, they will be someone they will all want to avoid. But that's all for the future. A win here, and you are through to single elimination, which starts tomorrow. That is Ko Pin-Yi, World Masters champion last year. Did pretty well in defence of his title a couple of weeks ago in Germany, got to the semi-finals. I know you love my quirky stats, Carl, so let's get one in early doors in this match. These two have the same birthday.
Wow.
Albeit not in the same year. Both born on the last day of May, so James Aranis will soon be 32. Ko Pin-Yi, later this month, will be 35 years of age. He's been around as a prominent player for such a long time.
First break-off reminded me of pretty much every break in mine and the young man's Carl's match. Just couldn't get a look at the 2-ball, and we were pushing out a lot. And what that does do is it leaves you these testing pots, and I can assure you, if you're going to attempt this in that top right corner, this is not easy. Looks like he's having a go. No, he's not had a go, but he's not played this too well. I can only think he has had a go, Michael, because what safety shot was he playing? So maybe he's tried to play the slow roll pot. But I can assure you, when you're behind them, they just look brutal. I mean, this table's 9 feet, but the balls are just so big. So when you're cueing the cue ball, you feel like you've got to be hitting centre of the cue ball so much. That was a good shot to leave himself this angle on the 3.
Johan Chua is at number 67 in the world rankings, but you talk about a false position, and that's certainly the case with him. He just hasn't played, I guess, in enough of the counting events. And in the ones he has played in, you would have to say perhaps hasn't done quite as well as we might have expected.
Yeah, very talented player, Johan Chua. Can he go on a deep, deep run here in one of these big open events? Certainly got the game. Yeah, held the cue ball nice there. He really did. Wants this to run a little bit. Yeah, he wanted to be straight or just off straight the other way. Now the cue ball's just coming to the left a little bit. Yeah, so he's come away from the angle of the 8, and look at what he's faced with. Your cue ball this week has got to be a lot better. You can't be slack with that cue ball. This is an awful shot to be taking on. He's completely missed it. He needs this to go past the side though, and he's got away with one. Well, can he steal the rack? Tough long 8 ball. Play for the 9 in the same pocket. Tell you what, Michael, the pockets are catching everybody out. They really are. I mean, you've still got to hit the centre of the pocket. It's as simple as that, but it's the mindset when you're on the shot. You know, if you're playing on a club table, he probably just gets down and fires that in because you know you can hit the long rail and it'll still slide in.
Certainly bringing much more of an air of unpredictability to things, but once Coe had missed the 8, it was more inevitability about what would follow. 2 simple pots for Johan Chua to take the opening rack in this race to 9 for a place in single elimination. So elsewhere in this round, a lot of matches underway now. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz level at 2-all with João Grillo. Jeffrey Ignacio has won the first against Niels Feijen. Dimitris Lukatos 2-1 up against Skylar Woodward. Duong Kwok Wang has a 3-0 lead now against Petri Makinen. Gary Wilson has won the opener against David O'Cady. Jason Shaw continuing to fly along. He's won all of the first 4 racks against Bezar Spahiu. Alexa Pechelge, US Open semi-finalist last year, now underway against Dimitri Jungo, and Pechelge has won the first. And Nicholas Dorr is racing away, could very well be the first player through to tomorrow. 5-0 up now on Moritz Neuhausen. Naoki Oi with a 2-0 lead against Imran Majid. And Ko Ping-yi's brother, Ko Ping-chung, the US Open champion, has taken the first rack against Wen An Tan. But here, Ko Ping-yi has lost the first rack, and so Johan Chua has the break in the second.
Well, what a surprising scoreline that was. Nicholas Doy against Moritz Neuhausen. 5 racks up. Well, that's a very tidy break, though. We've seen this with Chua before on day 1. Not holding back on the break. Tell you what, Michael, it's a tough shot, that break. I certainly haven't got that figured out just yet. So inconsistent when I've been playing the matches. Push out. No shot on the red 3.
Normally by this stage, a player who's in winner's qualification would already have played twice. Ko Ping-yi has actually only played once because slight shortfall in the number of players in the field meant that some of the top players in the rankings got a bye through the first round. So the only match he's played was against the British player So Shaw, beaten by 9 racks to 4. Ko Ping-yi, number 12 in the world, same place as he started the year.
Trying to get the cue ball down towards this 7 ball. He knows the 7 and the 8 could be blockers. You've always got to watch the scratch. Yeah, and he's hit the ball. It's gone slightly wrong, but he's not left anything easy for Ping-yi. Problem is, if he pots the ball, it sort of does look like the cue ball's going towards that green 6. So he's aiming low on this cue ball. Out of sorts at the minute.
Yeah, you would look at this and say, well, that's guaranteed to be a high-quality match, and it may evolve into that, but don't think you could apply that description to what we've seen so far. Johan Chua has played 2 matches, and they were 2 very different matches. His first was a 9-0 win over Vincent Fake, the only Frenchman ever to play in the Mosconi Cup, albeit that was a long time ago. But his second match was against someone at the other end of his career, just starting out, Bernie Regalario of the Philippines, who pushed him hard. Chua only winning 9-7 over his younger compatriot.
Well, that is unfortunate. Had to take a gamble, couldn't really pinch the 3 ball. What an unfortunate scratch this is.
This is like watching your match again, Carl.
Yeah, just crazy things were happening, and I remember rack number 5, was it? Yeah, he should have gone 4-1 up, really. He was in complete command of the match, and he made such a silly error, and from then on it was a complete dogfight to the end. It was bizarre, and at 6-6 I played completely the wrong shot on the 8 ball and missed the 9 ball, Michael.
I think the rack before that was one of the ones that I saw where you had a bad miss on the 6. He potted it, but then hooked himself on the knuckle of the the side pocket on the 7 when he looked to have a straightforward run out.
Yeah, that was completely wild, and the ball you're talking about is the exact sort of shot where, you know, when you're trying to wing it and you don't play, and you know, I have no clue about this carbon shaft at all. You don't quite know where to aim on the object ball when you're playing certain shots. It's a weird feeling. It's actually quite stressful playing and all, you know. I found it actually quite stressful playing in matches.
Well, more stressful than being in here with me slagging you off.
This is a doddle, honestly. This is not a job. This is definitely not a job. This is just.
Don't say that too loud, Carl. We haven't been paid yet.
I mean, we're just sat here drinking, well, I'm drinking latte, talking about pool. I mean, what more could you want? Yeah, it's like you get anxiety out there when you're playing it. I don't like it. Don't like it at all.
You see, that's the thing. Tony Jacklin, the great golfer of the past, used to say, you have to want to eat pressure for breakfast, lunch and tea. You've got to want it. You've got to love that feeling in any sport.
Yeah, I used to love it, but I'm not so sure I do now. But one thing's for certain, Copigny is loving stealing that rack.
Yeah, scratching the side from Chua. Copigny did the rest, and they're level at 1-all. Moritz Neuhausen has got off the mark, but he's still got a long way to come back against Nicholas Dorr. He's 5-1 down in the All-German clash. Jason Shaw now 4-1 in front against Bizarre Spahiu. Clint Janssen, who's really made a name for himself here this week, British player, has taken the first against Mario He. And Torsten Homan, 2-time world champion, will be off to his hometown of Fulda once again later in the summer. He's won the first in another clash of the generations with the young Cledio Caci.
We did say before this tournament there'll be plenty of drama. The tables have been set up for drama. We've already seen it. This is day 3. Oh, nice break. Is it golden?
It is absolutely golden. Well, how things have turned around. What was it, about 4 or 5 minutes ago, Copigny was out of sorts, as you said. It looked like he was about to go 2-0 down. And now, thanks to a scratch and a golden break, he's leading 2-1. How quickly this game can turn around. Gives me a chance just to ask you, what cue were you using?
I was using the same cue Fedor Gorst plays with. It's a beautiful cue. It really is. But you've got to be you know, you've got to be playing a lot. You've got to be putting lots of hours in. It's not so much like winning matches, because I've won matches in the last couple of weeks, and as you said, I've actually beat some really good players, and I've won some close matches. It's more in your own head. So as I said, the cue's absolutely lovely. It's a white carbon shaft on a Viking butt, but I'm just simply not used to it.
Was it the same cue you used throughout the two events?
Yes, Fedor did say to me the tips sounding a bit weird. So last night he said he'll give me one of his spares, but I thought, well, there's no point in doing that, is there, when I've been playing with it? I might as well just carry on.
2-1 to go.
But it is a really nice cue, and as you know, Michael, you're seeing most of the tour now using carbon fibre shafts. I mean, when I decided my time was up, carbon fibre shafts was just coming out. Pretty much most of the tour use them now, but the Cole brothers don't. They have still stuck with the wood shafts. But I think if I did play full time, I'd stick with the wood. I really do believe I feel better with that in my hand.
It's something that's very noticeable, the difference between the two major cue sports disciplines, snooker and pool. In pool, there's so much talk about the different cues, and players spend a huge amount of money on them. In snooker, there's very little of that. It's all about feel, and some of the best players you've ever seen, world champions, use cues which are technically awful and only cost them a few pounds.
Yeah, and I always think when I've been to the snooker events and I've been backstage chatting with the top pros and looking at the cues, the tips are all very similar and a similar shape, and there's a bit of difference. But pool's so different. You could get Copigny's cue and have a couple of shots with it and look at the tip, and then grab Johan Chewer's cue, and it could be like night and day. It's just what you get used to, isn't it? But it's these type of shots now where he's not quite got where he wanted with the cue ball. So yeah, potting the ball's easy, but he's getting on the pink 4. So if he can avoid balls, he's got to play this with loads of spin. When you're trying to spin this big cue ball, that's where you've got to have full belief in your equipment. Can he avoid a ball? Yeah, I mean, look how much spin he's got on the cue ball. That really was a beautiful shot he's played there. You just couldn't do that. He could not pick up Johan Chewer's cue and play that shot. He'd missed the 3 ball. There's another look at the spin. Boy, he got a lot into that cue ball. Still got a bit of work to do. Purple 5 goes in left centre and left top corner.
Mentioned about Copigny being at 12th in the rankings, and if you're a regular viewer of these matchroom events, you might think, well, how's he not a bit higher than that? Well, I can understand that feeling because he's done very well in a couple of events that don't count towards the rankings. Winner of the World Masters last year and runner-up in the Premier League earlier this year. Now, those are small field invitationals, so that's why they don't count towards the rankings, but it's also why they're very high quality fields. They're very, very difficult to come through and achieve success in. He's beaten by Shane Van Bonen in that Premier League final recently. And as I said, put up a very good defence of his World Masters title, beat Francisco Sanchez Ruiz 10-1 in the quarterfinals, and pushed Joshua Filler hard before going down 11-8 in the semis. Had a good run in the Scottish Open as well last week. And if you think that sounds small time, think again, because the field there was absolutely magnificent. And you look at some of the players he beat Fedor Gorst, who had won the World Masters a few days earlier. He beat Lucius Yap very comfortably and was 1 rack away from getting to the final in Glasgow, losing to the eventual champion, Duong Kwa Kwang. So lots of form coming in here. And after a bit of a struggle early on, he's starting to show some of it in this match. So Copigny's looking good. Interesting match on table 4. Mario He
he's playing Clint Jansen. Clint Jansen, one of the top English 8-ball pool players in the country, in England. Been playing a lot of Chinese 8-ball, so the reason why he's decided to enter one of these events is because Chinese 8-ball uses the same size ball. Very rare you would see an English 8-baller dabbling in 9-ball because it's completely different, you know, the size of the ball. So the more English 8-ballers that play Chinese pool, you might see them at some of the 9-ball events. That sounds very difficult, but it's not.
Is he a full-time player?
Yeah, I think he is a full-time player. He won the English 8-ball World Championships, I want to say 2 years ago. Yeah, I think 2 years ago. But obviously, you know the money that's on offer in China playing that game, so that's why you see a lot of the English 8-ballers going playing China's version of 8-ball.
So Johan Chua has not been back to the table since that scratch in the second rack. Golden break in the third for Ko Pin-Yi, followed by a break and run in the next. Ko Pin-Yi goes 2 clear. He's won 3 racks in a row, and he leads 3-1. Yeah, 1-1 in that match between Mario He and Clint Jansen. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz starting to get to grips with things a bit more against Xiao Grio, pulling away a little now and leading 4-2. Claudio Cacci 2-1 up on Torsten Homan. Jeffrey Ignacio has won all of the first 3 racks against Niels Fine. 3-3 between Skylar Woodward and Dimitris Lukatos. In form, Duong Kwok Hwang 4-0 up against Petri Makinen. David O'Cady 3-2 up against Gary Wilson. Lazar Spahughes pulled another one back against Jason Shaw, so it's now 4-2. Nicholas Dorr has extended his lead to 6-1 over Moritz Neuhausen. And Naoki Oi is also 5 racks clear, 5-0 against Imran Majid. Ko Ping Chung going very nicely, like his brother. He's leading 3-0 over Wenan Tan. And it's 1-1 between Bui Trong An of Vietnam and the former World Championship semi-finalist from Hungary, Oliver Szolnoki. Early stages of winners' qualification round. In this one, Ko Pin-Yi has taken early control.
Good cue ball, and what I mean by that is it's the arc below the 9. Held his hand up because if you've watched 9-ball for a couple of years now, you know the players are trying to pot it in the side pocket. It's the green 6 where he holds his hand up, but he will not be sorry, I can assure you. Can't pot the 1 ball. Unfortunately, Ko Pin-Yi stood in the way to see if he can bank it into the bottom left corner. I don't know if there's a ball in the way. I think there is a ball on the rail, so he can't play the bank. Yeah, there's the red 3, so the bank shot is not available. I'll tell you what playing has done now, Michael. It's given me a newfound respect for the top tier players. Not that I didn't respect them, but I think it's just you don't appreciate how difficult it really is travelling around, constant playing on the circuit. That's tough action, that.
It's funny to hear you say that, considering you did it for so long, but it's amazing how quickly you can forget how things really feel when they're actually happening.
And like you alluded to, you've got to want to do it, haven't you? If you don't want to put the effort in, and you don't want to put the practice in, and if you're trying to do it a bit half-hearted, forget about it, because somebody somewhere in the world is putting all the effort in possible to be a world champ or a US Open champ. And pool players' ears have pricked up because the news yesterday that Matchroom announced across socials the new investor in the company. That's going to be good news for pool and more pool tournaments around the world. Needs a little bit of luck here. Not really got it. Yeah, it's a little thin one, but he knows he's left a pot.
Just picking up on what you were talking about there, that was a quote that I mentioned earlier from great British golfer Tony Jacklin. I'm going to mention another great British golfer, Nick Faldo. I remember seeing him being interviewed, and he was being asked, just very simply, what is it that set you apart and made you the most successful golfer of your generation? And he said, well, you've got to want it. And the interviewer said, yeah, but everyone wants it, don't they? And Faldo's response was, yeah, but you've got to want it. And you know what he means, because everyone's out here trying, or at least thinking they're trying their best and putting in the effort, but it's just got to mean everything to you. You've got to be willing to make the sacrifices. And I always feel, looking at top sportsmen, the thing is, you're putting in all that work and effort, knowing that it might not actually lead where you want to go anyway. It might all be, not quite for nothing, but it might not be worth it in the end. And that's really something that requires a huge amount of desire, to put all that work in, knowing it still might not lead you where you want to go.
Yeah, I mean, I totally get what Sir Nick Faldo means by what he said in that interview. I didn't see the interview, but I totally get what he means. And I started to think about Ko Pin-Yi, actually, and the fact that, you know, we're talking about travelling all over the world, and I think at some point we will see a shift. The more tournaments that Matchroom keep adding to the tour, if you look at someone like Ko Pin-Yi, he's at every single event with his brother Ko Pin-Chung. The open events, Ko Pin-Han, the younger brothers here, they are everywhere together. If one of them's playing and the others are not, they're watching, they're going for dinner. I mean, that is a big advantage. I know when I was on the circuit, I was literally just travelling around on my own, really. You know, you think you're here with your friends and whatever else, but it's hard to be true friends with somebody when you're competing and you're trying to get in Moscone Cups, right? There's always that little bit of edge where you want to be in the events and you don't care if they're not in the event, because it's about you, isn't it? And I think that's why, if you see Jason Shaw, Ara Shaw, his wife, comes to probably 90% of the events, so I think that's a calculated move. He feels better. Joshua Filler's got his wife, the only lady pro on the circuit. Albin Ocean's best mates with Mario and Max Lechner. I think that's a big advantage, I really do.
Maybe that's why your record in the Moscone was so sensational. Maybe you thrived more on that, on the 1 week in the year where you are there with your mates and you are all on the same side for the week. And indeed the World Cup as well, you had a very good record in that.
Yeah, I was just going to say the World Cup as well. I just felt so much more relaxed. I've always felt more comfortable in a team environment, whether it's, you know, a golf team or whatever. I am a bit of a people person, to be fair. I like being around people, having a laugh and a joke, and like I said, I think that's why I found it very stressful. And it's weird, you know, you're playing out in the arena, Michael, and as you said, you come over and had a nosy. When it were 3-all, there were two guys watching. Bless them, they've watched every match that I've played. When it was 6-all, there were about 50 people there. I was like, this is stressful, this.
Well, someone who isn't feeling too much stress by the look of things at the moment is Ko Pin-Yi, because he has steadily taken firm control of this match. And that is his 4th rack in a row. He leads 4-1. You mentioned his brothers there. They're all in action at the moment, all 3 of them. Ko Pin-Han on the loser's side, 3-1 up against Petr Urban of the Czech Republic. And also on the loser's side, worth keeping an eye on, Bernie Regalario. He's 3-2 down at the moment against the British player So Shaw. So action going on both winners and losers' sides right now. You've spotted something else there, Carl?
I can't remember if I was in comms with you yesterday or the day before. So Shaw was playing Ko Pin-Yi. I'm not sure if it was yourself or Phil Yates, and I said, you got to watch out for So Shaw. He plays an unusual game of 9-ball. He literally attacks everything. He whacks the balls around. He'll go for his shots. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, that would be an upset if he was to pull that one off. Sam Henderson, the young American player who we've been talking about, we saw him on the main table. He's won the first against Abdullah Al-Yusuf. Nicholas Dorr leading the race to be first man through. 7-1 up now against Moritz Neuhausen. Ko Ping-Chung has a 4-0 lead over Wenan Tan. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz 2 ahead of Zhao Grio once again at 5-3. And Cledio Caci, the young player who made such a name for himself when he made his debut on the World 9-Ball Tour last summer, has a 4-1 lead over the veteran Torsten Homan. Back to this one.
I feel like I've spotted something else as well, Michael, within the game of pool. I don't think you can be fat. I was sat in my chair, I was looking at my belly, right, it's hanging over my trousers, and when I'm walking around the table, I just didn't feel good in my shirt and all this. And, you know, if you look at Jason Shaw, he's trimmed up, Filler's trimmed, Ko Pin-Yi's trimmed, Albin's trimmed, they're all going to the gym. You can't be fat and play pool.
But I think something you learn as you get a bit older and your natural fitness goes a little bit is that if you do feel good in yourself and you feel reasonably fit and healthy, it makes you better at absolutely everything, even mental tasks, things that don't require any physical prowess. So you're definitely correct about that.
Well, look at Ronnie O'Sullivan. He's nearly 50 years of age. He's into his gym and his healthy food. I mean, if he didn't do that, he might have been retired bleeding 10 years ago or something. Well, this is a really tricky shot. I don't know if he can play it super thin and just miss the 8 ball and come down towards the 9. Or does he have to come down the right-hand side table? This is scary, this. But he is a master with the cue ball. I feel like he's the best. Look at this. This is plumb. What a line he's found there. Beautiful.
It was an accurate observation at the time, but it's hard to believe only about 20 minutes ago you were saying he was out of sorts. He was at the time, absolutely, but totally different now.
And that's what this game can do to you. A few things go wrong, you don't quite deliver the cue how you want, then it all depends on what shots you then become faced with. It's almost like the Golden Nines helped him settle into it. It was just one shot. It was a lucky shot as well. You take them, of course.
That's why you've always got to keep going and persevere when you're struggling. Now, it was an early stage of the match anyway, so he was never going to let his head drop too much. Something like that can happen totally outside of your control and turn everything around. Just picking up on what you're saying there about the players being into their fitness, I remember there was one event, I think it was the Championship League, which was the forerunner of the Premier League, when we did that for the first time in Milton Keynes 3 years ago. And of course that was a whole complex of the hotel, the venue and the football stadium all in one. And the first thing I saw when I got out of the car arriving at the event was Albin Ocean doing laps round all that. And that shows you where the game's at now.
Well, I'm surprised you didn't join him, Michael, because I know you're a keen runner.
Well, I think you hyped that up a little bit too much, which is fine. Fine with me.
Listen, I know you're at the events, you're going running. You've never fell asleep on me like Phil Yates has.
Well, Phil's getting on in life. He doesn't get to have his afternoon nap at these open events. He's got to squeeze it in somewhere. Well, what a match this has turned into. Copigny did not have the start he was looking for at all, and now he's playing as well as ever. Cruised through that rack, 5 in a row now, and he's past the halfway point in his quest for the 9 racks he needs. Skylar Woodward is just ahead of Dimitris Loukatos now at 4-3. Jeffrey Ignacio also leading a close one early on against Niels Fyan. That one's 3-2. Gary Wilson edging ahead of David O'Cady, 4 racks to 3. Mayuki Oi has a 5-2 lead over Imran Majid. Oliver Shalnoki has won the 3rd rack to go 2-1 up on Bui Trong An. All those matches in this winners qualification round. Remember, the 32 players who come through this round will each be drawn against one of the players who comes through losers qualification later today. Some good players already in losers qualification. A lot more will join them. Max Lechner is an obvious one. But you look at people like Jan Uski, Karl Naderberg, Chang Yulong, Billy Thorpe. These are all very competent players, and any of those who get through will not be a welcome draw for any of those who advance on the winner's side. 5-1 Co.
Beautiful break off, 1 ball into the side pocket. No love on the 2 though. Can't play the bank in the side, even if that brown 7 wasn't in the way, he wouldn't. You've got to get onto the red 3. I wonder if he can chip off it thin. That's got to be the shot. Play off it thin, send the cue ball up to the pink 4 ball. Because even if you don't get the hook, how do you pop the 2 and get on the 3? That's got to be the shot. Seems easier sat here, Michael, spotting the shots. The big question is, Michael, you watch a lot of pool. Did you enjoy me? Did you enjoy watching me battle over there?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the answer is, actually.
It's a big fat no, isn't it? I can tell.
Ah, well, I love watching all Q sports anyway, whoever's playing. Feels a bit different when, you know, it's someone you know very well playing in the match.
I think the big one is when you and Phil Yates enter the US Open. Me and JJ can come and watch you two.
Well, you'll be too busy commentating. Someone will have to do it during our brief involvement in the tournament itself.
He's been looking at this for ages, so I can only feel like he just doesn't fancy it. It looks just so obvious playing off that left edge. Said he's one of the best players in the world. I'm not going to argue with him. I don't like this though. It's very dangerous. Well, he's missed a big trick there for me. Not saying the 2-ball goes, he might have slightly got away with it, but if you can think about where the red 3 is, he sent the 2-ball up towards the red 3, so if you don't get a good safety, it's easier to get on the red 3. As where if the cue ball's up the top and the 2's down here, Chua's got to play a worldie. Now this is clearly very tight. Mr. Stephen Feeney sat in the background there. I know he's a well-renowned coach. Made his name in the world of snooker, but he does a bit of golf and darts now, Michael. I'm guessing you know him pretty well.
Yeah, he's known as the sight right man. Yeah, the golf as well, actually. I met him at an event probably about 18 months ago. He had Stephen Gallagher, the former Ryder Cup player, with him. They'd been working together. Yeah, there he is. I mean, you have people who come up with coaching techniques and new ideas that prove very successful in a particular sport. Now, obviously, you can understand how a good snooker coaching technique would translate to pool, but the fact that it translates to darts and golf as well, so to come up with something that works across 3 entirely different disciplines is pretty much unheard of.
Yeah, he's a very smart man. I've had dinner with him a few times. And I think, you know, the more money that comes into the sport, you'll see a lot more of this, I suppose, won't you? Coaches and, you know, the mental side of the game. Players are always trying to get that extra edge. I always feel like I'd have benefited from a caddy, you know, someone like that.
Was the queue too heavy for you to carry around?
Yeah, someone to carry the queue and go and get me water and latte. No, just somebody to chat to, you know, like just to, you know, when it's your downtime. I often feel like that's just as important as playing and competing for these pros.
So maybe you've solved the puzzle there. Stop going out for all these dinners with Steve Feeney, and you know you'll be fit enough to play in these tournaments like you were talking about earlier. Just another match on the losers' side. I want to keep an eye on. Michael Feliciano from the Philippines. He got to the final of 2 decent-sized ranking events last year, and someone who everyone would feel could go very deep in a tournament like this. But he's 4-2 down against To Lian Han, who of course a very useful player himself, World Cup finalist with Singapore the summer before last. It's just another match to keep an eye on in losers round 3. Remember, if you get through that, you're 1 round away then from single elimination. And also in that round, John Morrow of Canada has lost the first 3 racks to Tommy Donlan, former Mosconi Cup player from many years ago. Stories going on absolutely everywhere in Telford today. The story here is that Ko Pin Yi is in total control and 4 balls away from making it half a dozen racks on the spin.
Just haven't really seen Jorn Chua at the table, have we? It's all been about Ko Pin Yi, this one.
Yeah, and I think he has grounds to feel aggrieved, because if you miss an easy ball and let your opponent take control of the match, okay, you've only got yourself to blame. But he had an unfortunate scratch in the second rack, and even as early as that in the contest, it's proved to be a massive turning point. 6-1 to Ko Pin Yi. Now, I talked about a lot of stories developing here. Well, here's another one in winners' qualification on table 5. João Grillo of Portugal is level at 5-all with the world #1, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Also all square on table 3 between Skylar Woodward and last year's quarter-finalist Dimitris Loukatos. Clint Ianson, the British player we've been talking about, 3-2 up on Mario He. Duong Kwok Hwang leads Petri Makinen 5-2. Kledio Kachi, the teenage Albanian, now has a 6-2 advantage over Torsten Homan. 4-all between Gary Wilson and David O'Cady. Bizarre Sparhughes come back into it a bit against Jason Shaw. Hanoi Open champion now leading 6-3. Nicholas Dorr is the closest to the target. 8-2 up on Moritz Neuhausen, so on the hill and 1 away from being the first man through. And Naoki Oi now has a 5-2 lead over Imran Majid. Ko Pin-Yi already just 3 away from victory.
Well, the break just looked a little bit flat there, a little thin. Let's have a look where the cue ball goes. Well, it wasn't too bad, it got kicked quite early. That's why it looked a bit ugly. I've always enjoyed watching Ko Pin-Yi play the game of 9-ball. I like the way he sort of gears himself up for the big shots, and he's got such a wonderful smooth cue action, times the cue ball very good. I always feel it's very rare he plays the wrong shot. This is his way of gearing himself up. Look, he's making sure he's got the chalk on the tip. Really looking down the line of the pot. He always does this as well with his cue. He sort of strokes the cue, building himself up for the shot.
Just about made it far enough. In a tournament where he did very well last year in London. He's looking to follow up his World Masters success from a few weeks earlier with another title. Completing the double that Joshua Filler had done the year before, but it was actually Filler who ended his hopes of doing that with a wonderful display in the semis, beaten by 11 racks to 1. And even though it was a really good year for Ko Pin-Yi, 2023, he had a lot of very heavy defeats. Just after that, he got to the quarterfinals of the Spanish Open and lost 10-0 to Skylar Woodward. And I remember saying, well, you might never see that happen again. It actually happened in the very next Matchroom Open event. At the European Open, he was whitewashed by Anton Raga. But overall, as I say, very good year. The World Masters win, semis in this, quarters in the Spanish Open. Good Hanoi Open as well, got to the last 16. Took Federer Gorst to knock him out there. And he did win a world ranking tournament last year, right at the end of 23 in Singapore.
Playing this into the corner pocket. You can still hit the rail a little bit. It's just all about the pace it goes in. Let's see where the 6 goes. Where it goes in the middle. I think some of the players, I think they are over-egging the, the tightness of these tables. You can still play the game on them. I think it's just the players that over the years maybe have been used to the easy pocket, but this is definitely the way the game should go. You should always be able to cheat the pocket enough, but you should always be under pressure. It should be the players that are coming to these big major tournaments, these open events and the majors, the Masters, US Open, Worlds, who are queuing well.
When you look at this performance from Ko Pin-Yi, it underlines that even with the tight pockets, it is possible to play very, very well. He certainly is, and he now leads 7-1.
Yeah, and I know at the beginning of the match probably was a bit harsh, thinking he wasn't really on song, but when you look at the 2 shots he missed, they were them sort of long distance ones where he's not really had a shot in the match yet, has he? So I'm going to send out a little apology.
So Ko Ping-yi closing in on a place in single elimination. His brother Ko Ping-chung might not be far behind him because he leads 5-1 now against Winan Tan. Yuki Oi also on the brink of getting through, just needs a couple more. 7-2 against Imran Majid. Bizarre Spahiu, the Albanian World Cup player, is fighting back very well. Now trails only 6-4 against Jason Shaw. And Abdullah Al Yusuf, former world semi-finalist, has won 3 in a row after losing the opener to the young American Sam Henderson. Still 5-all between Francisco Sanchez Ruiz and João Grillo. Dimitris Lukatos now 5-4 up on Skylar Woodward. Petri Makinen, Finnish player, is coming back a bit against the Scottish Open winner Duong Quoc Hoang. Vietnamese player now leads 5-3.
Two ball needs to be bouncing. Well, it doesn't matter because he's hooked behind the purple 5. Eagle-Eye Jason Shaw, he's playing out in the arena, table 20. He's playing Albania's Basar Spahiu. He's leading 6-4, so that's quite a tight match Jason's involved with there. Actually looks on the live scores that we've got quite a lot of close matches happening, Michael, other than the one we're watching.
Yeah, gave as many of them as I could fit in between racks there. Don't think we had time to mention David Al-Qaedi. I was telling you about that earlier on. Gary Wilson was ahead there, but Al-Qaedi in front now at 5-4. Jeffrey Ignacio pulling away a bit against Niels Fine at 5-2. The top 100 WNT pros in the world rankings at the end of this event will gain automatic entry to the World Championship, and Ignacio is currently at number 100 in that list.
The big $1 million Nineball World Championships in Saudi Arabia, $250,000 to the winner. We're just a few weeks away, Michael. That is going to be an epic week over there. Can't wait for that one.
Yeah, well, you look at that $250,000 to the winner. Do some quick maths. That's about 4 times what FSR won in Poland last year. So absolutely transformative. But the pressure on the players there is going to be colossal, because you can make it a really lucrative year in 1 week, even by getting to the later stages. It will be huge money. And it's going to be interesting to see how players deal with that. Some will thrive on it, others will find it very difficult to deal with. Johan Chua was such a star performer at the World Cup of Pool in Spain last summer, and I think people will have been looking forward to seeing him here, because he didn't actually do all that well in the other matchroom events that he played in last year. He claimed some notable wins along the way against players like Jason Shaw and Joshua Filler, but he wasn't there for the business end of any of those tournaments, and anyone tuning in hoping to see some of what they saw at the World Cup has basically joined them as a spectator.
Yeah, I feel like the way these open events are set up, you know, 256, playing down to single elimination, last 64. I feel like there's 3 parts to the event, Michael, personally. I feel like this is still round 1. I feel like getting through to the final 64 then becomes round 2. And then it's about going from 64, 32 to 16, because that's when Sky Sports TV were on 3 tables. So I believe if you go out in this, you know, the double elimination format round, I feel like you've lost in round 1, to be honest.
Yeah, it feels like you've not really got into the meat of the tournament. But when you have that in the later stages, once we get beyond today, and you're playing 2 matches every day if you keep winning, one good day can just completely transform your tournament. Have a good day tomorrow, you go from someone who's been in the last 64 to someone who's been in the last 16, and there's a huge difference. And then, of course, you have a good day on Saturday, you go from that to being at least a semi-finalist. So it all progresses very, very quickly. And, of course, the money goes up slowly at first, but then goes up very, very quickly as you go through the rounds, and that brings ranking points as well, and helps your attempts to get into things like the Reyes Cup and the Mosconi Cup. And we've got that extra narrative this week, as I was saying, of trying to be in that top 100 to get into the World Championship. And I say automatic qualification. There's no qualifying tournament as such. If you're not in that top 100, you need to be one of the 28 invitations. And my understanding is most of those have been assigned already, so there won't be much room to get in through that route.
Just wants to be careful with the cue ball here. Didn't play that. He definitely did not play the cue ball into the 9. So the fact it's hit it full ball, and he has this shot, I'm sure he was trying to slide up towards the 8 ball. It's actually worked out very nice indeed. He can just roll forward. Feel under pressure, Michael. There's a load of kids just joined us.
I know, yeah. School tour has come to look at us. If you don't work hard in school, kids, this is where you could end up, as pool commentators. Well, give a wave there. You're on TV. There you go.
Well, in the end, this is turning out to be a clinic, isn't it? Just don't feel like we've seen much of Chua at all. Just not really had many shots.
Yeah, it's been hard to think of things to say, really, about this match as it's gone on, because it's like watching a Copigny practice session. Well, I can't believe I'm saying this, whatever it is, only about 40-45 minutes after the match began. Copigny is on the hill against Johan Chua. Let's look at some other scores from the loser's side. I was telling you about Michael Feliciano, 5-3 down to Tolian Han. And sometimes you got to use a cliche. Tommy Donlan is simply rolling back the years against John Morra. He leads him 5-1. Mohamed Soufi, World Championship runner-up last year, leading 7-4 against Tim Singh. Bernie Regalario has turned it round to go 4-3 up on So Shaw. Back on the winner's side, João Grillo is 2 away from a massive result against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. He leads him 7-5. Cledio Cachi now on the hill, brother of defending champion Eklund Cachi. It's 8-2 against Torsten Homan. Dimitris Lukatos also closing in on a bit of an upset, 6-4 against Skylar Woodward. 4-all between Mario He and Clint Janssen. David O'Cady has won rack 10 to go 2 clear of Gary Wilson at 6-4. Nicholas Dorr still looking for one more, leads Moritz Neuhausen 8-3. And Oliver Sholnocki 3-1 up on Bui Trong An. And finally, Copigny has had his first dry break. Well, you talk about a glimmer of hope. I'm not sure it's even as big as that, but at least Johan Chua is getting to the table with a chance to pot a few balls here.
Yeah, I'm sure Chua has resigned himself to the fact he'll go to LQ. That's the loser's qualification match, or the left side of the draw. It's a bit of a funny one. Certain people around the world call it either the left side of the draw or the loser's side. It always sounds very complicated to people who don't understand the format of a pool event, but it's actually not. 256 players, all playing for a spot in the final 64. You get one life. Once you get to the final 64, there are no more lives. We play single elimination. So we'll have 32 players undefeated, and we'll have 32 players with one loss. They will be drawn winners against losers. So it is simple.
Yeah, and if Chua, as seems inevitable now, does go to losers qualification, he faces a very tough match there. He'll be playing Chang Yu Long. Well, he's just reminding himself as much as anyone else here. Nothing wrong with his own game. He just hasn't really had a chance to get involved.
Yeah, this all goes a bit weird, Michael, when you're not involved in a match. It's like that shot there just finished a little awkward. So now he's got a bit of a stretchy one. It's straight. He's got to draw the cue ball back. It's easy to overhit this ball or leave it where his hand is. That's coming around perfect.
The dry break opened the opportunity for Johan Chua, and he's taken it very nicely. So after losing 8 racks in a row, he's won that one. But it's still a long, long road back. Co's lead is now 8-2. And that was a quick rack, so not a great deal has changed in the other matches since I last updated you. What has happened, though, is that Bizar Spahiu of Albania has got another one back against Jason Shaw. So he's now only one behind him at 6-5. Abdul Al Yusuf starting to take control against the young American Sam Henderson. It's 4-1 there. Nicholas Dorr still on the hill at 8-3 against Moritz Neuhausen. And over on the loser's side, Ko Ping Han, I was telling you about his involvement. All 3 Ko brothers in action at the same time here. Well, the youngest of them leads Peter Urban 4-3, looking for a place in losers qualification later. Bernie Regalario, young Philippines player, has turned it round to lead 5-3 against So Shaw. Remember their races to 8. Tommy Donlan 5-1 up on John Mora. Tolian Han now leads Michael Feliciano 6-3. Dry break from Ko Pin Yi in the previous rack. Johan Chua has had one here. And in doing so, he has left a chance for Ko Pin Yi to finish his day's work right here and now.
The beauty of getting to that winner qualification round is the fact that you do get your 2 lives, because when you lose in this round, winners qualification, you go straight to LQ, so that is a bit of a bonus. I lost in the round before winners qualification, which then means you have to win 3 in the losers, so that match in round 2 of winners, boy, it's a big match. All them children that are on a school day out, Michael, I've got to go help them at the pool table after this. I mean, if they watch me match, they might be thinking, can we find somebody else?
They could teach you a thing or two. Of course, they're not much younger than the man you were playing.
Yeah, how old is Carl Nadenberg? 17, 18?
He's 18. He was born 2006.
Wow, big future. But there's a lot of young talent on the circuit. Nineball pool, I'll tell you what, it is in a healthy position. There's so many young players from all over the world that play at such a good level.
What did you make of the young Indonesian player you played the other day?
Do you know his age, Michael? Do you know how old he is?
I think he's 21. Don't quote me on that, but I did know at the time. I think 21.
Yeah, I was really impressed with his game. I'm actually not sure. I know he plays Anton Raga. Has he played him, or is it a little bit later? I wanted to keep a keen eye on that match, because when he played me, I tell you what, he played unbelievable.
Yeah, that's in the next session of matches, Alvin Angito.
Oh, it's on table 1 as well, so the keeper might even be doing the comms on that one. Oh, Ko Pin Yi sends this one into the bottom rail.
Yeah, I've just checked that. He was a little older than we perhaps thought. 24 years of age, Alvin Angito. We were saying so much potential in that country, the 4th most populated country in the world. And of course, they don't have many big international sports stars at all, so imagine what it could do for the game there if someone was to come through.
Nice pace. That was his plan. Hit on the low side of the 3 ball, just get some sort of distance.
Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the world #1 and world champion, has got one back, and he needed it against João Grillo. He closes to 7-6. Jason Shaw has won the 12th rack, so a little bit of breathing space again against Besar Spahiu. That one is now 7-5. And Nicholas Dorr of Germany started his week by grabbing some attention with a win over Darren Appleton. He's now the first player through to single elimination. He has beaten his fellow German Moritz Neuhausen, a World Cup finalist with Germany last summer, by 9 racks to 3.
Shock result there. But Moritz will go over to that losers qualification match, so he's still got it all to play for.
Mohamed Soufi is through to losers qualification. Last year's World Championship runner-up has beaten Tim Singh of Norway by 8 racks to 4.
You know, Michael, at 8-1, you sort of feel the match is over, but it doesn't take much, you know, to all of a sudden start putting yourself under a little bit of, you know, silly pressure, because it could easily be 8-5 this. So that's just 4 racks onto the side of Chua, and you may have only played 1 or 2 shots in that 4-rack spell. And then, boy, you start to feel it a little bit, because you think, well, how am I going to lose this from 8-1 up? But believe me, it can happen. Yeah, that was a beautiful shot. He realised he had to play it quite slow in case he hit the long rail, which he grazed, and it still went in, so that just shows you the pocket will still take him at the right pace.
Such a dramatic route to that World Cup win with the Philippines last summer. In the opening match, they played the hosts and holders, Spain, and beat them. Then, as hosts, Spain were eligible to have a B team. They beat them in the second round. And then Hill finishes against the Coe brothers in the quarters, against World Cup specialists Austria in the semis, and even the final. It was 11-7 against Germany, but doesn't tell the full story at all. It looked like it was going to be a landslide, and then the German pair came charging back. And that made the Philippines the first nation ever to win the World Cup 4 times. Moving 1 ahead of China, with whom they had previously shared the record. At one stage, it looked as though it was going to be a final between Philippines and China, perhaps to decide who would be the first ever 4-time winners, but China were beaten by Germany in a close semi. Another player is through. Claudio Cacci got to the last 16 of the Spanish Open last summer, has beaten the 2-time world champion Torsten Homan by 9 racks to 2, and is the second player through to the final 64.
He's grinding away here. Can't blame him. You know, you've just got to put this down to it's just been one of them matches where you've not really had the opportunities, have you? He's not really had any table time. Cast your mind back when he went for that ball that Copigny missed. He chopped it in and then scratched. Quite unlucky off a thin clip on the green 6, I believe it was, and the cue ball went in the right centre. And since then, he's just been a spectator.
So this should be another one for him. As you say, Carl, when you're 8-1 up, you really have everything to lose at that stage, don't you? Because you're expected to get through comfortably from a position like that. You lose a few racks, suddenly you start to think, well, this might take some getting over if I lose this. Now, we're not at that stage yet, but I think if it gets back to about 8-5, then Chua, who needed to win 8 racks in a row, will have completed half the task. So let's not write this one off just yet.
Classy run out. Wasn't easy, was it? You had to come with some big shots.
Yeah, nothing wrong with Chua's game at all. I have to wonder what sort of a different contest it might have been, with him clearly playing well, if he hadn't had that scratch early on. So that's 8-3. Copigny, the only player currently on the hill in winners' qualification round, but quite a few players are on 7, including his brother, Ko Ping Chung, 7-3 against Wenan Tan. Naoyuki Oi also 7-3 over the British veteran Imran Majid. Alexa Pescelj now 7-2 up over Dimitri Yungo. And Jason Shaw 7-5 against Bizarre Spahiu. Also 7-5 for Duong Kwok Hwang against Petri Makinen. Dimitris Lukatos 7-4 over Skylar Woodward. Jeffrey Ignacio 7-3 against Niels Fayen. And João Grillo also won away from the hill. As I told you, he's 7-6 up on the world champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. And while I was giving you those scores, Ko Ping Chung's total clicked over to 8. So he's on the hill now at 8-3 against Wenan Tan. So a race between the two Ko brothers to be the next one through. Tolian Han on the hill in losers round 3. Michael Feliciano, who would have been fancied for a deep run here, is going to have to win the last 5 racks to stay in it. 7-3 to the Singapore player. Bernie Regalario is 5-4 up in that round against So Shaw. And Ko Ping Han, the other Ko brother, has a 5-3 lead over Peter Urban.
Copigny has got a chance to win the match and book his spot in the final 64. It's a dry break from Chua, and he has a shot at the 1 ball. And having a quick glance at the table layout, as long as he gets this first shot right, it's pretty much should be match over.
Another player on the hill is Naoyuki Oi at 8-3 against Imran Majid. And more interesting news from table 20. Bizarre Spahiu has won the 13th rack, so again he's only 1 behind against Jason Shaw. That one is 7-6.
What about table 4, Michael? Mario He.
Yeah, against Clint Ianson. Well, the British player is opening a bit of a lead there. 6-4 now. As I said, he's had a couple of wins already, and that would be by far his biggest result yet in this tournament if he could knock out the 2-time World Cup winner. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has battled back well. He's back on level terms now with João Grillo of Portugal. That one is 7-all. We could have a lot of players closing out their matches in the next 10 or 15 minutes. Copigny may well get his one a lot sooner than that. Dimitris Lukatos, a quarter-finalist here last year, is now on the hill at 8-4 against Skylar Woodward.
He'll just float over to the left side of the table. Well, this is the brother of Ko Ping Chung, who's on the hill as well. Same scoreline, 8-3 over win Antoine, so this is going to be a race to see who gets into the final 64 first.
You don't often see this, do you? I think Ko Ping Chung's a slight favourite to get there before his brother.
Well, Ko Ping did not hit the 5 clean, but because it was really close to the rail, that ball fell. So Ko Ping Chung with this 9 ball will be the first co-brother through to the final 64, and he won't have long to wait by the looks of it for his older brother.
Ko Ping Chung, the US Open champion, and will be the UK Open champion by Sunday night. He's through to single elimination.
I bet this hasn't happened often, Michael. The 2 brothers are playing on table 1 and 2, and before Ko Ping Chung's probably packed all his stuff away, Ko Ping Yi will be shaking hands and they'll be walking out pretty much at the same time.
Well, look, it's brilliant timing. I mean, here in the UK, 1 o'clock is regarded as lunchtime, so they've timed it perfectly to go and get something to eat together. Although they'll probably go and watch their 3rd brother finish his match first.
Yeah, I'm just wondering before the match if they said, "I'll see you at 1 o'clock, buddy."
Must be wonderful to be that good at the game that you can plan things like that. So within a few moments, the 2 Ko brothers, 2 of the 3, have gone through. Ko Ping Yi played very well. He was helped a little bit by that scratch from Johan Chua in the 2nd rack, and that really set Ko Ping Yi on his way. He had a golden break in rack 3. He had 3 break and runs soon after that, and with a fine performance, he has gone through by 9 racks to 3. So much happening here on this 3rd day of the UK Open, and the action will continue in this round in a few minutes' time. Anton Raga of the Philippines, who so nearly won the European Open in Germany last summer, up against Alvin Anggito of Indonesia. And we'll be back with you in just a few minutes for full coverage of that.
I'd have loved to have seen America versus the Philippines, Europe versus the Philippines.
And I think there will be the winner of the Moscone against Asia or against the Philippines at some stage. There's a different tournament.
There's definitely something on another event to do with Asia versus the Moscone Cup winner, and that's all part of the bigger plan.
Plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
My word!
He's got it! And for me, a shocking tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
Welcome back to the Telford International Centre. Winners' qualification is now well and truly underway. We've already seen Ko Pin-Yi, one of the finest players on the planet, come through with few alarms against Yuan Chua. Now, it's another very interesting affair. All Asian between the Philippines and Indonesia. Anton Raga taking on Alvin Anjito. When you get down to this stage of the tournament, things happen. Stories are coming in all over the place. And the vast majority of the tables are being used because, of course, there's still losers matches going on. Also, Abdullah Al Yusuf 5-2 up on the youngster Sam Henderson, 17 years of age from Iowa. He's already beaten Mohamed Soufi here. Neil Svajan in trouble against Jeffrey Ignacio. Ignacio on the hill leading 8-4. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz being put through his paces by João Grillo of Portugal. Those two countries, Spain and Portugal, are neighbours, and they're pretty close together on the scoreboard. FSR on the hill, but only by a single rack he leads. To Lian Han, 7-4 up on Michael Feliciano. To the veteran from Singapore, who together with Aloysius Schaap reached a World Cup final a couple of years ago. Gary Wilson and David Al-Qaedi having a right battle. Wilson 7-6 ahead, the snooker star. Jason Shaw was well in front of Besar Sparhiu, but now over on table 20, things are getting quite tense. It is 7-7. So Shaw and Bernie Regulario tied at 5-5. Lots of really close matches. Duong Kok Kwang, who came south of the border to England after winning the Jacoby Scottish Open at the weekend. He's 7-5 up on Petri Makinen. Daniel Masayol 4-3 over BJ Usuri, who must have a really good chance of maybe cracking the Mosconi Cup team this year. Lots of American contenders. The US Mosconi Cup captain is Skylar Woodward, and I can tell you, he's within one rack of defeat. He trails Dimitris Lukatos from Greece by 8 racks to 6. Is Woodward going to be sent into losers qualification? Just underway over on table 6, Eklen Kaci and Mickey Kraus. That's Albania against Denmark. Of course, Eklen Kaci looking to successfully defend this title. Chan Wei Chen, he leads Roman Hebler 7-4. And Clint Hansen from right here in the UK, he's moving towards what would be a real upset at the expense of Mario He. He isn't the man in that match so far. Hansen 7-4 ahead. Michael Schneider from Switzerland 5-2 up on Simon Ayres. We saw Ko Ping Chung and Ko Pin-Yi both win their matches a little while ago. Well, their younger brother Ko Ping Han is taking on Petra Urban from the Czech Republic, who's represented his country in the World Cup in the past. And it is 5-4 to Ko. Meanwhile, over on table 26, one of the closest to our commentary position, the veteran Tommy Donlan, who played in the Mosconi Cup many moons back. I was just watching a couple of racks he played against John Morra, and I'll tell you what, Tommy Donlan has still got it. He leads 7-4. It might well have been a bigger lead. In one of the racks I saw, he cleared the table very proficiently, only to drop short of position on a 9-ball, left a tough one and missed it. Even so, 7-4 ahead. Oliver Sholnocki, former World 9-Ball Championship semi-finalist. He's 4-3 up on Bui Truong An. And things are improving for Duong Kok Kwang. 8-5 up on Petri Makinen. And I can tell you, Jason Shaw has just moved to the hill against Besar Sparhiu. 8-7 for the European Mosconi Cup captain over in Orlando, Florida. That event, November 30 to December 3. Tickets went on sale yesterday, and boy, you needed to be quick to get them. Literally a handful remain. It's that simple. Such a popular event, and going to the Sunshine State seems to have made it even more popular. It should be something to behold. This is the seating plan at the Moscone. Lots of VIP seats, of course. Everywhere you are in that arena, it's going to be a fantastic view. And I can tell you, the Carib Royal Resort is world class. It's a beautiful place, terrifically located, very close to Hawks Landing Golf Club, if I recall correctly. And all of the attractions, Disney World, Universal Studios, SeaWorld within a short drive. So we're diving into match 3. Anton Raga, always good value against Alvin and Gito. And talking of good value, just joining me in the commentary box, it's the one and only JJ.
Well, thanks, Phil. And looking to get a look at this kid from Indonesia who's already had a nice win. Of course, Anton Raga, always fun to watch, and he's made a name for himself in the pool world the last few years. Big match here for both these guys.
Yeah, Raga gets to break. What I like about Raga is he breaks off very well there. If that's the sign of things to come, he could be dominant. What I like about Raga, he's a bundle of energy, isn't he?
Yeah, he's really fun to watch. And again, you can tell a little nervous on edge, but plays into it and doesn't mind it, it seems, which makes it even more fun, I think. Pretty handy here on the 2 to start, though. It's close to it, not a whole lot of angle, but should be able to stun across. Sometimes you get more out of this than you expect. That 2-ball got airborne, and this will show us right away what he's thinking. Looks like he's going to play it as simple as possible, just shooting for the gap between the green 6 and the 9, taking a little distance on the pink 4.
It's such an important result. I have to tell you straight away, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is through. It was a sweater though. He beat Xiao Grio 9-7.
Well, got to watch Grio last week, and again this week some. And I think he's one of the most improved players out there, and a player that cannot be taken lightly. I would guess that FSR played pretty solid, even though a close scoreline. Some more heating up in that winner's qualification. We'll give you some more scores here shortly.
In between matches, I was just watching a YouTube clip of Anton Raga in that deciding rack against David Al-Kaidi at the European Open. Boy, how close did he come to capturing that title?
Yeah, it was pretty incredible. Really unfortunate, and a couple incredible shots in that case game. I remember that long 3-ball he made, and made it with a lot of confidence as well. And I don't know if this is going to get exactly where he wants, but it's all about how much angle he has, if any at all. But I don't know if you remember. Of course you remember if you just saw it, Phil, but that long 3-ball he potted in and went all the way around the table, got dead straight on the pink 4. I think if he gets any angle there, he's the title holder there in Germany instead of maybe David Al-Kaidi.
And this is after some stellar pool In the quarterfinals, he beat Wojciech Szewczyk. In the semi-finals, he overcame Joshua Filler, 11-9.
Yeah, it's amazing that Josh, who talk about, didn't have those wins in the big open events last year, but seems like he was in the mix, but still had to be a wild card on that Team Europe for the Mosconi Cup.
Yeah, I don't think there was much debate though when they were making the selection, was there? Anton Raga breaks and runs the first rack. You can't do any better than that. Yeah. He's not been firing on all cylinders here. He beat Win Hai Dang 9-5 in the first round, then Karl Naderberg 9-6 in his second match. Alvin Anggito from Indonesia, he was 24 earlier this week, celebrated his birthday. He had 2 comfortable wins over Thomas Jedlicki and our own Carl Boys. Raga is 39th in the World Nineball Tour rankings. Alvin Anggito, number 127, and of course, only the top 100 are guaranteed to be in the World Nineball Championship in Saudi Arabia at the start of June. So a deep run for him here would work wonders.
Yeah, we'll have to get our numbers, guys and ladies, crunching a few, because I think there are going to be some that are right on the cusp with some important matches. And speaking of the Mosconi Cup, Skylar Woodward trails 8-7 to Dimitris Lukatis. It was 8-6, so Skylar gets game on his side and breaking the balls in game number 16. And of course, Skylar will be on that team, but he can do all himself and everyone on that team a lot of favors by qualifying through points versus the automatic bid as a playing captain. Another thin hit on the 1 here. Not sure if that's by design. I mean, didn't really go after him too much, so you didn't figure maybe not too much of a miss hit on the cue ball. Looks like a safety playing the 2 below, bringing the cue ball back by the 8. Now he's going to play behind the 5, trying to contain the 2 as well, not to leave the jump.
Just one footnote on Woodward. If he were to lose that match, he would go into losers qualification. And what a tough task would await him there. Max Lechner.
Yeah, especially Max stumbling a bit early in the match against Darren today. Kind of got it together, so that'll help him later on, no matter who he faces. And you just got to feel like there's going to be some qualification matches or many qualification matches now that just have a different complexion than they did last year.
Hot off the presses, Jason Shaw is through. From 7-7, he pulled away to beat Besar Spahiu 9-7.
Yeah, hats off to Besar, though, a very improved player, and I think we started to see it last year at that World Cup. He was down 4-0 or 5-0 in that match before really making a match of it.
Well, it's called 9-ball, but you don't want to hit the 9-ball when the 2 is on. And look at this table. Raga will be salivating. Ball in hand here.
Yeah, he's just got to make sure he can reach this first shot. He can play easily off the 3 to come around for the pink in the same corner. Should roll forward a bit here. David Alcady and Gary Wilson tied at 7 apiece. Daniel Mascio and BJ Usry. Mascio 5-4 lead. Just watch out for BJ. He's a player that's going to get more comfortable out here the more he plays it, and I think he's scheduled to play most of the tournaments this year, if not all of them. You think Claudio Caccia is turning the corner? I tell you, he's looked pretty solid in this event so far. Not really any threatening scores.
Yes, and of course, the emergence of Claudio Caccia isn't the best news for a player we've just been talking about, Besar Spahiu, because when the World Cup comes around again, it seems to me as though the 2 Caccia brothers might be as one in a team, and Spahyu could be on the outside looking in.
Yeah, very similar to Team Austria. A little different complexion, of course, with a younger player coming in like Cledio and somewhat of a veteran in Bessar, who's starting to play his best pool. But of course, Eklund's going to be on that team. So, I don't think Bessar would be the most upset if Cledio got that spot, just knowing how great the kid's starting to play.
Yes, and bear in mind, there's no guarantee that's going to transpire. It's just a possibility.
Yeah, absolutely. I like what he did here, really just playing it how he normally would, not running for the side on the green 6. Fell a little off angle here. Just going to pinch the cue ball back, I believe, unless there's more angle than what it appears. Not the type of shot you really want to kind of slam stun it to the rail.
With Raga, when he gets under pressure in a tight match, I have noticed quite a lot of movements there, but not in evidence so far here. Of course, very early days, and he's in total control, it seems. Slight indication that the head came up, but we'll give him a free pass on that, because after breaking and running in the first rack, he lays an effective hook in the second, and from Anjito's misjudgment, Raga runs out again, 2-0. So let me give you the very latest from this winners' qualification round. Jeffrey Ignacio still waiting for victory over Niels Fine at 8-5. We know about Lukatos against Woodward, 8-7. Clint Iansen now 8-5 up on Mario He. What a result that would be for the Brit. Duong Quoc Hoang finding it difficult to shake off Petri Makinen, 8-7 now to the Vietnamese number 1. Daniel Maciel 5-4 over BJ Ussery, 7-7 Gary Wilson and David Al-Kadi. Abdullah Al-Yusuf 7-2 on Sam Henderson. Alexa Pachel, she's already through. Kopin-Yi, Nicholas Doar, the unknown from Germany. Naoki Oi's made his way through as well. Koping Chung. And I'll give you the other scores at the end of this rack. But I must ask Jeremy, before we get into this, Nicholas Doer, have you heard of him before?
Not really, Phil. I mean, each time, of course, in Fulda, we were so impressed with the German players that we didn't know. But I'll tell you, he had a nice win yesterday on the TV table over Darren Appleton, I believe it was. And, yeah, the Germans keep pushing out good quality players. I'll tell you, though, a subject we talked about a moment ago with, I believe it was Albania, but we talked about England as well as that World Cup. And I don't know Clint Iansen, but the wins he's had cannot be flukes. I mean, this is like he's trying to get Mario He as another feather in the cap, as you might say, but he's already had some quality wins in this event. Don't know the man at all. I'm not sure if you do, but
no, I don't.
Yeah, I'd like to put my eyes on him, I tell you, and I think we're gonna, the more we're seeing him here, up 8-5 over Mario He. All right, so it hasn't been the best for Alvin at the moment. He's had a kick shot is all, and now a missed safety here on a push out. He's going to get a nice starter here to get going.
Indonesia is such a massive country. The capital city, Jakarta. A huge urban conurbation. It's one of the most heavily populated countries in the world. And if they were to produce a world-class pool player, I'll tell you what, they would be wildly popular. And maybe Anjito has got the potential.
Yeah, it seems to be, of course, a young man, and I think it was me and Michael that talked about it yesterday, that Indonesia, the 4th largest country in the world. I did not know that.
Yeah, in terms of population.
Right. But again, all those types of countries that are, you know, a little behind in the sporting world, they're always looking for something to support, and pool sounds like something that would fit right in. Of course, they already have a lot of events, and you know, they've had exhibitions, challenge matches, different things throughout the years there in Indonesia. So pool is played for sure.
Yes, and Indonesia has been represented in the past in the World Cup of Pool.
Got into that a bit much, so he's got to pay attention here on the brown 7. I think it's 8-8. Just guessing the way Schuyler's addressing. I think he's breaking the balls is what it looks like to me. Between Schuyler Woodward and Lucatis.
Yes, our scoring is very quick to update, but it's not instantaneous. So we're always on the edge of our seats. After being confined to his seat for the vast majority of the first 2 racks, this is a pretty good run out from Anjito. Raga missed, Anjito took advantage. You were correct in your assumption, Jeremy. Woodward and Lucatos have gone hill-hill. So too Duong Kwok Wang and Petri Makinen. Tell you about Makinen, if you've not seen him play before, he's a very useful sort. He was always considered the number 2 in the Finnish team, but I always thought he played a very big role in their success in the World Cup, and he's got a very good break.
Yeah, well, he took a little time off, it seemed like, after pandemic, and right before pandemic, he was really starting to shine. I thought, always saw him play at the U.S. Open, always very tough in tough conditions, and always keep an eye on him, watched him play here, and he's really kind of dismantled his opponents so far. Of course, a tough one here with Wang at hill-hill.
Early doors, 4 giants of the game, 2-0 up. Eklund Kachi over Mickey Kraus. Joshua Fuller over Liu Riteng. Carlo Biardo over Phuong Nam Pham. And Fedor Gorst over Jan van Lierop.
Yeah, much better break off it seemed than his opponent as far as the hit on the one. A very good opening here in game number 4. A little awkward cueing over the pink. I want to draw this a little bit, 3 or 4 inches, I think, unless he's going to play, I guess, a 3-5 combination here. Probably wants to draw behind the 3. Yeah, sweet cueing there, Phil, I'll tell you. Just really fluid through the ball.
Yeah, given where he's from, given these clear abilities, and given the fact he's on a upwardly mobile trajectory even, I think it's fair to say that even if he doesn't crack the top 100 in the World Nineball rankings before Saudi Arabia, there's a good chance he'll be there representing Indonesia. But we can't overstate just what a massive tournament the World Nineball Championship will be this year in Jeddah. It's a terrific hall where the event is being played. And the prize money, well, it's life-changing for the champion.
Yeah, absolutely, and what will certainly carry you into maybe the highest-ranked player in the world, who knows? The Moscone team, of course, maybe the Reyes Cup, sponsorship deals, and again, being that first champion there in Saudi Arabia of a setting that may change pool in quite so many ways.
It's a 10-year deal. I was lucky enough to be at the Riyadh Season World Masters of Snooker back in early March. Ronnie O'Sullivan won it, played very nicely in the final. And the atmosphere that night was wonderful. A few expats out there from Great Britain and from the rest of Europe, but the vast majority of the crowd were from Saudi Arabia, loving the fact that world-class Q Sports was there. I'm sure that's going to be the case with the Nineball Championship as well. And talking of Nineballs, oh dear me, what a miss from Alvin Angito. Okay, the cue ball was a little too close to the side cushion for comfort, but really that's a lame excuse.
Yeah, especially after such a nice clearance and previous rack and this one leading up to that missed 9-ball. It looks like Skylar Woodward has got the W. So he'll advance through qualification. Lucatis has got to get on to another win to qualify. Cross-side bank here.
There we were, going into the anecdote about the World Nineball Championship and what it all means, and how rude of Alvin Angito to stop the narrative by missing that 9-ball. And I tell you what, that could be a really hurtful turning point for him. Anton Raga 3-1 ahead, when for all intents and purposes it was going to be 2-2. Jeffrey Ignacio, who's right on the bubble in terms of qualifying for Saudi Arabia as the world number 100. Well, he's had a fine win over Neil Svein by 9 racks to 6. So he goes into the pot for the last 64 tomorrow. And Clint Iansen has beaten Mario He 9-6. Well done to him.
Yeah, I don't even know really what the man looks like. I'd like to get my eyes on him, and tell you what, like I said before, and you know, maybe Britain has to think about a possible different player in that World Cup to join Jason Shaw, or what we think should be Jason Shaw.
And just official confirmation on our live scores, Skylar Woodward has survived a very nail-biting match against Dimitris Lukatos, 9-8. So his day is over in terms of competition. He can relax.
Yeah, now the Moscone captain, though, so probably going to be out in the mix. I think Shane Wolford, Billy Thorpe both have to win a match to get into that qualification. There's going to be some other Americans if they happen to lose. BJ Usry's down at the moment, 6-4, so without a comeback, they'll have to go through the losers qualification as well. Oscar Dominguez playing so solidly. He's going to start his winners qualification here shortly, I believe.
Yes, he'll be on table 17 against Mieszko Fortunski, the butcher.
Big shot here, I think, on the red 3 after missing that 9. This shot really opens up the rack. Seems pretty straightforward, but nothing the case really. I'm surprised he really fired the ball in. Not saying you want to baby it, but he could have had a little less speed.
Notable result on the one-loss side for Tommy Donlan, a real veteran. He's been around forever on the UK scene. He beat John Morrow 8-5.
Keeping things very simple, but very effective as well. It's going to be a difficult hit. He may go to the air. Can swerve the ball around the purple and get at the red 3. Wants a little speed on it though. So now going to the short cue, it appears.
The second time in escaping from a hook. All he succeeded in doing is hitting the 9. It cost him rack 2. What about this one?
Yeah, caught a piece of the 5, then on to the 9, serving up ball in hand. Little touchy shot with ball in hand here. Like to, anytime you're in this position here, you want to get position as quick as possible, and that should be up the right side rail going by the brown 7. He's got a bit more space than it appears, as long as he doesn't try to get close to the pink. I don't know about that. Yeah, he didn't really slide up the rail much. And I don't think he's completely snookered, but definitely no play to make the ball in the upper left. Now he's got to kind of pull this ball a little bit. Yeah. Oh, he played. I don't think he played to make that at all. It was always about the safety and maybe a little frustration after getting snookered with ball in hand.
Hoisted by his own petard here.
Didn't get to really watch Copini and Chua. Copini just must have put on a clinic.
Considering we've seen so many players struggle on these pockets, it was like watching something completely different. As again, contact is made with that 9 ball.
Yeah, we've had 3 fouls with the jump cue, not something you're going to see very often. And now a little easier to forget about a couple of mistakes with ball in hand and keep trim this score. It seems like it's been a lot of raga, but just a few balls away from 3-2.
The size of the pockets, the cut of the pockets, immaterial in this kind of instance. This is the kind of chance at this level, the very highest level, you simply have to take.
Yeah, some other one loss side guys trying to survive. So Shaw playing well. Hill with Bernie Regulario. That's 7 apiece. That's a race to 8. They're trying to get into the losers qualification. Caught that a little heavy. I think he was really trying to come for the side. You normally wouldn't come 2 rails for the corner, kind of like that, coming into position so tightly. So it's just got to keep focused. Pretty easy shot here.
One 9-ball missed by Angito, but not that one. And so the gap closes to 3-2. I can tell you, those who say winning is a habit are correct. Duong Kwa Kwang on that golden run after winning in Scotland. He has beaten Petri Mäkinen by the odd rack in 17, 9-8. Also close on table 12, Daniel Masseol, 6-5 now against BJ Ussery. On table 17, they've gone hill-hill, Gary Wilson and David Al-Kadi. Oliver Szolnocki 7-3 over Hui Truang An. Fedor Gorst 2-1 now over Jan van Leerup. Robbie Capito drawing first blood against Jonas Suter Camino. Same thing for Anthony Brabin over Daniel Guttenberger. Victor Zielinski and Lucas Fracasso Werner 1-1. Carlo Biardo powering ahead against Phuang Nam Pham 5-0. So too Joshua Filler 4-0 up on Liu Ri Teng. That's all winners qualification.
Very repeatable, this break shot from Alvin, and not so much really from Anton Raga's end. It's a nice rack to get started on. Really just maintain focus. 2 plays in the corner, the red 3 near. You can see the pink 4 and the purple 5 on the bottom. Definitely some work and a very demanding table, maybe the most demanding we've seen on the World 9-Ball Tour. Now it's gotten out of line on the first shot. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Can go forward for short side on the pink. Looks like SVB's in action as well.
Yeah, just starting out on table 4 against Loho Sum.
Okay, he's going to try and go 1 rail between the 7-9, I believe, anyways. Like to stay away from the side spin, and the camera's fooling us a little bit. There's a hair more angle on this, so coming 1 rail to the right side of the green 6 shouldn't be a problem. Kind of shot it's easy to underhit for some reason. Got there nicely. Like I said, very doable out, but also got a little out of line here and there, so it'll be a nice gritty one to get out here and tie the match at 3 apiece, and he's breaking the balls very well. So I think a dangerous customer for Anton Raga here in winner's qualification.
You occasionally see these 9 balls missed. Still a big favourite, but there is just a grain of doubt. Never touched the sides. Alvin Angito back on level terms at 3-3. Now, when it comes to the debate about the transition from snooker to pool and who is the best snooker player on the World Nineball Tour, I think the debate now is well and truly put to bed. It's got to be Gary Wilson. And further evidence, if any were required, of how he's made that transition, he's beaten David Al-Kaidi by 9 racks to 8. What a performance, Jeremy.
Yeah, absolutely, especially Al-Kaidi played a real solid one yesterday. In an earlier round match. But Gary's, I think, put more time in maybe. I think he loves it. I think the other guys truly love it also, but I think he really sees a future for himself. You know, of course, mixing it between the snooker and the World Nineball Tour, but also probably pretty pumped for Saudi himself.
And also, we were talking about the GB team for the World Cup. What about Gary Wilson?
Well, I mean, I think probably he's on the forefront of it. I mean, how could you not say that at the moment anyways that he shouldn't be the guy picked to play with Jason Shaw? Tell you what, this is a pretty consistent break off from Alvin over and over, and this could get very much a headache for Anton Raga. Remember the missed position with ball in hand at 3-1. Just, you know, wasn't very difficult at all. A little demanding with the cue ball, but something he should have handled for sure. And now it's been nothing but fits ever since. Funny shot here on the blue 2. Looks like he almost has to go into the 9. He plays it in the left middle. Thing about the 9, and of course it being near the spot, it creates a lot of trouble when you're trying to work the cue ball up and down the table, and also it creates a lot of scratches if you do contact that 9 ball. So he's going to play this in the corner instead, looks like. Maybe not.
Our next match on the main table will be our 4th of the day, and it will be losers side pool. Imran Majid against Billy Thorpe. The head drops, but the ball didn't. When they catch that much of the pocket, they will remain above ground.
Yeah, he's got a compact style, right? And anytime you're very compact, it's easy to be a little quick with the stroke. Just you don't allow, you know, the fluid to be there as much, just because the length of the stroke isn't there quite as much. It's kind of like Jason, who's super fluid, but occasionally can get a little quick with it. Been super impressed with Alvin, his real cueing and overall stroke. I caught the rail first there. This is going to open up for a shot, though. Bit of a roll. You just look at the winners' qualification score lines, and of course, a few of them are a little lopsided, but for the most part, you can tell everything's heating up. So many close scores. This is going to get a little awkward on the green 6. Good thing for Alvin. The brown 7 pretty playable in the right middle.
Caught that thinner than intended.
Wow, he's playing this to the left. A little surprising considering the brown pretty playable. Much more open pocket to the right. Nice hit though. So many names we go through at these tournaments over the last few years that, you know, kind of become hot and cold in our mind, but Robbie Capito kind of going on about his business, up 3-0 over Camino Pseudo Camino, excuse me.
Anton Raga made the better start, 2-0 up, 3-1 up. But for the first time, Alvin Angito goes ahead at 4-3. Table 12, Daniel Maciol and BJ Usuri, 6-6. Usuri just winning rack 12 there. Oliver Sholnocki, 7-4 over Bui Truong An. Fedor Gorscht won the first 2 against Jan van Leerup. It's now all square at 2-2. Daniel Guttenberger 1-1 with Anthony Braben. Victor Selinski 2-1 over Lucas Fracasso Werner. 7-0 for Carlo Biardo against Phuong Nam Pham. The big guns are firing. Joshua Fuller 6-0 up on Liu Riteng. Piers Labutis has won the first 2 racks against James Arenas. Aloysius Schaap 3-1 on Lu Wei Chan. And Eklund Kachi and Mickey Krause are all level at 2-2. Kachi, the defending champion, of course. Wu Kun Lin has taken the first rack from Tyler Steyer. Shane Van Boning 2-0 up on Lo Ho Sun.
Wow, and Anton didn't look at that for very long at all. And, you know, when a player pushes out, you know they have something in mind. So you want to try and figure out what that is. Only a little bit at the bottom of the cue ball here, but enough, I think, to maybe dig on this, kind of 2-railing the blue 2 to the right of the red 3 back down and putting the cue ball on the back of the 6. Interesting pass to me, not so much the pass itself, but how quickly he gave it up. Watch out for the kiss in the middle of the table. He's trying to swing the cue ball. Oh, he went for the make. Wow.
That was left field.
Yeah, I didn't expect that. I love seeing it, though. Really sweet stroke and an even better shot, but I guess try to get a little more out of the cue ball. Now should drop the cue ball a couple rails below the pink. Pretty big margin for error here. Gonna be upset missing the mark. Trying to come down the left. A little awkward, not the easiest of plays. Easy, yeah, I was gonna say, there's, with so much congestion there, I think there were some easier shots to maybe try and pull off, but I think Anton needs a little step away from the table when he gets a chance, a little break. Get a breath of fresh air.
Because he is excitable. We said that before. Full of energy.
fairly routine here. Pink into the brown and run the cue ball 2 rails up, I think anyways. I think he's going to do something different. He's going to bank the pink back up and come 2 rails behind the green 6 and black 8. A little more devastating snooker if he feels comfortable with it. Looks pretty natural as well. Key here is don't baby it. You got a ton of room. Yeah, he let up on it. Didn't get the snooker. Got a ton of room with the 6, 8, and 5 there. So unforced error from Alvin.
One of those matches, as yet no discernible pattern. But the one thing I will say is that Raga has become more and more prone to moving as the stakes are rising. He's a little more nervy, a little more jittery, fidgety.
Yeah, and I think he's lost a touch of confidence, really. It's almost like as soon as he left the cue stick, the cue ball left, it's like he, nice shot there, really nice. Is it enough speed to get by these balls for some look at the purple? He's got something, I think. But it's almost like he knew the miss was there already, looking to see if he was going to get safe or not. I wouldn't say he got safe. He left a tough one. Alvin handled it. Now a tougher one coming. Can't tell if he's shooting at this or not. Not a whole lot of safeties here, yeah. Okay, nice play. May not get the complete snooker, but I think a pretty smart shot.
The 9, 8 and 6 providing quite a barricade there. I think he'll be a little disappointed the fact he's not nailed Raga in a little more trouble.
There's that movement. As soon as he's releasing the cue stick now, it seems to be moving. Maybe even a hair before.
It was more than a hair, wasn't it? It was absolutely obvious that he's feeling this. The shoulder's going into the shot and inaccuracy follows.
Oh, nice cue ball control there, just sliding by. I think the 6 does squeeze. Talked about it a lot this week. You know, there's players that, you know, Anton plays a lot of those longer matches there in the Philippines, and of course gets to settle in, almost knows he's going to settle in, to where when you play those long matches, a lot of those players, they don't really care how they start so much, knowing that in time they're going to settle in and run a lot of racks no matter the pocket size or the conditions. Not so much in tournament pool. The nerves are a bit different. Very short finish line and a lot of great players you're facing, so mistakes are magnified, and then they can get a little bit mental, especially playing for so much.
Yes, to the uninitiated it might seem the opposite, but a race to 8 really is a sprint. Obviously this is race to 9 because it's on the winner's side, but even then that's a sprint.
Yeah, and I think it's really, you know, races will be talked about just like everything in formats and whatnot, but I think that's why we need the tight pockets as well. to try and expose as much as we can.
I think it's fair to say that Anton Raga, after a very bright start, is now facing something of a crisis. He was 2-0 and 3-1 ahead. He's 5-3 down at the moment and in need of turning things around. Raga's fellow countryman Bernie Regulario has come through on the one-loss side, 8-7 against So Shaw. And the youngest Cobra, the Ko Ping Han, currently involved in a deciding rack finish against Petra Urban. 7-7 there again on that one-loss side. Shane Van Boning now 3-0 on Loho Sum. Joshua Filler 7-1 on Liu Riteng. Albin Aushin has taken a 2-0 lead over Georgi Georgiev. Fedor Gorsht 2-0 up, went 2-2, now he's back in front at 4-2. The American flag next to the name of Gorsht on the live scoring, and that's why I think the Mosconi Cup dynamic, okay, he was in the team last year that lost, but the Mosconi Cup dynamic going forward will be very different because of Gorsht's inclusion.
Yeah, I think there's a number of things. I think Gorsht's inclusion is the big factor, the big asterisk, as you might say, and of course everything else going on. You can see just here the Americans, what they're doing and trying to push forward. Of course, the Mosconi Cup, it's the highlight at the end of the year, but the World Nineball Tour has done a lot for that American team coming together, and I think you're going to see Fedor Gorsht being the leader of that team, really.
Carlo Biardo on the hill without losing a rack, leading Phuong Nam Pham 8-0.
First missed one ball, did get another down. Gonna be difficult push out though, probably some kind of two-rail kick after the push out, maybe push out by the red 3, something like that. I don't know if I would push out to this jump, I'll tell you. There's been a foul by both players on a jump shot, but he's going to take this on, and he's going to be a favorite to make it. I think this is a bit of a mistake. Just a little bit. I don't think he's ever going to pass it. Plus, you know, Raga's had, you know, some issues, right? So you give him a jump shot, he kind of can freely swing at that, knowing that, you know, sometimes you miss jumps. There's not that much pressure if you do miss it. And it could definitely get him back going. And just like he plays in his regular shots, once he gets down and in position, pulls the trigger pretty quickly.
Carlo Biardo whitewashed Phuong Nam Pham 9-0. Whenever you talk about a potential winner of a tournament, and we pick our favourites, don't we, at the start, you should always include on that list Carlo Biardo. He's just the silent assassin, just comes through tournaments smoothly and without fuss.
Yeah, he can cue the ball here. He may have to play a bit of a tricky one, trying to bank the one between the purple 5 and the red 3 and just let it do what it's going to do. You can't really control it. It's going to run into the 9, maybe the 2, and try and draw the cue ball one rail underneath, maybe the red 3, just trying to contain. I think if you get involved with controlling the cue ball and the one ball here, very easy to give up a very simple starter to a bit of a struggling Anton Raga. Well, I don't know. Oh, an awful clip on the cue ball. I still think there was a lot going on with that shot, Phil.
Yes, it brought in unwanted possibilities, one of which has come to pass. Flicking off the green 6, scratching, and this is just the kind of chance after a period of ineffectiveness that Raga would have wished for.
Well, look at this, a good 6 inches between the 2 and 9, and he's made some mistakes. He's considering a combination on the 2-9, which is some players will play, but normally not in this spot. You know, ball in hand maybe, because you're going to get perfect on the 2-9, but not to go some 2-3 feet up the table on a difficult combination already. I think this is smart. This is what's going to get him back in stroke, is playing the rack.
Undoubtedly did the right thing there, but these guys don't just play the opponent, they play the percentages. And I think with these tight pockets, as the year progresses, we're going to see a lot more players targeting early combos.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what it's going to do, though. You know, not to take this the wrong way, any players, but it's definitely going to separate the men from the boys. And it's going to make some really improve as well, because they're going to realize they have to. Can't play with a loose cue ball with these tight pockets.
You're right. Boys is out. Carl Boys.
Hats off, though, to our fellow pundit, right? Showed a lot of heart.
I was watching his matches when I wasn't commentating, and I was getting genuinely nervous. He missed the 9-ball to get on the hill. What a shame.
Yeah, I actually was walking by during that one. And it's funny how he played the 8. Now, he shouldn't have missed the 9, but as soon as I came back in the arena here before this match, he came up to me. He's like, "Do you see how I played the 8? And I didn't go to the rail." I was like, "Yeah, I was kind of curious about that." He's like, "Yeah, I couldn't believe it. And then I missed the 9. But it looked like he was having fun, and he texted me. He's like, "I can't believe how much I'm stressing just because I'm playing in the event." And I was like, "Yeah, you want to play well, you know, so it's pretty natural."
Yeah, he's really laid back. I said to him, "Did you get the bug again?" And he said, "No, because it was so stressful. But I think we will see him playing again. Why not?"
Yeah, 41 years old. I mean, he should. That's for sure. Looks like we have some local kids in the room, maybe from one of the schools nearby in Telford. Group of kids getting some entertainment, a 9-ball pool from the world's best.
We suspected that outcome when the scratch occurred, and there it is. The match tightening up. Over on 12, the match is just over. Daniel Maceiol, one of many fine players from Poland, has beaten BJ Ussery 9-6. Not that many winners' qualification matches still going on. Oliver Szolnocki on the hill against Bui Truong An at 8-5. Fedor Gorst 4-3 over Jan van Leerup. Mark Bijsterbosch, he's 1-0 up on Marvin Assis. Robbie Capito 4-1 over Janis Suter Camino. Anthony Brabin 3-1 over Daniel Guttenberger. Victor Zielinski 4-2 on Lucas Fracasso Werner. Josh Filler 7-2 now against Louis Riteng. Albin Aushin 2-1 over Georgi Georgiev. Noska Dominguez and Mieszko Fortunski have shared the first 2 racks.
Much better break off from Anton Raga there. It's been a while since we've seen one. Looks like he's going to play the safety behind 4 and the 9. Pretty tidy.
Every winner's qualification match is either underway or completed, with one exception. Table 7. Masato Yoshioka and Simon Corral are about to begin.
Yeah, it looked like Alvin was going back for the jump cue. I like him kicking at this. He's fouled on the jump already, and you can see the 3 in the upper left corner with the 4-9 tied up. So you don't want to jump and possibly open up this 9 ball. Just a medium kick here. Don't have to do much. Now he's going to open that 4-9 and get the 2 near the pocket. Nice little bump on the pink there, really cut him off. An easy kick at the blue 2. It's an easy hit, but not the kick he wanted. Still have to really think about the pink 4 being so difficult with the red 3 all the way up the table. Got to watch Oliver play this week. He's a player I love to watch. Seems like I always learn something from that kid. Zolnalki. I took a little time off the game, it seemed like, or at least from the professional side, for maybe 6 months to a year, but back at it.
That was nearly calamitous. Actually, where the 2 ball has finished up.
Surprised they're not waiting on the referee here. I mean, this could get very touchy. And probably better off that he didn't make that ball. Now look how treacherous this is over the red 3.
Well, on a pool table, you can't imagine more horrid cueing than this.
Yeah, and really, I don't really see much future besides maybe bumping the 2 to the side rail, let it drop below the 9, and just try and contain using the brown 7 to hold the cue ball. Waiting on a referee just to make sure to keep an eye on that cueing. It's all ball fouls, of course. Touch anything with your shirt or your finger, of course, the cue stick is a foul.
So each referee has jurisdiction over 4 tables.
Now he's left in perfect field. Sorry, it looks like now he has an angle to tear open the pink a little bit, making things much easier. And I think that was maybe getting ahead of himself going after that one, Alvin. He was in a tough spot anyways. Pool's amazing. And goes into that ball. It travels some 5 feet off a couple cushions, gets right in the way of the red 3.
And to liberate the 4 was, of course, the right shot. He couldn't really legislate for that, could he? Mind you, where the 3 is, any kind of contact will see it in.
Yeah, it's always brutal to swerve, easy to over swerve and follow it in. Oh, beauty. That's all feel. It's something you don't practice very often. Yeah, pretty routine here, and kind of what I saw Roland do a little bit yesterday. Maybe overthink it, trying to make things a little too easy, thinking about the 9-ball right now. It's out a little bit of space, but not really a worry.
For the second time, it looks as though this match will be level. It is. It was 3-3, now it's 5-5. Good stuff. Just what we expected, a keenly contested affair. So too, over on table 2. You can see that, of course, on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Fedor Gorst and Jan van Leeuwen. 4-4. Gorst twice has taken a 2-rack lead at 2-0 and 4-2. Jan van Leeuwen refusing to bow out meekly, or lose the match meekly at least, because he will, even if he loses, go into the losers qualification a little later. Marvin Assis 2-1 on Mark Bosch. Anthony Brabin 4-1 over Daniel Guttenberger. 4-2 for Robbie Capito over Jonas Suto Camino. Victor Zielinski with bags of talent. He's halfway to victory. 5-2 upon Lucas Fracasso-Werner.
Yeah, thin hit on the one there like he did early. Got a great shot on the blue too. Player I think is coming into his own now. A 5-4 lead. Mickey Kraus over Eklund Kachi. Kachi had an early lead there. Labuda's still doing his thing. 5-0 over James Aranis. Look at the 3-9 combo. We're waiting here in game 11 to get back in the lead.
Jeremy spotted it. Anton Roger knocked it in. Indeed, that was the swiftest rack we've had. And from 5-3 down, and in my opinion, looking susceptible to defeat. He's turning things around. Shane Van Boning, most certainly not susceptible. He's 6-1 up on Lo Ho Sum. Tyler Steyer 3-1 down to Woo Kun Lin, semi-finalist in the World Nineball Championship last year. Simon Corral has taken the first rack from Masato Yoshioka. As Jeremy said, the defending champion wobbling a little against Mickey Kraus. 5-4 down, Eklund Kachi. Aloysius Yap, who I think always cues so well. He's 4-3 up on Lu Wei Chan.
Watch the cue ball. It's going to be okay. Not sure what he's going to get at the blue too. And you know, Kachi again down 5-4. And I just see these other players starting to get better. And you know, Van Leeuwen, for instance, he's a player that seems like he's always in contention with the tough matches, whether he wins them or loses them. And has a lot of confidence in himself. And I say confidence in himself because I never see him hanging out with another player. He's always just traveling with his parents.
Yeah, always has two spectators right next to the table. As you say, his parents. Can tell you, Oliver Sholnocki, our latest winner, 9-5 over Bui Truong An.
All right, going for the safety, 2 below the 9, and a little light with the cue ball. And that's 2 settled near the rail, making things much more touchy, but that ball had gotten up a couple inches. Probably a decent return safety here for Alvin, but now very tricky. Use the 6 more as you bank the 2 back down, more than the 5. Yeah, like that. Very good look. Very well done.
You were talking about all of the money matches he's played over the years, Raga, over an extended distance. I'm going to ask you a question at the end of this rack, Jeremy. I'll give you the preview. What's the lengthiest match you've ever known? Personal experience comes into it if you want. You can tell me about it all at the end of this rack. The lengthiest contest you've ever known or heard about, or maybe even been involved in.
I think he's got to take it into his own hands. A tough pot in the upper left on the blue 2, but I think he's supposed to shoot here. Again, we talk about it, you got to play to win when you're on the fence, I think, rather than play not to lose. Does play, does go by the 8 for a 2-rail position on the red 3. He's got to ease it a bit. Yeah, really nice shot. Cue ball's got to slow down a little. Don't want to make a nice one and not get the reward. And all that was possibly pocketing the 2 to the upper left part of the corner. That'll promote a little more cue ball movement. Should bury him behind the pink here.
Another roll, that would have dropped. Half a roll, maybe.
Yeah, it looks like half the 3 sitting inside the jaws. I mean, if you just look at the equator from the top side of it, right? Looks like more than half the 3's inside the pocket. Of course, deep shelves here on these diamonds. That's what makes them really that tough. This type of shot, when you're cueing like this, you could make it and scratch in the corner. Happens every now and again.
What a shot. What an absolute thing of beauty, because the tolerance to get past that green 6 ball was tiny. Brilliant.
Yeah, watch the bend. Yeah, you see it just about after it came off the first rail as it was passing the 9. Took a little English. So he's got to leave this great one behind, Phil. Make another big one here on the pink.
Can you believe it? From the sublime, not quite to the ridiculous, but it was brilliance and then a blunder.
Yeah, it kind of came across the ball with the stroke. Not terribly or anything, but it's going to be disappointing. There's been a few of those misses. That one was definitely missable, but it's one you'd figure Raga to get down. What a big moment to go up 7-5 in this race to 9.
I think in terms of pure potting, Angito has been the more reliable of the 2.
Yeah, absolutely. He had one miss on the red 3. I think he shot it too hard, basically making the pocket much smaller, but overall been pretty solid in the ball pocketing department. James Aranas got on the board, trails 5-1 with Labutis.
The positioning of the 9-ball was just enough to make that something of a hindrance, but he coped well. Well, how about that? Anton Raga can put one shot in that rack on a highlight reel, but he can't put the rack on the board instead. And Gito back on level terms at 6-6. Okay then, Jeremy, lengthiest match you've ever known?
Well, the one that comes to mind was Dennis Okulo and SVB. I believe it was a race to 125 games. Could have been 130. And it went hill. How you like that? Shane had like a 20-game lead, I think day 3, the final day, and Dennis just overcame it and caught him and beat him on the hill.
In a match like that, it should be called Mountain.
That wasn't that long ago either. That was probably 4 years ago or so, 5 years ago. So very consistent break off here from Malvin.
Well, in snooker, in the 1950s, of course, they couldn't rely on sponsorship money or TV money. So the World Championship had to be played over very lengthy distances because the only money for the players came from people coming into the arena to watch. And so the World Championship final was the best of 145 frames. Lasted 2 weeks.
And what year was this? In the 50s?
In the 50s, yeah.
About to say probably all the 50s. Best of 145 frames.
And here's the kick. In all of the World Championship matches, because again it all depended on the paying public and you couldn't have sessions off, if someone won very convincingly, the other player had to play out the dead frames even though he'd lost. One guy lost 37-1 and had to carry on.
Well, snooker's had its history, I'll tell you. Of course, when you go through so much change in society and whatnot, sports keeps up with it. Oh, wow. That one kicked a little bit. I don't know. I think it kind of helped him, to be honest. Usually when you kick, the ball pulls in the same direction as the cue ball, and he overcut that to the left, so. Awkward here still. Where does he go for the 6? Watched a little slide on the red 3. Yeah, you can see it right there, and you can see him point at it. Looks like he's in a good position to maybe stop the cue ball, maybe pinch it back an inch. Play the purple in the lower left. This is going to be all speed control here. And I'll tell you, to me, it looks like Albin's enjoying the moment. Very much so, where maybe Raga's really stressing a bit. Still not out of the woods. He's got to ease this a bit. And the reason being is doesn't want to get above the 7 where he's going into the 9 with the cue ball with the 8 all the way back down table. Oh, not easing it. Caught it a little thick.
I was slightly out with my snooker history. Of course, the 145 frame matches were in the late 40s, but what a decade between friends.
Well, Davis, right? Those are the brothers, Fred Davis, and what was the other one's name? Joe?
Yeah, Joe was undefeated from 27 to 46, and then he retired from the World Championship without ever losing in it.
Well, that undoubtedly all happened in the UK. That's where we're at for this UK Open, the 3rd edition. It's changed to Telford, and I'll tell you, I was very happy in that Olympic area right there at Stratford, but I've been very impressed with Telford. Hadn't got to see quite as much of it as we have in the past in the UK, but love the facility. The venue's awesome. Restaurants near. It's been awesome weather.
You're very lucky. Until this week, we've had the worst spring in terms of rain I can ever remember.
Well, back home, we live in kind of like Tornado Alley, and where the warm air meets the cold air and creates a lot of bad storms in the spring. The last 2 years, it's kind of taken its time off, but this year's been pretty wet, a lot of hail. But again, here in Telford, the last few days has been really beautiful, and now a 9-ball for a 7-6 lead.
Yes, it was simple, straightforward if you like, but Anton Raga kept pretty still on that one. That's always a good sign with him, and he's gone back in front at 7-6. 2 more needed. In terms of getting through winners' qualification, no sweat now for Joshua Filler. He's there, a 9-3 winner over Liu Riteng. Shane Van Boning absolutely cruising against Low Ho Sum from Hong Kong. Van Boning on the hill at 8-1. Much more competitive between Tyler Steyer and Woo Kun Lin, 3-3. Simon Corral of Poland, 2-0 up on Masato Yoshioka. Title holder Eklund Kachi and Mickey Kraus, 5-5. Aloysius Schaap, 6-3 on Liu Wei Chan. Piers Labutis, 5-1 over James Arenas. Oscar Dominguez and Mieszko Fortunski have shared the first 4 racks. Albin Aushin, 4-2 up on Georgi Georgiev. And Fedor Gorsht has just gone back in front against Jan van Leerup at 5-4.
Yeah, we got some round three losers going as well, trying to get to that winner's qualification, and we were told that it's actually 6-4 for Fedor Gorsht.
Yeah, just went 2 ahead as I was talking, and the scoreboard hasn't updated yet, but that is definitely the case. Gorsht 6-4, 3 more needed.
And if he's trying to come back on this 3-ball right here, this isn't as easy as it looks. He might be going on the 8. Yeah, trying to just get the simple snooker.
Just a reminder, coming up next, it is the UK against the USA. Imran Majid against Billy Thorpe. Thorpe, who had a very fine win and a very fine performance, I'm hearing, against Sanyan Pilovanovic earlier today.
I think this is going to open. It's very, very close.
Mid-table collisions often cause problems. That one might have helped, although, is there a gap?
No, I don't think there's any gap, and it's really a tough kick shot to come 2 rails at. this there, though. That would be the right side rail between the red 3 and the purple 5, and then come 2 cushions at the blue 2. Here you got to go with whatever you feel best hitting the ball. I think crucial moments here at 7-6 in this race to 9. It looks short to me. No, it's going to be okay. It's going to give up a shot. The blue 2 does squeeze by the pink, I believe.
Little bit of shoulder in that one. Missing the 5 ball was paramount.
Yeah, he definitely underhit it a bit. Didn't want this much angle, but should be okay. Problem is he's got to kind of kill the ball a little bit. Being the right-hander, can he come out to the center of the table, or does he have to kill it and maybe get over the 7 and 8, queuing for the 6? Well, he came inside it. That's a smart play right there, and let the cue ball open off of 2 cushions. You can see, though, very on edge. Should come 3 rails somewhat in position where the cue ball's at now.
Anton Raga, money player extraordinaire. He knows when the chips are down what to do, and for the first time since 3-1, he's a couple of racks ahead at 8-6 on the hill. Very different mindset though, Jeremy, to playing money matches to playing in tournament play, because if you lose money, clearly that's not what you want to do, but there might be some more in the pocket, whereas if you lose a match in a tournament and it's on the other side of the draw and you're out, there's no way back. No amount of money can buy you back in. It's not the Derby City Classic.
No, not at all. And you know, you do get 2 losses in early rounds, but once we get to the qualification, it's single elimination. But yeah, the mindset's different. You want a mix of it. You want to be able to try and stay as loose as possible. That's really what wins the tournaments. But it takes a while to kind of form all that, I think. And I know me, I was more of a action guy for a while and probably should have started to play professional pool a little earlier. But my first year, I won 1 match, I think, in 7 tournaments. And I lost to players that, of course, were champions. But I also lost to some that I beat in the back room. playing some of those action matches. So it's all about getting your nerves and your mind right. But definitely, I think shot selection can vary as well, just because you only have that one bullet and one barrel, as you say, in tournament pool. Pretty good effort there.
Mind you, there is the flip side of the coin. The old quote about real pressure is when you're playing for $10 and you only got $5 in your pocket.
Yeah, I think that's Lee Trevino, right? Said that, something like that. But yeah, but again, that's what also makes you great a little bit. Of course, understanding you got to. Talked about it with some buddies the other day. They were asking me about being on the road. You know, sometimes you got to drive 1,000 miles home with after going broke. So do a lot of thinking about maybe where your mistakes were. Oh, big missed kick shot there. So ball in hand to advance into the single elimination.
Anton Raga has not pulled up any trees in this match. Clearly, in his first 2 matches, that was also the case. He lost 5 and 6 racks in those respectively. But sometimes with these lengthy tournaments where you have to win so many matches, maybe it's best not to produce brilliance right at the start, build into it. Just get through. That's the overriding priority. And he's got a wonderful chance to do that here.
Oh, I think that's also why we've seen a lot of close matches, but then again, a few runaways as well. I think the players are, all players really are taking a little time getting used to this tough equipment. And of course, knowing how big all these tournaments are. Talked about it last year, a little bit the year before. You can just tell how much more everyone wants it.
Raga's nervousness around the table tells you how much he wants it. He was so disappointed after losing in that 25th and final rack in the European Open final to David Al-Kaidi. He's 39th in the World Nineball Tour rankings right now, but of course should go higher.
And, you know, we could easily say we don't feel like he's 39th in the world, but I tell you, these rankings are going to become very accurate, or even more accurate as we go each day. And I think there's a lot of players catching up. I really do. So you got to prove yourself out here on the World Nineball Tour. No cupcakes, no giveaways. You got to earn these matches. Starting to look a little more settled.
Look where the Q-tip is. Played that with running side to widen the angle off 2 cushions for the 7-ball, and as soon as it went in, you saw the light go on in the eyes. He realizes the job should be done. Not that he'll take anything for granted, but this was the big shot. Lots of running side. And the bounce off that bottom cushion gives him the angle on the 7 as well. (7-4) Gorsh, by the way, over Jan van Lierop. He's won 3 on the trot. one. Nineball has been missed in this match by Alvin Angito. A ball he should have knocked in. Raga should knock this one in, but there was pressure, that's why he took his time, quite correctly. So Anton Raga, the smile returns to his face. He defeats Alvin Angito of Indonesia by 9 racks to 6. That means he takes his place in the last 64 tomorrow. Angito could still be there, but first he will have to negotiate losers qualification against the UK's Tommy Donlan. 9-6 to Raga. Next up, it is Imran Majid against Billy Thorpe.
I'd have loved to have seen America versus the Philippines, Europe versus the Philippines.
And I think there will be the winner of the Moscone against Asia or against the Philippines at some stage. There's a different tournament.
There's definitely something on another event to do with Asia versus the Moscone Cup winner, and that's all part of the bigger plan.
Plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
My word! He's got it!
And for me, the shot of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
Day 3 of the UK Open in Telford. It's the last day, really, of the first phase of the competition as they all play down through the double elimination stage, looking for places in that final 64, after which it's straight knockout all the way through to Sunday night's final here at the International Centre. Action going on throughout the day on both sides of the draw, and you can pick out some of the scores there. Talk you through some of them as we go in the winners' qualification round. Close one going on between Marvin Assis of the Philippines and Dutchman Mark Bijsterbosch. That one is 5-all. Robbie Capito on the hill at 8-3 against Jonas Suto. And Anthony Braben, representing Cyprus, is the latest player to go through with a 9-1 win over the Austrian Daniel Guttenberger. Fedor Gorst has also got through in the last few minutes. World Masters winner a couple of weeks ago, looking to go back-to-back here. 9-4 against Jan van Lierop. And as I was saying that, Capito has finished his match as well. So the Hong Kong player, quarter-finalist at the US Open last year, is through. Victor Zielinski's a couple of racks away. The Polish player leads 7-4 against American Lucas Fracasso-Werner. Two-time world champion Albin Ocean has a 5-2 lead over Georgi Georgiev. Oscar Dominguez 4-2 up on Mieszko Fortunski. Pius Labutis, the Lithuanian player who's having such a good year, on the hill now at 8-1 against World Cup winner James Aranis. Don't think it'd be a massive shock if Labutis won that match, but certainly no one would have seen it being as one-sided as that. Aloysius Yap is 7-4 up on Lu Hee Chan. Eklund Kachi, the defending champion, leads Mickey Kraus 7-5. Masato Yoshioka, Japanese World Cup player, 3-2 up on Simon Kural of Poland. And the American Tyler Steyer has a 5-3 lead over last year's world semi-finalist Wu Kun Lin. On the losers' side, in the penultimate round over there, Shane Wolford, who played for the US in the Mosconi Cup last December, is 5-3 down to Can Salim. Ralph Souquet, veteran German who's done everything in the game, has a 3-1 lead over Gabriel Vasilash of Romania. And in losers' qualification, a lot of big names to look out for there. World Cup finalist last year, Moritz Neuhausen, 3-1 up on Jose Alberto Delgado. Johan Chua has lost the opener to Chang Yu Lung. David O'Cady's 1-0 down to Tobias Bongers. Mario He, could he be beaten by a second British player today? 2-0 down to Phil Burford. Max Lechner's won the opener against Dimitris Lukatos. So there really is a huge amount to stay on top of. And Carl Boyes is with me to watch this transatlantic clash between the British player Imran Majid and the American Billy Thorpe. Very tough one to call, Carl. And I think you can always say that about any match Billy Thorpe's involved in because he's just so unpredictable in terms of how he's going to play.
Billy Thorpe missed out on last year's Mosconi Cup for Team USA, desperate to get himself back in the team and book his place in the USA jersey in Florida. His best buddy. He's actually going to be the captain this year, Skylar Woodward.
Well, if Thorpe shows any sort of form and does get in the team, that's going to be a pairing to reckon with if they team up again, because they just have such a great spirit between them. And I think in any team format or doubles event, you're looking to be more than the sum of your parts. And I think they have such a bond between them that they have the potential to produce that. Imran Majid is a former Mosconi Cup player himself and had a very consistent 2023 in these matchroom events without going particularly deep in any of them. Losers' qualification is a race to 9.
Well, he's made the 1 ball. But it looks like he's going to be playing safe on the blue too. No pot available. Pink 4, green 6. Could be some kind of cover over there, probably with the cue ball. Bank the 2 back up table. Maybe he could chip off it as well and send the cue ball back down. That's what he's played. Yeah, he's used the green 6 to help.
Billy Thorpe, still only 27 years of age. Feels he's been around for a long time. Imran Majid is not that far short of double the age of his opponent. 51 now. As I said, he was a Mosconi Cup player all the way back in 2006 in the one and only tied match in Rotterdam. Made his debut actually the same year as the man who potted the winning 9-ball in the recent Mosconi Cup, David Al-Qaidi. Majid had a couple of wins there, teamed up with the Dutchman Nick van den Berg to beat the legendary pairing of Earl Strickland and Rodney Morris. And he also had a impressive 7-2 singles win against Johnny Archer. As I said, though, match finished in a tie, USA retained it. Not something that can happen now. The rules have been changed to avert the possibility of it ever being tied again. Pius Labutus is through. He's beaten James Aranis 9-1, so Aranis will now have to beat Chen Wei Chen in losers qualifying to stay in this.
I'll tell you what a beautiful shot to open up his campaign here. The amount of spin he had to put on the cue ball to avoid the pink four. Look at how steep the angle is. That is very nice.
I talked about him being a bit unpredictable in terms of form. Well, his run, even to this stage, has been an absolute roller coaster. Comfortable win in his first match against the Dutchman, Tim Jonkman, and was going well at 8-2 up in the next round against Masato Yoshioka. And then it all turned around. He lost 7 racks in a row and lost the match. Wasn't great in the next round, which was on the loser's side against Roland Garcia, but got through Hill. And then this morning played Sanjin Pelovanovic of Bosnia and Herzegovina, who I guess would have gone in as the definite favourite to beat him. But Thorpe played very well and won by 8 racks to 1. What he did not do very well, though, was play that previous shot. And that's why Majid is coming back to the table.
He didn't clear the table because he had to judge a cannon on the brown 7. Didn't quite get on the purple 5, but I know we're only just a few shots in, but he looks like he's timing the cue ball well, because the cue ball was very close to the purple 5 then. So playing the shot he did, it's very easy to not get the 5 ball on the rail or get the 5 ball bouncing off the rail. You've got to be timing the cue ball nice to play the shot, and he played it well.
Yeah, the problem, as I said, was with the shot before. Majid is from London, has parents from Pakistan.
Well, what a kick and stick Imran has played there. Top of the table. Billy liked it as well, even though it's his opponent. Again, it's all about making sure the purple 5 sits on the bottom rail. That makes life hard work for your opponent. So Imran's got a tricky shot here.
Had 2 tight matches to start. Was in a strong position against Paul Taylor. Let his fellow British player back into it a bit, but got through 9-7. Then beat Ko Ping Han, the youngest of the 3 Ko brothers, by the same score, to get to winners qualification, where earlier today he was beaten 9-3 by Naoki Oi.
I actually like the bank into the top right corner. He's not played it. He's left the pot. Imran will be desperate for the cue ball to go on the rail. Now, there's been a lot of talk this week, Michael, about the pockets. 2 stream tables or TV tables. We know they always play slightly bigger than the outside tables, but you've got to hit this clean. And he didn't hit the ball clean, did he? He's having a go at left centre. Took a gamble on the cue ball. Cue ball hits the 8. Ends up at the bottom end of the table, so good pot required here. Went in the middle of the pocket. Don't be thinking this rack is over just yet. This is too thin to hold for the 9 up the rail. So he's going to have to send the cue ball round the table somehow. Bit of drama here in rack 1 from both players.
Yeah, it's been very hard fought. And as we always say, when you're shooting at a ball over the pocket from distance, never be entirely sure what the cue ball is going to do on the way back out, so it wasn't a certainty he'd be nice on the 9, but he couldn't really be much nicer. And there goes the 9. So Billy Thorpe eventually wins the first rack against Imran Majid. This is in losers qualification. On the winner's side, Tyler Steyer 6-4 up on Woo Kun Lin. Early stages between Masato Yoshioka and Simon Corral. The Japanese player leads 3-2. Eklund Kachi still looking for one more. 8-6 up on Denmark's Mickey Kraus. And Lucius Yap is also 2 clear at 7-5 against Lu Hai Chan. Oscar Dominguez leading 6-2 against Mieszko Fortunsky. Bulgaria's Georgi Georgiev is putting it up to Albin Ocean. 5-3 to the Austrian there. And Mark Bijsterbosch came so close to winning the Spanish Open in Lugo last summer. Just has the edge over Marvin Assis at 6-5.
Dry break, Imran back at the table. He can pot this one. Looks like the blue 2 will go in the right centre, needs an angle of some sort in order to get down for the red 3. So the opening couple of shots in this rack look like they're going to be the key ones.
There is Skylar Woodward, Billy Thorpe's pal, so no surprise to see him watching. But of course, he's got another reason to be there now, because he is the new American Mosconi Cup captain, and throughout the year, no doubt he'll be keeping an eye on the progress of all his team members and potential team members. It is a change to have playing captains instead of the non-playing captains we've been used to in recent years, but I don't think there's any reason why it can't work, Carl, because there's not really a huge amount that you have to be doing that you can't do as a player anyway in the team room. But perhaps you have a different view on that, having been an assistant captain yourself.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've played under some of the best captains, you know, in the Mosconi Cup, and I felt like they did quite a lot, the captains, but maybe it's a new era, maybe the players can, you know, maybe they don't have to do as much as captains, but I don't know, I'm not so sure, to be honest. I think it depends, you know, if things are going wrong, and, you know, can you, as a player in the team, can you sort of discipline one of the other team members, and then, no, you've got to go out and play yourself? I don't know.
Is that something that arises often, that players have to be disciplined as such?
I think a strong captain or leader, someone like Johan, he wasn't scared to pull you aside and, you know, just give you a little friendly word, you know. Let's say if we were supposed to be meeting at 8:30 and someone showed up at 8:40, he'd be telling you in front of everybody, you know, just to keep you in check. Is a player going to do that? Don't know.
I think it's fair to say on this subject, you're infinitely more qualified to comment than I am. I'm not saying, of course, that the captaincy isn't an important role and that there isn't a lot to it. I just, maybe looking in from the outside, would have thought it would be something you could combine. And I guess the point is, it's going to be the same for both teams anyway, so if it is harder, it's going to be harder for both sides.
Yeah, I think captains, you know, I think if Skylar Woodward wanted to bring somebody in to help, I think he's allowed to, so maybe he will, maybe he won't. Tables are definitely playing a hair slower this week. Sometimes that can be weather depending, but, you know, it's very hot outside. Usually that speeds the table up a bit, to be honest, the heat. But also another reason is table fitters, you know, when they put the cloths on the table, the tighter you pull the cloth, the quicker it's going to play. So maybe they're not as tight as they usually are, but definitely feel they're a bit slower.
The weather is pleasant, but only someone from the north of England could describe this as very hot. I remember we were down in London for the last couple of years for this event. We had a couple of very hot weeks, and the first year it was an absolute belter. I think it might even have been the hottest week of the year, and the hotel we were staying in, the air conditioning was broken for the entire week. This, of course, the only matchroom pool event in this country this year, because the World Masters, which was in Brentwood, moved to Germany. The Premier League, which had been in Leicester, moved to Connecticut. It's America's turn to host the Mosconi.
Decision time. Back yourself to pot the ball. or find a safety shot. Well, we can go on about tight pockets all we want, but when you find the middle of the bin, like Imran Rashid just did, doesn't matter.
That was a truly magnificent shot on the 8, and he deserved a routine 9 after that, which he had. So, early stages, it's 1-all. The draw for the last 64 single elimination stage will be made later today, and the defending champion will be in it, because Eklund Kachi has just finished it off at 9-6 against Denmark's Mickey Kraus. And also through is Viktor Zielinski of Poland, someone we've been saying for some time is definitely capable of winning an event like this. Well, he's got the chance because he's beaten American Lucas Fracasso-Werner by 9 racks to 4. Elsewhere, in winners' qualification, just a few matches left. Mark Beister-Bosch 6-5 up on Marvin Assis. Albin Ocean still leading. Georgi Georgiev 5-3. Oscar Dominguez just needs a couple more, 7-2 now against Mieszko Fortunski. Aloysius Yap, former World Cup and US Open runner-up, is on the hill at 8-5 against Lu Hai Chan. Masato Yoshioka leading Simon Corral 4-3. I think that will almost certainly be the match that produces the last player to go through. And Wu Kunlin has closed it to 6-5 down against Tyler Steyer. 1-all here.
Good break. Needs a 2-ball to stop. No, he's got no pot. Have no clue what shot Imran Rashid has just attempted. I can only think he was trying to send the 2-ball around the table, but it all looked a bit pub-like, Michael, didn't it?
I'm too old to go into pubs anymore, Carl. I wouldn't know. Imran Majid has played in pretty much everything in the world of pool and has done well in most events. He's been to the quarterfinals of the World Masters a couple of times, and playing with England has reached 2 World Cup quarterfinals. One of those was with Daryl Peach in 2017 and very nearly made the semis, just beaten 9-7 by Austria, who went on to win it at the start of their period of dominance. He was in the last 16 of the World Championship a full 20 years ago. He's also been to that stage of the US Open. And he reached the last 16 of the inaugural staging of this UK Open just 2 years ago. Also won a couple of big events on the European scene in Italy and the Netherlands in consecutive years, almost 2 decades ago now.
This is why me and Jeremy Jones are, well, we're pleading for the shot clock to be on the stream table, because he's I don't know what he's thinking about. There's only a couple of options to play. The shot clock would actually help him make his mind up quicker. That's all it would do.
Yeah, that's the thing. Players are perhaps sometimes going against their own interests by taking so long. It's like when we've seen players warned for not doing a forceful enough break at different times in these events over the last couple of years. Every player we see getting the warning breaks harder and starts to play better. That said, Carl, I was out watching your match earlier today. You would have fallen foul of the shot clock a few times.
I 100% agree, because you don't know you're wasting that much time. The shot clock isn't to make you play faster, it's to help the match being super slow. There's actually a big difference. You know, 30 seconds with an extension is plenty of time. You can just sort of, I don't know, it's like your mind is second guessing yourself, and before you know it, you've wasted a minute.
Well, players who have played or still do play at the sort of level you're used to always say that generally your instinct, the first shot you see, is the right one to play. And having time to think of other options only clouds your judgment. Anyway, the results of all those deliberations for Imran Majid was that he's played the shot that forced Billy Thorpe into leaving him this opportunity, but work to do with the cue ball. He's clattered into the 9. We saw that, didn't we, with Alban Ocean at the first Championship League. There was no shot clock. In the first couple of days, if a shot didn't go entirely to plan, Alban would walk around the table first, looking up into the sky, throwing his arms in the air, before he'd even start thinking about what shot to play next. And he got so far inside his own head, he was getting incredibly frustrated. And then the shot clock was brought in, and suddenly he started to play much better, ended up winning the event.
Billy Thorpe's problem here is when he puts the red 3 ball, I think the cue ball looks like it wants to go into the 6. Ideally, he wants to just miss the 6 and come round the table for the purple 5. Let's see if he can avoid the cannon. Couldn't, so he had to judge it. He judged it well, using half ball on the 6. That helped him control the cue ball. Now he'll spin this ball round and play for the green 6 in the left centre pocket. Doesn't want to overhit this shot though. That brings the 9-ball into play. That's okay.
It's around about 2017 that Billy Thorpe started to gain a lot of attention. Started regularly winning decent-sized events, most notably the Turning Stone Classic in 2018. And he played in 4 successive Mosconi Cups, and right in the middle of that came that run of back-to-back American wins. He hasn't played now since the defeat in the COVID Mosconi in Coventry in late 2020. Has made an appearance for the USA in the World Cup alongside Skylar Woodward in 2021. Narrowly beaten by Philippines in the second round. It's normally Van Boning and Woodward we see playing for the US in that event, but Van Boning gave it a miss that year. So Majid had the chance at the 2 over the side pocket, made that, but ran into the 9 and trying to get on the 3 well. And all of that ultimately led to the chance, which has seen Billy Thorpe lead for the second time in the match now at 2-1. Aloysius Yap is the latest player through to the final 64. He's beaten Lu Hai Chan by 9 racks to 5. So only 5 matches still going now on the winner's side. One of them, between Marvin Assis and Mark Bijsterbosch, is tied at 6-all. Oscar Dominguez needs a couple more racks. 7-3 up on Mieszko Fortunski. Masato Yoshioka has a 5-3 lead over Simon Kural. Tyler Steyer just ahead of Wu Kunlin at 6-5. And Georgi Georgiev, not to be confused with the footballer who was part of Bulgaria's 1994 World Cup semi-finalist squad. is performing well against Alban Ocean, just one rack behind at 5-4.
This will work out okay for Billy. Got to judge a cannon on the red 3 though. That's where it might go wrong, and often sometimes you can forget to pot the ball because you're worried about the cue ball, so make sure you pot the ball. Tried to stay, didn't it? Thought about it. Well, looking at the replay, I'm surprised that actually fell.
Yeah, we've seen balls stop seemingly buried a lot deeper in the pockets than that this week and not drop.
Well, maybe the 2 ball didn't quite cue it as sweet as he would have liked. He's overdone this one by some margin and all. Now, where's the cue ball finish? Because Imran's got a lot of work to do here. He's got to get back for the purple 5. Well, good luck.
This is losers qualification. Still a couple of matches going on in the round prior to this. Losers round 3, and Shane Wolford, as I said, played for the US in the Mosconi Cup last year. Level at 6-all with Can Salim of Germany. And another German player, Ralph Souquet, 5-3 up on Gabriel Vasilash of Romania. So they're playing for places in this losers qualification round.
Didn't feel he could get the cue ball round, so he's tried to play for the gap in between green 6 and 8 ball. Good pot. I think you were trying to bump into the 6, Michael. Try and make something happen, because this does not go past the 8 ball.
Having seen so much of him over the years, Carl, would you say Imran was generally someone who wasn't the fastest of players?
I think he has his moments where sometimes he is, sometimes he isn't. I think general pace of play, he's definitely going to be a little bit slower this week, just because players are second guessing himself a lot. They know the cue ball's got to be tighter positionally. They know the pots are not, as easy as some of the events. And I think we find it a lot as well, Michael, in this particular round. It's losers qualification, right? So you just don't want to, you're trying to stop yourself from doing something really silly, which can actually have the opposite effect. You can overthink it. But when it's all said and done, come the final 64 tomorrow, usually the field is stacked, as always, with the big players.
I often feel when we get down to that stage, it's a shame we don't have another 6 days to play it, because you get so many good matchups when you get to that stage that it's just impossible to see as many of them as you'd like to.
Well, he went for the pot. Wasn't easy. You won't be playing this ball hard. You've just got to pot it. Cue ball will come over centre of the table. And you've got a shot on the 7 ball, so this is just pot your ball. Really surprised he played low on the cue ball to get closer to the 7. That makes the pot hard on the 6. I think he should have just levelled his cue out, just floated it up the rail. That's a mistake.
Yeah, and it's early stages, but feels like the sort of match where even getting 2 racks ahead could be significant. Thorpe has the chance to do that here. And that's the reason why. So again, Majid had his chance in that rack. Missed a testing 6. Maybe in trying to pinch too much positionally on the 7. And from there, Billy Thorpe has taken a 3-1 lead in this race to 9. Back to winners qualification. Simon Kural of Poland has just won the 10th rack to close to 6-4 down against Masato Yoshioka. Tyler Steyer has a 6-5 lead over Wu Kunlin. Oscar Dominguez 7-4 up on Mieszko Fortunski. As you were in the Alban Ocean Georgi Georgiev match, with Ocean leading 5-4. And it's 7-all now between Marvin Assis and Mark Beisterbosch. Billy Thorpe looking to get through to the last 64 of this UK Open for the 2nd year in a row. He was beaten at that stage last year by Anthony Braben.
Good break. What shot has he got on the blue 2? He has no shot. No pot is what I mean. Here's another look. What's the 1 ball? Disappears.
Shane Walford now on the hill in the round prior to this. It's race to 8 in losers round 3. And he leads Khan Salim 7-6. Obviously a big part of Walford's year is trying to get into the Mosconi Cup team again. Would like to get in as an automatic qualifier this time. And the number of points you need to get in on the American side generally a good bit lower than on the European side. So if you can make it through to single elimination in one of these events, even winning a match or 2 once you get there, can have a huge impact on your chances. Wolford had a very good UK Open last year. He was one rack away from a place in the quarterfinals.
Well, Billy's going to take a lot of confidence from what he's seen so far. Just a few misses. I'm not saying, you know, the complete hangers, easy shots, but shots where you feel like, you know, Imran will feel like he should be potting these. That's a couple gone now. The last two racks. What's he left, Billy? Can he pot it, or is it safe? It's safe. I'll tell you what a good touch he showed there. That was frighteningly scary, that one.
There were 6 of these big field matchroom events in 2023, the 5 open events and the World Championship. And Imran Majid made single elimination in all of them, which is an impressive feat, particularly past the age of 50. He went on to the last 32 stage of this, and also the Spanish Open and the European Open. American Oscar Dominguez now on the hill at 8-4 against Mieszko Fortunski.
Yeah, you just had to guarantee the hit, didn't it? He's left a pot.
As I said, Thorpe was in the last 64 last year. Also got to that stage of the US Open, when he was beaten by the eventual runner-up, Fedor Gorst. But those were his best runs in any of the matchroom events in all of last year, and it's a disappointing return for a player of his ability and experience.
This is to bounce. Yeah, that's fine. You might send the cue ball off 4 rails here, towards the top rail. Yeah, he has done. This is the 3rd rail, then the 4th, because he wants this little angle, which can then get him back down towards the green 6. Where the cue ball finishes on this green 6, he does not want to be straight. Anywhere but straight. Oh, this is ideal. Similar mindset, going back up for the 7. Anywhere but straight. Anywhere but straight. Well, I would say that's fairly straight, Michael. Just look where the cue ball has finished. I think we'll be seeing a referee here.
I think Imran standing up to do a bit of refereeing himself and keep an eye on things. Yeah, 1 referee assigned to each group of tables, so for a situation like that, you have to call the official over. And that's not bad. played this very nicely. So Billy Thorpe is gradually building a firm grip on this losers qualification round match. 3 in a row, he leads 4-1. You know, this is only the 3rd year of this UK Open, but already Albin Ocean has quite a history of surprise defeats going against him in this tournament, and he's in danger of another one today because Georgi Georgiev of Bulgaria has now drawn level with him at 5-all in the winners qualification round. Marvin Assis is on the hill now, 8-7 against Mark Bijsterbosch of the Netherlands. Oscar Dominguez on the hill at 8-4 against Mieszko Fortunski. Masato Yoshioka leading Simon Corral 6-4. And Wu Kun Lin has now drawn level with Tyler Steyer at 6 racks apiece. In round 3 on the loser side, Shane Wolford still looking for one more against Can Salim, 7-6 to the American. And Ralph Souquet only just in front of Gabriel Vassilash in the only other match still going on in that round. It's 5-4 there. Thorpe in control here.
Yeah, cue ball very close to scratching. It's very thin, the pot into the side. Hard to control the cue ball, hard to pot the ball as well. I'll tell you what, he's played some nice shots in this match so far. He really has. I believe he's got himself back in the gym. He's left the partying alone as well. He's clearly trying to get his head on and improve as a player. And I think if there's ever a Mosconi Cup team he wants to play in, it's his good friend Skylar Woodward, because of course he's the captain this year, Woodward.
Johan Chua, World Cup winner with the Philippines in Spain last summer, is in danger of missing out on single elimination because he's 6-3 down in this round against Chang Yu Lung. Also in losers qualification, Moritz Neuhausen, who was on the Germany side that lost that World Cup final, is just ahead of Jose Alberto Delgado at 6 racks to 5. David O'Cady could miss out on the final 64. He's trailing 4-1 against Tobias Bongers. And Carl, do you want to know how the man who beat you, or the boy who beat you, is getting on?
Well, I think he was either going to be playing BJ Ussery or Daniel Maciel. So I thought, coming from winners qualification, the loser of that, I actually thought it wasn't the worst of draws. So who's he playing?
He's playing BJ Ussery, and he's playing very well, it seems, because he leads him 5-0. And here's another interesting story developing. Phil Burford got to the final of a smaller ranking event last summer, lost to David O'Cady. Well, he's 6-2 up on Mario He. Max Lechner also in danger of missing out on the final 64 because he trails 4-2 against Dimitris Loukatos, who reached the quarterfinals of this event in London last year. And Shane Wolford has won 8-6 against Can Salim, so that takes the American through to losers qualification, where he will face the former world champion Torsten Homan.
Yeah, when you look at the open events that we have over the course of, you know, a season or seasons, things even themselves out. But when you look at the two players Johan Chua has had to play to qualify, he's had Ko Ping Yi to play Chang Yu Long. I mean, that is scandalously unlucky on the draw. You know, no disrespect to other players, but some of the matches and some of the plays you see, you'd love to draw them, you really would. So Chua's fighting hard, just like Billy Thorpe, but he's playing really well, Billy. Good to see. Imran's going to take a timeout. That's always wise, because he's losing, and he's losing big.
Yeah, not only that, Billy Thorpe seems to be getting a little better with each passing rack. He's very much in control of this match at 5-1. So let's go back to winners qualification round. Just the last few matches still out there. Marvin Assis looking for one more to make it. 8-7 against Mark Bijsterbosch. No change in the Albin Ocean Georgi Georgiev match. That's still 5-all. Oscar Dominguez 8-5 up on Mieszko Fortunski. And the other matches are as you were. So just one match still going on in losers round 3. Ralph Souquet is up against the Romanian Gabriel Vasilash. And it's Souquet leading 5-4 there. Their race is to 8. And looking again at losers qualification, Chang Yu Long is now just 2 away from knocking out Johan Chua. That one is 7-3. And you mentioned Chua had to play Ko Pin-Yi earlier today, Carl. And Ko played so well in that match. The young American Sam Henderson made a bit of a name for himself this week. He's in the early stages of his losers qualifying round match against Jeffrey Roda. And it's the Philippines player leading 3-2 in that. And that pretty much brings us up to date with everything that's going on. Remember, when play finishes, the draw will then be made. It's not determined by the bracket. Each of the 32 players from the winner's side will be paired at random against someone from the loser's side. After that, it is a fixed bracket and straight knockout, single elimination all the way to the finish. You might notice there the red light going on the graphic for table 8. That's because it's now gone hill-hill between Marvin Assis and Mark Bijsterbosch. And if you look just to the right of that, you'll see that on table 3, Georgi Georgiev has won the 11th rack and now leads Albin Ocean 6-5. Ocean beaten 9-0 by Robbie Capito in this event 2 years ago, just after Ocean had been in the world final for a record 4th time. Last season he lost to Phil Wildman and ended up going over to the loser's side and ultimately didn't even make the final 64. Tyler Steyer has won rack 13 to get back in front of Wu Kunlin at 7-6. And an all-finish clash on table 20, in which Petri Mäkinen has a 5-1 lead over Jani Uski. Still just waiting for Imran Majid to return. And he now has done, so Billy Thorpe will get us off and running again.
Yeah, the timeout is often used as a bit of a tactic between players. Usually if a player steals a rack, nicks a rack, you know, because of your opponent's mistake, let's say you tying the match up 3-3, you would get yourself out of the arena. And Imran knows Billy's playing well. He's played some good shots to get his 5-1 lead, so Imran decided to just slow him down a little bit, take his time out, completely legal. And he comes back with a dry break. We have the Jason Shaw Junior Open starting tomorrow, Michael. Did you know Kyron Wilson's son's playing?
I didn't. I do now. Presumably Kyron will be here.
Yeah, I'm guessing that, unless he sends the wife and he chills out, counting the pennies for his World Snooker Championship win.
Well, to be fair, the boys went to watch Kyron's match on Monday night, so it's only fair he returns the favour. Not that he'll see it as a favour, I'm sure. He'll be extremely proud. It's great, actually, you look at it, both snooker and 9-ball pool have as their world champions at the moment exactly the sort of people you would want to have as ambassadors for your game. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, well, he couldn't meet a nicer guy, and same goes for Kyron Wilson, the newly crowned world snooker champion.
Yeah, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz will be defending his world title in a few weeks, and couldn't agree more, Michael. He's been a fantastic world champion, great representative for the world of pool and Nineball. Always smiling, no matter where he is, winning or losing, always trying, you know, he never throws his toys out the pram in a match. No matter what the scoreline is, he's always giving it 110%.
There's also another event going on, isn't there? I think that's beginning today, the UK Amateur Open just across the hall here. A real festival of the game. As I said, it is the only matchroom event scheduled for this country this year, so let's make the most of it all for the British pool scene.
Looks quite awkward, this for Imran. It's the pink 4 to the purple 5. I just feel like the green 6 is in the way. Yeah, that's the angle I thought he'd try and leave, but he's got to try and find a gap here. Like I said, the green 6 is in the way coming off the left rail. That's as good as he could have done. Great shot there. You could see how close the cue ball got to the green 6. Once he pots this little thin 5 ball, he'll go up table, maybe come back down for the green 6 in the centre. He's entitled to just take a bit of pace off his play here more than ever, because he is approaching a time of the match where you don't want to start losing anymore, because, you know, Billy's just over halfway here to victory. Loser of this match is out of the tournament as well. Didn't want to flick the 8, but it could have been worse.
He's had a busy few days, Imran, obviously playing in the tournament. Came and did some commentary with us yesterday while you were otherwise engaged in the event yourself, Carl. And the two of you earlier today, I was over watching you teaching a group of local school children, and you might expect kids to be there looking a bit confused and disinterested, but they were really into it and enjoying what you were showing them.
It's just the effect I have, Michael.
Shame you can't have that impact on grown-ups.
So far, so good here for Imran. This is just the reply he needed. Oh, he's slightly pulled out the cue ball. He's left himself a little knee-jerker. Say it a lot. These are always a little bit thinner than that camera angle tells you. And the pocket is not in his eye line. It's one of them little cutbacks. You tell yourself to be still as possible.
How will his 51-year-old nerves stand up to this? A ball he really needs to get to retain realistic hope in this match. No problem at all, right into the heart of the pocket. So after losing 4 in a row, Imran Majid has taken rack 7. Billy Thorpe's lead trimmed ever so slightly to 5-2. Marvin Assis, the Philippines player who came within 1 rack of knocking Shane van Boning out of the Hanoi Open back in October, is through. to the final 64. He's just beaten Mark Bijsterbosch in that hill finish. And Bijsterbosch will now face a tough one in losers qualification against Dennis Graba of Estonia. Georgi Georgiev still 6-5 up on Albin Ocean. That's one of 3 matches still going on the winner's side today. In the others, it's now 7-all between Tyler Steyer and Woo Kun Lin. And Masato Yoshioka, part of the Japan team that got to the quarterfinals of the World Cup last year, is 7-4 up on Simon Coural. One match still going on in round 3 on the loser's side. Ralph Souquet needs a couple more. He leads Gabriel Vasilash of Romania 6-4. And in losers qualification, a real close one going on between Moritz Neuhausen and Jose Alberto Delgado. That one's at 6-all. Chang Yulong a couple of racks away from knocking out Johan Chua 7-4 to Chang.
Okay, what have we got here? It's all about whether the cue ball can get through the gap. Boy, this is tough. That's the one good thing this week has given me, Michael. It's given me experience on these tables, so now I have a different view. It looks very easy for me. You know, when you're in your comm box, they say I've never missed a ball from the commentary booth. You just feel like it's almost like you don't really give any shot any respect. You just think, how have they missed that? But I can assure you, 5-2 down, he knows his opponent is playing really good. He knows Billy's breaking good. This is a big shot and it's not easy. He's got to get the cue ball moving because he wants to get a little bit closer to the 3 ball as well. Well, I'm saying all this, I can only presume he can pot it. It does look like the cue ball will get to the potted angle.
It's funny you should say that. I was just reflecting recently about how it can be a bit annoying with commentators in various sports who've had great careers themselves. Even some very good commentators I'm including in this. Sometimes they can slip over just a little bit into the tendency of talking as if they never missed a ball or never played a bad shot or missed an open goal in their entire careers.
But by the way, I wouldn't blame him for playing safe on it as well. It actually sets up nice, the safety. Get the cue ball towards the green 6. He's taking time. That means he's going for the pot. Yeah, good shot. Could well be visit over though. And the reason why you play 9-ball on a pool table with more generous pockets than other versions of cue sports in the world is simply because Imran could be tempted in playing the bank shot. I don't think he will be. I think he'll chip off it. I think that's the correct shot as well. But the bank shot on a 9-ball table where the pocket is forgiving lends itself to make you tempted. But I don't blame him for playing safe. He's not quite at the point of risk everything. spotted a couple of good long balls in this match. He needs a third. No, it was never there. You could see it. He just cut it into the rail.
It's that pocket over and over again. He's missing everything in there.
Well, he looked like he cued it well. I was looking at his cue there. Usually you get a bit of a sign from the cue, but it looked quite smooth. Maybe just slightly cued across it. Cue ball might at the point. Yeah, that's okay. 5 ball goes in the same pocket as this pink 4. Well, this is a huge chance for Billy now to get back to 4 in front. And he's getting ever closer to the magic number 9. It is race to 9, of course, losers qualification round. Winner's side action is race to 9. And then the loser's side, or the left side of the draw, is race to 8 up until the very last match. LQ, losers qualification. And that's when we go back up to a race to 9. I know Billy's not won the match yet, but I've been thoroughly impressed. I think the clean living lifestyle that he's now leading and, you know, trying to act more professional, because you're going to have to if you want to do well in 9-ball now, because there's far too many role models on the circuit.
Tell you something else he's really good at, Carl. Don't know if you remember this. Commentary. He came in the box with me for a few of the matches at the Championship League a few years ago, and he absolutely loved it.
I mean, I don't mean to burst your bubble, Michael, but you don't think I'm listening to you commentate when I'm not sat next to you, do you?
I'll have to figure that one out for a minute. Anyway, Billy Thorpe leads 6-2. And in winners' qualification, Woo Kun Lin, who reached the World Championship semi-finals for the 2nd time in Poland last year, is on the hill at 8-7 against Tyler Steyer. Masato Yoshioka leading Simon Kural 7-5. And Georgi Georgiev still one ahead of Albin Ocean at 6-5. Still that one match going in round 3 on the loser's side. Ralph Souquet just ahead of Gabriel Vasilash. The Romanian has really made it hard for the German legend. It's 6-5. Remember, that's race to 8, the last race to 8 of the week. And in losers qualification, Jose Alberto Delgado now 7-6 up on Moritz Neuhausen. Chang Yulong is a 7-5 lead over Johan Chua. Is Sam Henderson's big adventure in Telford coming to an end? 5-2 down against Jeffrey Roda. David O'Cady with work to do at 4-2 down against Tobias Bongards. They're all in the same round as this. And one other score to give you from that, Phil Burford, the British player, is now on the hill at 8-3 against Mario He. So the 2-time World Cup winner in danger of missing out on single elimination. What have we got here?
Well, we've got another break where the 1 ball's gone. Long shot on the 2. Could actually play for the 3 in the same pocket as this 2, you know. He's aiming low, so that usually means he's going to thump it in or try and draw it. Oh, I tell you what, he got a lot out of the cue ball there. Still got a bit of an angle here though, so it's still not easy to get on the pink 4.
You surprised we've still not seen Billy Thorpe do much in these big matchroom events over the years, Carl?
I wouldn't say I'm surprised, just because I know what talent is actually out there, and if you look at, you know, the top 8 ranked players on the circuit, it's not easy to break into that mould, is it? So you've got to become more consistent in all departments of your game. He's got all the shots in the book, though, there's no doubt about it. But maybe, you know, professionalism, maybe not practicing enough, partying too much. Also, as we've alluded to today, Michael, how bad do you want it? That has to come into play, doesn't it? But from what we're witnessing here so far, he's showing us a wonderful array of skill that he possesses. Still got to get the match won, though. Nothing breeds confidence like winning matches.
Even getting to something like a last 16 or a quarter-final in an event like this would be a step forward for him, and I don't think it would be a massive surprise if he did manage to produce something like that anytime now.
Yeah, it's that stepping stone, knowing that you've been to a final 16. Then when you come to future open events, you're not thinking about it, are you? Because you've done it, you've ticked the box. After the UK Open, the top 100 ranked players will earn their spot into the World Championships. 128 players playing the World Championships.
Yeah, and the other 28 are all invited. Now, my understanding is that nearly all of those 28 spots have been effectively allocated at this stage, so you've got to make the top 100. But for anyone who finishes just outside the 100, could be an anxious few days ahead, because there's always the possibility that some of the players who've got in off the ranking may choose for one reason or another not to go, and I guess that's what you're waiting on, isn't it? If you finish, say, 103rd, 104th, presumably sometime next week you'll find out whether or not that's enough to get you in.
Imran, we're trying to get the cue ball behind that 7. It's way short of pace. Options for Billy Thorpe here. Playing the cut. Well, we know how difficult that is. He could go in behind it, play a kick and stick. Gets rid of the 6 ball down bottom end of the table. Leave the cue ball there. Oh, he's played it absolutely pinpoint perfection. The kick and stick from Billy Thorpe. Look at that. Look at what Imran is left with. Needs help. Isn't going to get any. So the kick and stick from Thorpe has paid off. He's got a chance to extend the lead to 5. 7-2 lead, race to 9. That is healthy.
You wouldn't say it was all about the green 6, but certainly looked like the pivotal ball, because now that he's got it, looks reasonably routine for him from here. The way the match has gone, it'll be very hard to see him letting go of this lead. That said, he was 8-2 up against Masato Yoshioka and lost 9-8. Surely it can't happen twice in the same event, can it? Nine in the side means Billy Thorpe has now won 6 of the last 7 racks. Win a couple more and he will make the single elimination phase of this UK Open. It's gone hill-hill on table 19 between Tyler Steyer and Woo Kun Lin. Masato Yoshioka has just got to the hill at 8-5 against Simon Coural. And no change on table 3, Georgi Georgiev still just one ahead of Alban Ocean at 6-5. So they're all in winners qualification. Ralph Souquet just needs one more to get through to losers qualification. In the only remaining match of the round prior to that on the losers side, he's won rack 12 to go 7-5 up on the Romanian Gabriel Vasilash. In losers qualification, Bui Trong An of Vietnam is looking for 2 more racks against Ahmad Taufik, 7-2 in that one. 7-all now between Jose Alberto Delgado and Moritz Neuhausen. And Johan Chua is going to have to win all of the last 4 racks against Chang Yu Lung to stay in the tournament, because Chang leads 8-5. David O'Cady 4-2 down to Tobias Bongers. And Phil Burford still looking for 1 more rack. He leads Mario He 8-4.
Another great break off from Billy. Really finding the sweet spot, and he's been blessed with a beautiful split and a good look at the 2 ball. You pop this, you give yourself a little angle on the 3. Yeah, hit it thick, hit it into the rail. That's why he's landed a bit straight here.
Billy Thorpe has won a ranking event on the World Nineball Tour, the McDermott Classic in March of last year. Beat his pal Skylar Woodward in the final. A match that finished at 12 minutes to 4 in the morning. And it wasn't even that close, it was 13-7. It would have been finishing in daylight if that had gone the distance. He was up out of that one pretty quickly. Okay, so bit of a chance for Majid here to pull one back. Alban Ocean has won rack 12, so he's back on level terms with Georgi Georgiev at 6-all.
He'd be disappointed not to be on the hill there. He's causing himself some unnecessary stress here, because that was arguably the easiest split of the match for Billy there off the break. Lifeline, a little bit of hope for Majid. It's now or never for Imran. Small lifeline there from the Thorpe mistake. This 9-ball, he'll only be 4 racks behind. That is more than achievable. We've seen it many, many times on tour.
And he does indeed close to 7-3. So no further updates for you on the 3 matches still going on in winners qualification. They're all as you were. No change either in the Ralph Souquet match. Still 7-5 up on Gabriel Vassilash. Where it's Neuhausen, though, has moved to the hill in losers qualification. 8-7 against Jose Alberto Delgado. Chang Yu Lung was already on the hill against Johan Chua. He's still there, 8-5. And Petri Mäkinen is the first player through from the loser's side after winning the all-Finnish clash with Jani Uski by 9 racks to 2.
Opportunity for a break and run here. Yeah, he's just getting the template removed from the table. You don't really want to be queuing over that. It doesn't take the referee long. If you're wondering what that is on the table, actually, that is a template to make sure all the balls are touching. That gives everybody a fair rack, because if you were to just use a regular triangle that you get down your local pub, there's a lot of gaps in between the balls, and sometimes when you break they don't move out because the gaps, and we call that a slug rack. So this little gadget that has been designed has got, it's very thin, like real thin plastic, and it's got little holes in it, and then when you set each ball up on the diamond rack, they're simply just all touching each other. Very clever.
Tell you what, that was difficult what he was doing there. Had to bring the ball marker into play as well, and be very easy to just lose track of what you were doing. A delicate procedure.
Yeah, this is also delicate, because he's got to float this ball up the rail, because red 3 only goes in that left corner pocket. He is pretty good at this type of shot. He ran the drag shot, slow kill shot. Feeling it. He knows this is a must-make pot. Billy's in his eye line, waiting to pounce to get on the hill. Has he got it? He has. Wasn't clean, it was a bit pacey, but it's gone in. He's still at the table with a shot on the red 3. He was so worried about the cue ball. That's why he's missed the pot. Missed it by some distance as well. Didn't catch the jaws, that's why it's gone all the way up there. Too fat, needs help, needs luck. Oh, and he's got it. He's got it. Imran will bring the short cue, the jump shot. He'll have to play that. Yep, here we go.
last remaining match in losers round 3 is now over. Ralph Souquet has beaten Gabriel Vasilash of Romania by 8 racks to 5, so he's through the losers qualification. Where he will play the loser of that deciding rack that's going on at the moment between Tyler Steyer and Woo Kun Lin.
Decided on the kick shot. Needs to find the middle of the pocket. Could go for the cut. Doesn't have to. He could easily get the cue ball touching the green 6, bounce the pink 4 up the table. Where the green 6 is, it's not the worst of plans. What shot's he playing? He's playing the safety. See, Billy Thorpe is good at these type of things in the game of 9-ball, Michael, because he plays all these other weird games you can play on a 9-foot pool table. He's very good at bank pool, like arguably the greatest ever at bank pool in modern era. My knowledge is not that superior to start naming the older bank pool players, but certainly right now he's regarded as one of the best, I know that. Also, he's pretty good at the game of one pocket, where you do a lot of weird things like he's just done. So the weight of the cue ball and understanding the spin and the bounce off the rails, he's very, very clever.
Well, that's one thing about the American scene, isn't it? A lot of those events where there's a 9-ball tournament, you've got 3 or 4 other disciplines as well, and gives them the all-round game. Wouldn't be so much a feature of the European scene.
That was a good one-rail kick. Imran knew he had to hit it, and it's actually not turned out too bad.
Feels like a very big rack, doesn't it? If Thorpe wins it, Majid would have to win 6 in a row, and it just doesn't feel like the sort of match where that's going to happen. But if it goes the way of the British player, well, then suddenly it's within 3, and they'll both know they're still in a contest.
Cue ball needs to settle down, so he's got the full ball hook. I think he has.
Crucial 13th rack has gone the way of Alban Ocean. He was behind against Georgi Georgiev. He's now leading 7-6, so 2 more, and he will make it through that tough test. Claim his place in single elimination.
Tyler Steyer, news just in. He gets the win over Woo Kun Lin, 9 racks to 8. He joins SVB in the final 64.
Yeah, the Americans have made a decent impact on this UK Open over the years since it started back in 22. And it looks like they'll have a pretty strong representation in the later stages again this week.
some sort of kick shot. The issue here, Michael, is whenever you're trying to kick, you're trying to cover the cue ball and get a safe 4 ball. So, for instance, the kick and stick that we like, if he kicks and sticks the cue ball where the 4 is, well, there's no balls to hide behind, is there? Regardless, it's going to be tough for somebody to pot the 5 and get on the green 6 anyway. He's got that little bit of insurance policy in the brain. Feels like he can get to an edge here.
Chang Yu Long has now finished off a 9-5 win over Johan Chua. So Chua of the Philippines team that won the World Cup in Spain last July is out of the UK Open, and he may soon be joined by a member of the Germany team beaten in that World Cup final, because Moritz Neuhausen has gone down to a deciding rack against Jose Alberto Delgado.
Imran needs this to keep going. He needs it to fall. Chance for Thorpe. 4 ball over the pocket. Cue ball control needed to get on the purple 5 though. And not just on the purple 5, he needs an angle to get on the green 6.
Another winner is Carl Naderberg, the man who knocked you out earlier today. Carl, he's beaten the American BJ Ussery 9-3. And David O'Cady has just won the 9th rack against Tobias Bongers. He needed to. The European Open champion trailing in that one, but now back to only 1 behind at 5-4.
Played very well in this match, Bill. He really has. But the last sort of 15 minutes, just a couple of little mistakes. If them mistakes hadn't have come in, I think this match would have been over. But overall, he's played a very good set here so far.
Whenever the match is over, you'll have a chance to see last year's World Championship runner-up Mohamed Sufi, because his clash with Mieszko Fortunski of Poland will be next up on this table.
He was playing safe there. He wasn't playing the bank. And again, he's showcasing his safety skills, isn't he? He's got Imran in a world of trouble here.
Just trying to keep you on top of everything going on here. News of another hill finish. Simon Kural has battled all the way back to 8-all now with Masato Yoshioka. So 1 rack to decide who goes into losers qualification and who goes into the draw for the final 64.
Yeah, things have turned around a little bit in this match, because if Imran misses the 5 ball, Billy's got ball in hand and he can put the cue ball where he wants, which would actually make it a little easier to get on the green 6. Again, this scenario, he was always going to go off this rail, Michael. The other option is the bottom rail. He knows he's got to hit the 5 ball. This is why the shot clock is a must on the stream. He must have been looking at this over a minute. I understand why he's looked at it for over a minute, because it's a big shot.
Certainly been very deliberate over any shot like this right from the start of the match.
Well, he took his time and it paid off. Tap at the table. Billy knows that was a good hit from Imran. And the outcome is not too bad either. Been walking around the arena last few days and I've noticed there's been a lot of racks like this, you know, where there's only a few balls left on the table and both players are playing a game of tennis on it, safety, kicking safe, safety, back and forth. That's all because these pockets are playing tighter. We're seeing a lot more safety for that reason. Probably less bank shot attempts as well. Trying to get the cue ball over near the brown 7. Well, Billy Thorpe has played an array of beautiful shots in this match. He's really in fine with the cue ball in his cue. Clearly been putting a lot of effort in. It takes so much belief and confidence to play that shot. Two-rail kick. Wants this going towards just after left centre of the pocket. He's coming around to have a look because then it'll find its way on the bottom rail. Well, from nowhere, I didn't see that coming. I thought he would make contact. Ball in hand.
Such a tussle going on table 3 between Albanosian and Georgi Georgiev. Bulgarian has won rack 14 and has drawn level once again, 7-all.
He's misjudged where he's put the cue ball with ball in hand. He was trying to hit just after the middle pocket, and he's caught the point. Another good safety though. He's got Imran Majid cut off. If he can get to the rail, he'd have to play it with a bit of left swerve maybe, so he might have to go up table. Like a 2-rail kick. Can also come off the bottom rail, but 6-ball and cue ball was likely to end up in that big open space of the table, so there's no value in that. Okay, went into it one rail. Maybe he just took a gamble at the scoreline. Maybe he just thought, can't really see a shot. Just get the hit and hope I leave something difficult or tricky. And it is a little tricky, this. Can't really afford to catch that rail at any kind of pace. So this one's going to be a little floater. Oh, it's in the middle though. And I think he has a little angle just to pinch it down left side of the table. though Billy, it's been all about Billy this match. He'll still be feeling it because, you know, he just wobbled a little bit. So even at 7-3, he would be delighted to finally get on 8. How's the pace? Wants it to keep coming. Well, little tester, little knee jerker. If you pot it, you're on the hill. Because cue ball's guaranteed position for the 9. It's got to float back up. Building himself up. Imran can't look. Oh, he's having a peek. No, he's not.
Yeah, thought better of it. And if he had stayed with his eyes on the table, he wouldn't have liked what he saw, because that 8 ball was his last little bit of hope in this rack. Imran Majid winning 6 in a row doesn't feel like something that's going to happen, but it's what's going to happen now if he's to stay in this UK Open, because Billy Thorpe has made it to the hill. It's 8-3. Masato Yoshioka is through to single elimination. He's just won that hill finish against Simon Kural. Polish player hung on so well to take it all the way back to 8-all. But Yoshioka, a member of the Japan team, which knocked out the USA to reach the quarterfinals of the World Cup in Spain last summer, is through. So one place left to be decided from the winners' qualification round. And that could still go either way, because it remains 7-all between Alban Ocean and Georgi Georgiev. So looking at losers qualification, Bui Trong An of Vietnam is through comfortably, 9-2 over Ahmad Tawfiq. And Moritz Neuhausen is out because he's been beaten 9-8 by Jose Alberto Delgado. Young American Sam Henderson, 7-6 down to Jeffrey Roda. David O'Cady has got level with Tobias Bongers now at 5-all. And Mario He rallying well and still in with a chance. He's 8-6 down now against Phil Burford, British player. Dimitris Lukatos, quarter-finalist last year, 7-5 up on Max Lechner. And British player Stephen Ellis on the brink of what would be a real eye-catching win, 8-6 against the 4-time Mosconi Cup MVP, Niels Feijen.
Yeah, I think Stephen Ellis, I've actually never really properly met Stephen Ellis, but I think he comes from a background of snooker. I believe he didn't make it, and then he started playing English 8-ball, very good at English 8-ball, so he's decided to have a go at the UK Open, and as you said, 8-6 over Feijen. That rack between Mario He and Phil Burford, that seems to have been going on forever. It seems to have been stuck at 8-6 for ages, Michael.
Now, Phil Burford was the player who beat David O'Cady in a smaller ranking event on the World Nineball Tour in Glasgow last year. And then ended up playing O'Cady again in the final, and was one rack away from beating him and becoming a ranking event winner. Wasn't the strongest of fields, one of 2 events played with world ranking points in Glasgow last year, but still would have been a huge deal for him. That was really the turning point for O'Cady, because off the back of that he won the European Open and had a really good finish to the year.
Well, do you know how O'Cady won that final, Michael? Have you seen the clip?
I have a feeling you're about to tell me.
He had the 8 and 9 ball left on the table, and he had a mid to range 8 ball. He twitched the 8 ball hill. It rattled, went along the top rail in the pocket, and he potted the 9.
I'm sure Phil Burford has replayed that in his head many times since.
Well, that flick will not do him any harm. It's actually turned out very handy. Imran won't mind that little flick in the centre. It's not like Billy's had loads of luck. That's why the scoreline's 8-3. He knows he's, well, arguably come up against the best Billy Thorpe I've ever seen, Michael.
Yeah, there have been good signs. I mean, I said he didn't get beyond the last 64 in any of the matchroom events last year, Billy Thorpe. But towards the end of the year, in the Perry Open and the International Open, which wouldn't be far away from this level of event, made it to the last 32 of both of those, so that was an encouraging sign. And did well in a number of smaller events around the US during 2023, including that ranking title that he won in Massachusetts. Of course, we've known for a long time he's a player of great capabilities, good Mosconi Cup pedigree. And coming through the loser's side, he's someone who nobody is going to be that keen to draw when we find out the last 64 lineup later today. Imran Majid, I was saying earlier, made it through to the single elimination stage of all 6 of the Matchroom Big Field events in 2023. It doesn't look as though he's going to get there in the first such event of 24, because Billy Thorpe has this 8 and 9 to round off what's been a very accomplished performance.
Played that with left check spin. I feel like he felt the cue ball was running away from him. I don't think he needed to, but he's behind the shot. And it's this shot for a fantastic performance.
Well, obviously, in losers qualification, the primary thing is to get the W and stay in the tournament through to single elimination. If you can play well, that's a very nice and very encouraging bonus, and that's exactly what Billy Thorpe has done. He's knocked out Imran Majid. Thorpe the winner by 9 racks to 3. He is through to the final 64. Still one place to be decided in that match between Alban Ocean and Georgi Georgiev on the winner's side. Other than that, all the focus now is on what's happening in losers qualification. That includes Mohamed Soufi against Mieszko Fortunski, and that will be coming up in just a few minutes' time.
I'd have loved to have seen America versus the Philippines, Europe versus the Philippines.
And I think there will be the winner of the Mosconi against Asia or against the Philippines at some stage. There's a different tournament.
There's definitely something on another event to do with Asia versus the Mosconi Cup winner. And that's all part of the bigger plan.
Plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
My word!
He's got it! A shock tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
We are down to match 5 on day 3 of the Bedvictor UK Open. This major world ranking event on the World Nineball Tour is now well advanced, and it won't be more than a couple of hours until we know all of the 64 players left in single elimination. The players on our main table for the last match of the day, Mohamed Soufi and Mieszko Fortunski, it's Syria against Poland, are still warming up. So while they do that, let me get you right up to date with what's occurring around this arena. So basically, we're involved in losers qualification at the moment. There was one winners qualification match still going on, and it continues to grind away on table 3. Albin Aushin and Georgi Georgiev are locked together at 7 racks each. As for losers qualification, well, I'm very impressed the way Billy Thorpe has bounced back. It was a crushing defeat yesterday against Masato Yoshioka, 9-8 from 8-2 up. And yet he battled to a sketchy match last night against Roland Garcia. And then today, he's looked good. Jeremy Jones joining me in the commentary box for this one. And Thorpe isn't the only American who's prospering.
No, definitely. There's several doing their thing. And, you know, some that got beat and knocked out have played some great matches as well. And Tyler Steyer got a hill match just a moment ago with a really kind of a unique 6-9 combination to win it. But I really think, like you said, Billy, you know, I think he came to a little crossroad in his life not long ago to where he had to figure out what he wanted to really do, and I think pool's where it's at. And why not with the World Nineball Tour? So Billy Thorpe playing strong.
And talking about Americans, what about Sam Henderson? Already claimed the scalp of Mohamed Soufi on the main table here. And the 17-year-old, look at this, on table 2 now against Jeffrey Rodder, has a really good chance to go hill. In fact, Jeremy, you won't get a much better chance.
No, not at all. And we'll see if he sets up for the 4-9 combination. All kinds of youngsters. I really still think in my mind that, you know, it's a numbers game, so maybe Asia's there, of course, but when it comes to U.S. and Europe, I think we still have all the talent, really, with all the pool rooms and all the organized pool in America. Just got to keep at it. And Sam's definitely one of those bright future stars. There's another one going right now, too, Lucas Fracasso Werner, 2-2, trying to qualify his first UK Open.
What I like about Henderson, efficiency. At a young age, he just plays the game without any frills, but he's so solid.
Yeah, and he's, you know, past the point, I think, of considered a junior player. The time he's spent playing with the top players, and just a short time, you can see he's matured a lot. What I like about another guy we're going to see in a moment, very similar, not afraid to pull the trigger with some speed as well, which I think the players that can continue to stay loose, even on the tight pockets with some good decisions, are going to be the ones that are at the end of this event.
There it is. It's been a day of very closely contested matches, and another one is taking place on table 2. If you want to see the deciding rack, we might have time, but if not, you can always see it on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. I think a lot of people will be pulling for the young man. What a deal, 17 years of age. Now on the main table, Mieszko Fortunski is just finishing off his practice against Mohamed Soufi. Fortunski won his first 2 matches here, 9-3 against Adam Humphries and then 9-5 over Fraser Patrick. But in winners qualification, that old theme about the Americans doing well. Oscar Dominguez beat him 9-5. That's why he's in losers qualification. win or go home.
Yeah, absolutely. And talk about an American that's been doing very well. A runner-up finish at the Scottish Open, another runner-up finish back in America not long ago, putting in a lot of time, and it's showing, and not just in the tournaments. You know, seems to me he's lost a few pounds, Oscar, and putting in a lot of time on the practice table.
One of the reasons Oscar Dominguez is so invested in 2024, he wants to make the team for the Mosconi Cup, which takes place at the Carib Royale Resort in Orlando, Florida, right in the tourist corridor, as they call it. And I can tell you, tickets, priority tickets, went on sale yesterday, and the response was simply amazing. Just a handful left at all 4 days. Undoubtedly, this 2,500-seater arena is going to be completely sold out, and that means an absolutely terrific atmosphere in a city they call the world's city of entertainment, I believe. There's going to be plenty of entertainment on that small pool table.
Yeah, it'll be something else. I think Matchroom will bring something even more special to that arena somehow in some way, probably more than one way, but it's going to be a fun time there in Orlando, and just so many land-breaking kind of things, getting out of Vegas, which I think, you know, nothing against Vegas, but getting out to somewhere else is a great thing. You know, now Saudi Arabia, $1 million prize fund. Too much going on the World Nineball Tour.
And of course, with the Mosconi, it's also an opportunity for pool fans to take their family out there. There are a myriad of attractions, International Drive, Disney World, all of those parks. You've got Universal Studios, a new Universal Studios park is on the horizon. SeaWorld, go and see Shamu. Yeah, it's a great destination. I can tell you from personal experience, I've been there many times. And also, if you want to play a little bit of early morning golf, you can do so on a wide choice of courses and then come back and watch the pool.
Yeah, I'll tell you, looking at that lag, usually that overhead gives us a good idea. That one was tough to call, probably like the match itself. Two guys I think that are very, very talented, way up there on that scale, and yeah, might spend a couple weeks there in Florida. You never know during that Mosconi. Maybe talk Phil into bringing his golf clubs, come a couple days early.
You've talked me into it. There's a golf course right across from the venue, actually, called Hawks Landing, which is really good. I think it's a par 70, loads of really interesting par 3s over water. Interesting's one word for it.
Yeah, I've spent many a time playing golf in Florida. Grandparents lived just south of Orlando there in Winter Haven. Last 30, 35 years of their life. Lived in Jacksonville, Florida for a couple years, and we used to tee off and have them big 8-9 footers just sunbathing on the back of the tee box of alligators, and you had to get used to it.
Here it's a battle of two big beasts in the world of pool. And I think you would have to make Fortunski slight favourite. Well, I certainly would.
Yeah, absolutely. His first 2 wins were good wins, solid. And, you know, I think he's worked on his mental game. Of course, Sufi hanging around. Really got to look at him. Another one that's not afraid to pull the trigger, and you got to appreciate that, especially when the pressure's been so high, and you could tell just from day one. Going for the cross side bank with a little bit of a big pocket with the green 6 there. The 9 to bonus.
The cherry on top, 1-0 Fortunski. I can tell you, one of the great giants of European pool over the years. Well, he's not in the tournament anymore. Neil Svian beaten by a gentle giant from the UK, Stephen Ellis. What a tournament he's enjoying on home soil. Ellis coming through 9-6. That was in losers qualification. And how about Mario He? He was 5-0 and 6-2 down to Phil Burford. It's gone hill. Max Lechner, He's friend and fellow Austrian, 7-6 down to Dimitris Lukatos. Early doors Torsten Homan, 2-1 upon Shane Walford. Ivo Arts and Besos Spahiu, Hill also.
Yeah, and I can't tell who's at the table on table 2. Looks like the Filipino is just a shake of the hand there. So a good run for Sam Henderson. It looks like he goes down 9-8 in losers qualification. But he'll be back.
Let me tell you, folks, our commentary box this time is quite away from tables 1 and 2. Viewers of a certain vintage will remember Lee Majors, Steve Austin, $6 million man. You've got that bionic vision, Jeremy.
Well, in the left eye, the right's a little weak, but it didn't help me on the pool table this week. It was more in the brain, but yeah, I used to love the bionic man. Used to watch a little of the bionic woman too. Oh, you can't afford those. And that's something when he made his run at that World Championships a couple years ago, he had none of these. He just never missed that real open ball, and then he came with the special one over and over again also.
When we covered his match against Sam Henderson, I actually drew the comparison between Sufi and Tony Drago. Erratic, inconsistent, at the top of his game, mind-blowing, but capable of missing a ball like that, capable of missing anything.
Yeah, and a miss right back at you there from Fortunski. Didn't look settled over the 9, really. Yeah, Tony, that's what happened with Tony. It's the same thing. He just didn't miss any of those easy ones when he did win the event. This is going to fall a little straight and a hair awkward going forward now to short side on the brown 7.
That's no criticism of Sufi. It's just the way he is. That's the way he plays. That's the way he rolls. And when he's on, he's a joy to watch.
Yeah, I think he would tell you the same thing, really. You know, he's going to try and always clean up a few things. That's just human nature. But I think he's, you know, very far from getting away from what's him, just like right there on the 9-ball.
And it's not just the pace of play. It's not just the approach and the aggressiveness. It's also the actual technique. That's unorthodox as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And usually when you see that, that means they started at a very young age and really never kind of changed that sidearm approach. But to me, that's a sign of talent. You know, you got kind of awkward cueing. You can cue the ball very fast. Don't have to really think much. Get a lot done. And of course, his counterpart in this match, Fortunski, I've always felt one of the more talented guys on tour.
Well, we just talked about inconsistency with Sufi. As far as Mieszko Fortunski is concerned, he's been very consistent on the World 9-ball tour.
Yeah, almost to as, you know, I wouldn't say undoing, right? It's great to be consistent, but you could tell how much he wants it. There for a while, he'd have a little bit of a, you know, mental anguish and show it on the table and maybe cost him a rack or two. I played him twice, actually, and he was really young when I played him, and you could see that, but the talent is way up there. All right, this is where Sufi, you know, doesn't always go traditional, but again, very talented and kind of sees things he can do and feel confident in doing. I like this play here, trying to come 3 rails behind the 7, or excuse me, the red 3. He's left it open, and that kind of shot, usually anyways, if you put your mind to it, you can kind of control the object ball a little better than you think as well, to where you can really play that more behind the 8, just in case you don't get the snooker.
Couple of pots missed by the lefty Fortunski already.
Yeah, knowing his game, I thought a little bit definitely on the ball jacked up, but even more so, maybe a little steery there on the stroke. Had a lot of space to run the cue ball. It did catch it thick, but you got to believe it was more about a little let up. Shots like this is where Sufi's really fun to watch. Now he's asking to have the cue ball cleaned. I've seen that a few times from him this week, but it means he's most likely going to play this soft with spin. Could kind of level out and go into the 9 if he wanted, but I think it's going to be a hair of left side. Pretty much just a straight ball.
Not just a quick player, a very swift sighter as well.
Got a little straight here, maybe a hair of an angle. I don't know if it's worth risking with a combination that does play. You know, in the rankings, you think about the rankings and everything they impact, and they will impact more as things go on, but you know, how many great players aren't going to make the final 64? And that's just from the simple change of it's not a complete open event as far as entry past those 128. And I think it's going to solidify even more and more, Phil.
Yes, and that draw for the last 64 when it takes place is going to be monitored very closely by all of those left.
Yeah, and that's the risk I was talking about. Instead of falling forward for what was a pretty simple combination, even though he's moved the pink a little bit, you could tell it was playable. Man, you hate to spin this. If you're going to go for it, I think you got to just run into the 5. I like this shot better. Just a little light. We'll see how Fortunski's feeling with the cross-side bank.
Tell you isn't feeling well in terms of his pool results. Albin Aushin beaten 9-7 by Georgi Georgiev of Bulgaria. So Aushin has been sent to losers qualification. The two-time world 9-ball champion has to overcome Fatim Haradinaj. Always thought of Fortunski as a really good banker.
Yeah, banking's all about stroke. A pocket will lie to you a few times where a ball will fall with a bad stroke, but if you're banking the ball, it tells the truth every time. And I'd like to see Fortunski start to let the stroke out a little bit more. Easy to play, a little hesitant though. Table's very difficult. Little wide, overcut it a touch. That's why the cue ball threatened that side pocket.
Looks like he's going to be back in front. Indeed. He's one of those players, Jeremy, with a very aesthetically pleasing cue action. Is it a matter of self-belief holding him back, a lack of self-belief? Because if you look at what he's achieved in the last couple of years, he's won an awful lot of matches in these World 9-Ball Tour events. Just going to run down his results. This year has been quiet, but last year, quarter-finalist in this, last 16 in the European Open, last 32 in the US Open. All good achievements. He was also 9th at the International Open. Semi-finalist at the World Masters in 2022, where he reached the last 32 of this tournament, and the quarter-finals of the European Open. It's a good CV.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, like a few of the Polish players really that consider them maybe the toughest country in Europe, and I think that gap's being closed quietly, but it's hard to really pinpoint why. I mean, you wouldn't call him a journeyman kind of pro. I mean, he's a player that definitely has the caliber to win the event. It just maybe kind of tells you how difficult it is. Of course, more events coming, so got to believe that it's just a numbers game for Fortunski.
Yeah, that's right. He's definitely a winner in waiting in terms of his ability. But the waiting room is getting crammed.
Yeah, without a doubt. You got some, you know, you just look at some of the veteran players that are here to compete that really have not that many big stage wins in their career, and it's just how pool is. And of course, now more of a schedule. I think things will open up for some of these players, but some of these players are playing their best pool and still haven't gotten that victory. I mean, we're still looking for Skylar Woodward, right, to really break through in that big table event. You know, 256 or 128, even a Whirlpool Masters if he was to get in it, something like that.
Well, in the world of snooker, there's always one player who's regarded as the best yet to win a world ranking tournament. Always someone with that monkey on his back. And right now it's a lad from the West Country in England called Jack Lazowski, who is so full of talent. It's extraordinary, but he still hasn't won one. And you hear people say it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of when, not if. Sadly, that's not the case. Sometimes it never happens. I fervently hope it does for Jack because he's such a good player. But that principle applies to pool as well. People are knocking on the door. There is no guarantee it's going to open.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And especially if you look at the way sport is these days, you know, the upper echelon is the science in it and the preparation, and, you know, people that aren't playing, trying to make these players better. I mean, you want to do it as quick as you can. That's for sure. Yeah, Jack, he actually played in the UK, wasn't it? Last year, and super nice guy, and he kind of took to the 9-ball pretty nicely.
Smashing fellow. Some say he's too nice. I don't buy into that theory, but yeah, he's a really good guy.
Yeah, did all he could there, and that was more or less about the cue ball, I think. And once he decided to shoot at it, I think he was worried about running into the purple 5, maybe scratching off the 5 in the lower right. Nice draw stroke there. Little off angle kind of shot. He has a lot of power moving the ball.
Just got down, put maximum side on it, loaded up as though it was nothing. We talked about Drago, and Sufi's exactly the same. If he breaks off and gets a good split, he could win a rack in under a minute easily.
Yeah, I don't think you ever knew Luke Salvis from Montreal. Very, very good player, 9-ball player. Played professional tours in America for a long time, but he could beat you quickly.
Yeah, he was the one who always used to do really well in that ESPN speed shootout event.
Yeah, probably the best player to ever win that, as far as just the quality of player he was or is. Owns 2 pool rooms in Montreal, and Sufi with a quick tie here in game 4.
You would never say that Mieszko Fortunski is a tortoise, but in relation to Sufi, who's the hare, he most certainly is. Fortunski's actually one of those players that gets on with it, but Sufi's one on his own, he really is. He can rattle through racks. That's why he's so popular. And of course, the narrative surrounding last year's World 9-ball Championship was just extraordinary. Had he won that, I think it would have been one of the most incredible stories in pool history. I think even getting to the final it was.
Yeah, I agree with that. And looking back at, you know, the type of players that have won major events or gotten to those finals, it's been few and far between. Those, you know, illustrious, really big majors of the U.S. Open and World Nineball Championships, those stand pretty consistent with the top players. Of course, you can't knock Soufi. He's hanging around right after he won a Euro Tour event, beating the guy that beat him in the final, world #1, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. So,
yes, that was in Estonia.
yeah, so kind of come from nowhere kind of guy, and it's been happening a lot in golf of late. Players 300 or 400 ranked in the world, 500, turning things around, now top 10, 20 players. But Soufi, he backed it up with a nice win there in Estonia, and he's here to stay. Very hard to push out. I'll tell you, you know he's gonna be aggressive most likely. So you got to take off the bottom half of the cue ball, I think, if you're Mieszko. Well, he's going to leave the bottom of the cue ball, and he's going to leave the most of the one possible from that left rail. I don't see how Soufi can attack at this to the upper right. I think this is I wouldn't say a bad push out, but I hate to give him the bottom of the cue ball. Wow, this ball's supposed to be shootable with the blue 2 up the table. One ball usually doesn't hang around. Yeah, I think he got ahead of himself with the safety. He's going to fluke the 2, though. So we'll see how Fortunski handles himself after what looked like a 2-7 combo on a bank in the last rack that should have fallen. And now a fluke on the blue 2 for Soufi.
One thing we must say, in the spirit of fairness, at times during that World Nineball Championship in Poland last year, he had the run from heaven. It was amazing. A couple of flukes I recall against Albin Auschen.
Yeah, but also I saw some players, you know, out of sorts because of him, I think, and the way he got around things, and, you know, kind of painted himself into a corner many times and got out of it with his ability, and I think he had them scratching their head. This speed's going to have the cue ball near the rail. Doesn't want to be dead straight. If he's off the rail, though, he does not mind elevating the back end of the cue. Uh-oh. That's a friendly bump. That could have tied up on the 9 easily.
Oh, he stayed down. That gave us an indication he wasn't sure. He caught the near jaw and stayed out. Mieszko Fortunski can't believe his good fortune. And that is typical Soufi. There's always that bad miss in there somewhere.
Yeah, and that's why, of course, we love to watch him and the way he plays. But, you know, players and maybe the people he talks to, just an occasional second glance when he gets down on a ball. Players back home used to call it taking dead aim, just making sure you're settled.
Well, that was point blank range. It was the simplest shot you can imagine, and yet it didn't drop, so Mieszko Fortunski finds himself 3-2 ahead. Just going to ask you about Soufi. In cue sports in general, if one player is going to dictate the pace of a match when there's no shot clock like here, normally it's the slower player. But there are rare animals who are really fast players who, by playing that way, can knock the other guy out of their rhythm by being really quick around the table.
Yeah, but you'll notice it's only the ones that keep knocking the shots in, Phil, right? The ones that play fast and miss a lot, not too much bother. But like you said, it can go the other side of the spectrum, which can really kind of jolt a player and get them off their rhythm, or even a little mental in a match when a player like Soufi keeps knocking them in on what looks like a 5-second shot clock.
In goes the 2 to the side. Yes, fast players, when they're buzzing, can be really intimidating.
And if you have feel here, touch, you can plant them behind the 9 or the 7. I kind of like the 7 a little bit. Maybe not. Draw to the side rail and plant them one rail behind it. The brown 7 on your lower right. He's going to try and hold behind the 9. You cannot let up. Oh, real good. Not much he can tie up and just concede ball in hand either. He's got to go 2 rails around the purple to the bottom cushion, the left long cushion, and go at the 1 with some speed. It's there. You could even come the 3rd cushion behind it. Nice thin one there from Sufi. He's going to have to show us a long one here on the purple 5. He's going to get a little fortunate on the miss and leave this very awkward. See, the draw stroke was there, but never really a threat to make the 5. Looks like Fortunski's going to have to play the 5 off the 8, let it go to the right side rail, and drop over towards the middle of the bottom rail somewhat as he runs the cue ball up table. That's about all he has. I don't really see a snooker here, or at least nothing guaranteed. Crucial game here, of course, for both players, but a 2-game lead in this match so far. Phil looks like a pretty big lead. Yeah, that's all I saw there. Just try and hope you get a snooker and play some distance.
Must emphasize that although this is on the loser's side, it is a race to 9 because it's loser's qualification. So still early days.
This ball rolled over on the point a little bit, so drawing past the side, very difficult. Coming across for the cut, not easy either with the 9 in place, so may go forward here to short side. smart shot. Just lean on your talent. And shots like these, a few shots, he's kind of like put a little cinchier stroke on the ball. I was very guilty of that in my matches, and just realized you got to just play the cue ball like you normally would. That's what's going to keep everything the most accurate.
I can think of a really good analogy, actually. If you play on a golf course that you perceive to be tight, that's when you're going to steer off the tee more often than not, rather than let out the normal stroke. And basically, that applies in these tight pockets here. If you try and be too careful, it compromises your game.
Yeah, I always say the biggest thing when nerves are high or conditions are tough, or the combination of both, is pros is just get a little tentative with the swing. Same thing happens with the putter, the major championships in golf, even tennis actually.
Fusinski still to be headed in the match, and now for the first time he enjoys a 2-rack cushion. Let's give you some results up the top of the losers qualification round. Mustafa Alner from Turkey beat Nguyen Antoine of Vietnam 9-7. Ivo Arts of Holland came through against Bessos Bahiu 9-8. David Al-Kadi and Tobias Bongers are 7-7. Carl Naderberg, who defeated Jeremy and Carl Boyes, the commentator's killer, he beat BJ Usuri 9-3. And Petri Makinen, what a win for him over fellow Finnish player Jani Uski, 9-2.
Yeah, his best break off yet, really. Just real solid with the cue ball coming across. Got a little nudge as it came across, kept it a little below the rack with the two pretty open down table. Probably a jump shot here, I would guess. Don't mind rolling out there from the corner. Very hard to not only make the two, but get position on the red 3. Yeah, interesting. A couple of these have been challenges from Fortunski on the push out against a guy that will shoot. Is there any future in this shot? Definitely play safe though. Bank the 2 down, go behind the 7. Not easy, but doable. Came a little longer than he wanted. I like the option he was playing though. Big wall of balls down here on the lower right part of the table. I think Fortunski's got to play the 2 behind all those balls as he coasts the cue ball behind the 7 maybe. It's a little off angle though. Now if he was comfortable, he could come off the left, go around the 7 and go at the pink 4 and 3 with the cue ball. He was going for the cut. I don't understand that shot. He may have left the gap.
Good camera angle there from table level. It's really tight, but I think it might be on, you know, this gap.
Well, you can definitely get at it. Don't know if he can get to the left side of it. That's really what he wants, of course, but you can usually add a little spin, get around the 3. That's the part that, I mean, the straight shooting I've seen before with quick pace, of course, maybe not at his level, but his speed control, that's the one that's so impressive to me. You know, it's one thing when he's opening up and putting some speed on a fuller shot, but to be able to cut these balls nicely with distance and have such good speed with the cue ball at such a pace around the table, to me, is very impressive.
He's from Latakia, the principal port city of Syria. When the civil war erupted, he left, had a harrowing journey into Europe. And from a pool perspective, I think the most interesting thing about him was that for years, or for a number of years, when he resettled in Germany, no pool halls near where he lived. He was on a very limited income, so he couldn't afford to get to the pool hall, and he couldn't afford to practice either. Still rose to world-class level, but that last shot was the opposite of world-class. So far short.
Yeah, and opposite of what I said earlier about the speed control. Had a big area to come down table, too, to get for the 8 with the 9 somewhat near. This is going to be hit a little heavy and give Fortunski a look. Fortunski does not mind going for the bank. Actually sits pretty nice, too. Just a high ball coming to the left rail with the cue ball.
Absolutely nailed it. He could quite easily be behind. In fact, Mieszko Fortunski, with that length of table bank on the 8 ball and the elementary 9 to follow, leads Mohamed Soufi 5-2. On table 15, Tobias Bongers and David Al-Kadi 7-7. Max Lechner 7-6 down to Dimitris Lakatos. Not a good start on table 4 for Shane Walford. 5-2 adrift of former world 9-ball champion Torsten Homan. Loho Sum 5-1 up on Gindak Cyprian Gabriel. Ralph Suke coming off a marathon match in the previous round. No ill effects. He's 4-1 up on Wu Kun Lin. Simon Corral 4-0 over Petra Urban. 3 each. Kostas Kukiadakis and Mickey Kraus. 5-3 for Bernie Regalario over Liu Hui Chan. Chen Wei Chen and James Arenas are 2-2. Fitim Haradinaj 2-0 up on Albin Auschen. Are we going to see a major name depart before single elimination? Elliot Sanderson 5-3 down to Liu Riteng, who was beaten by Joshua Filler in winners qualification. Alvin Angito is through with a 9-5 win over UK veteran pool player Tommy Donnellan. Tolian Han, veteran himself, leads Phuong Nam Pham 3-2. Nikos Economopoulos defeated Lucas Fracasso Werner 9-2. Jack Whelan 6-3 over Daniel Guttenberg. Jonas Suter Camino leads Yannick Pongas 7-4. Dennis Grabber and Mark Bijsterbosch. Good contest that, 4-4. And Jan van Leerup from Holland leads Adam Smith from right here in the UK 8-1. Adam Smith was a very famous 18th century economist. I don't think this one is an economist. He's certainly not got the right numbers in that match.
Well, there was a fine player from Michigan, actually, Adam Smith. Pretty young still, probably 40 or early 40s, something like that. I haven't seen him play in many years, but Yeah, Adam Smith from the UK. He plays in many of these WNT events.
If you're watching in the great state of Michigan, by the time it gets to November 30, it's getting rather chilly. So why not head down to Orlando, Florida, to the Sunshine State, and the Moscone Cup, the first time we're ever going to be in Orlando, and what a debut it's going to be. Pretty much all of the seats are sold out now. I think everyone's surprised by not the uptake, because we knew it was going to be a very popular event, but the speed in which the tickets were sold yesterday when they went on priority sale. It was extraordinary.
Yeah, well, you know, we always talk about things, and of course throughout the year whatnot talked about possibility of the Moscone not being in Vegas, and I always thought it would be very good. I thought it would have to be a very remote area of the country for it not to be so good there in America, and I think it'll continue and continue to be even better come November 30th. What a day to start going into December.
I'm not quite sure of the dates. I'll have to check this out, but there's another big sporting event in Orlando around that time, the Father and Son Golf Challenge. Tiger Woods and his son Charlie have played the last couple of years. It's around that time.
Well, there's always something going on in Orlando. It seems like it's year-round. Disney's something else.
There are still tickets available because they go on general sale on Friday, but they are limited. And so my advice to anyone who wants to be there, and boy, it's worth being there, is to get in early. As soon as they go on sale, buy those tickets. Now, all the players are taking a timeout on table 1. On table 2, early days between Chen Wei Chen and James Arenas, one half of the Filipino team who won the World Cup as an unseeded side in Spain last year.
Yeah, I don't know much about Chen. He's not going to be too happy with that. Leaving the red 3 on. Not easy, but the pink 4 available. Oh, I love this guy at the table right here. Ever since the first time I ever met him, he's just such a gentleman. Great player. Plays with his emotions, you know what I mean? And you can always tell he's a little bit nervous. Watched him practice earlier, preparing for this match. Looked pretty settled. He's going to play safe, it looks like, maybe. Up the left side. Got to go a long ways to get safe, though. And just really needs some help with the 9. Don't think he got the help he needed, especially with the pink 4 hanging. Even if he needs to jump the 3, it's okay.
If you're just joining us, his World Cup partner, Johan Chua, is out. Beaten by Chang Yulong 9-5 in losers qualification.
Yeah, and I really expected Chua to be at the Scottish Open and just get a little more acclimated. I like to see that guy play a few more events, but it's just, I mean, so many players consider him a top 10 or 15 player in the world, and no matter how great you are, you got to get a little used to it, a little more used to it, a little more time spent. Only that, we all want to see him play more too after that World Cup performance last year. Did you ever, all your World Cups, have you ever seen anyone stay more aggressive than Chua did last year in Spain?
Yeah, I felt almost guilty when I was commentating on that, because we were concentrating on Chua an awful lot. And obviously James Arenas played a big part as well, but Chua was the dominant partner. He was simply outstanding. And I remember they played Spain, didn't they, in the very first match of that tournament. And the bookmakers made the Philippines 25-1 to win it because they were unseeded. And I thought then it was remarkable value. And of course, the way Chua played, it was the value of all time.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, FSR and David Alcaide is that Spanish team that Phil's talking about. They play a lot of doubles together, but the Filipinos in general, they'll play 5-6-handed every day. Back to the action. better break off, and he's sure to get a shot on the 2. Wow, looky here, Phil. He's going to go for the jump, but hasn't been much after the break for Miensko. Yeah, but Chua, what he did is he was faced with shots to where he took the other team out of the equation. He just kept them in their chair where a lot of people were played safe and given them an opportunity of some sort. He just made just unbelievable shots time and time again.
Yeah, sometimes in a team environment you feel a little restricted. It was as though he had all the freedom in the world.
And then, like you said, James came with a couple really big shots at the right moment. I remember a long distance 2-ball he jacked up. Who was it? I think it was the Coe brothers trying to make a big comeback after trailing by some 6 or 7 games.
Yes, the Philippines in the World Cup go together well, don't they? The inaugural winners were the Philippines, beating USA in the final, Efren Reyes and Francisco Bustamante.
Yeah, what a couple names that should go down as 2 of the greatest, and of course together, probably the best team ever. Well, that's more like it. I like the decision to go for it. Just maybe playing to the high side of things. Paul Song and Dimitri Jungo at 7 apiece. A lot of people don't know Paul, but a player that's committed to this as many of these tournaments as he can, and a very fine player from Atlanta, Georgia, trying to qualify.
Yeah, that's over on table 24, right in front of us, actually.
Yeah, how many close matches have we had today? 7-7 with Tobias Bongers and Al-Kaidi at the moment. 8-7 with Lakatos and Lechner. All these matches going to 9. Nice hit there, keeping it simple. He's got a 3-game lead, which looks huge in this match at the moment.
All matches in this round are either in play or have been completed. .256 player field, and later on this evening only 64 will remain.
Two of the veterans still in this round trying to make it through as well. Nice stroke there, more of that athletic swing we're used to seeing from Fortunski. But To Leon Han played a rough one to start this tournament, but has moved on through this one-loss side, and Ralph Souquet the same thing.
That trademark a black glove. Fortunski always wears a black top as well.
He's going to have to use that touch here to come in behind the 7. Doesn't want to fall exactly straight. He's got a hint of an angle, which is pretty perfect. But this is the shot he wouldn't, back down. Now, you don't want to baby it, of course, but you don't want to bang it, but he kind of has that just fluid stroke, opens up the pocket just a bit. Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at.
This is getting serious for Sufi. It was 2-all. Now Fortunski leads 6-2, and you can trace this all back to what happened at the end of rack 5. Sufi was in to win it, and he missed the most simple 8-ball to the middle pocket imaginable, with nothing to do with the cue ball, to have an equally simple 9. Jan van Leerup on the hill against Adam Smith at 8-2. Dennis Grabber now in front against Mark Bosch 6-4. Jonas Suto Camino on the hill against Yannick Pongers 8-6. Jack Whelan 6-5 upon Daniel Guttenberger. Liu Riteng 6-4 on Elliot Sanderson. And in the match we were watching a snippet of a little while ago on table 2, Chen Wei Chen trails James Arenas 3-2.
Yeah, he's been pretty good with the break in this match overall. Not a ton of shots, but has a look at the blue 2 here. Can easily bank this down below the purple 5 and the 9 and let the cue ball kind of cozy over behind the 3. That's an option. He's looking to cut this in. All right, trying to come some 4 rails at the 3 ball here. Watch out for a little rub off the 9 or the pink. I think that was a bit of a 2-way. Pretty nasty safety otherwise.
Straight into open play. We talk about the pool gods. We haven't mentioned them actually, or certainly I haven't this time, but we do talk about them a lot. And when you miss a ball of the simplicity of the 8 that Sufi missed in rack 5, those pool gods do not forgive and they don't forget.
And it's had Fortunski just get more loose. I think that 2 to 3 game lead is what loosened him up as well. Seems he shed a few pounds also, Fortunski. Looks a little thinner. Was never overweight, actually. A guy I think that worked out quite a bit and pulled. You don't need to be a bodybuilder, that's for sure. May draw 1 rail into these balls, I don't know. Oh, look how much power he possesses to get that all the way up by the side. It's going to get a little more awkward than he expected, but what a stroke.
Yes, and effortless power also. Just timing.
Yeah, does he get involved with a lot of inside English here? Could just come kind of straight 1 rail, probably bump the 9 maybe. Looks like he's putting a touch of left.
The beat goes on for Mieszko Fortunski. 7-2. Mohamed Soufi now has a very tough job to turn this around. Now, just to clarify what we were saying before about the Mosconi Cup, it's the 30th of November, then for the first 3 days of December. It's at the Carib Royal Resort in Orlando, Florida. An absolutely world-class venue, by the way. It's going to be a wonderful arena, which is going to be configured ideally for everyone to get the best possible view of the action. USA against Europe, of course. And although tickets have been selling very, very quickly, I must clarify what we were saying before. It's not a sellout. It's one of those situations where on general sale tomorrow it is, there will be some tickets available, but again, I'll just give you the advice: get in early, because they are bound to be snapped up quickly if the priority sale is anything to go by.
Yeah, absolutely. That's as safe as bet as you could get in the pool room, that's for sure. It's going to be a great event. Not his best hit on the one. Iraq kind of acted a little funny. Al Soufi with a chance, not that much but a safety, but at least something to get the ball rolling. Just a little thin on the one, it looked.
It's understandable when you're facing this kind of hefty deficit, but Soufi, shaking his head, looks dispirited.
Yeah, he needs an offensive shot to get himself going, it seems like, and maybe a mistake from Fortunski we don't expect, but he's really kind of cleaned things up after those first, like, 4 games. Played pretty solid. Tricky here with the 8 kind of covering the 2 a little bit. May just play the safety. Okay, May bumped. Oh, he didn't bump the 2 at all. Look how good the speed was, right? Just to hold the 1 just in case he didn't make it. A little bump on the 2 would have helped gain position on this red 3, but he should be okay. Looks like the angle's taking him 2 rails into the 6 here, so won't be a ton of speed, but there will be some. They got beside it playing a rail first. It's going to be a little hot. Went after a similar thin one earlier in the match, overcut it a bit. See, he caught rail first there as the 2 wiggled in.
Early on, he was prone to a few mistakes, but in the second half of this match, I think he's been excellent.
Yeah, real calm. Time at the table's been pretty consistent. Rhythm around the table. Now playing for a 5-9 combo to get to the heel with a decisive lead.
Nothing but net. Mieszko Fortunski 1 rack away from single elimination at the Bet Victor UK Open, and that's because he leads Mohamed Soufi by 8 racks to 2. Also on the hill in a much tighter match, Tobias Bongers 8-7 over the reigning European Open champion David Al-Kaidi. 8-7 also Dimitris Lakatos against Max Lechner. Torsten Homan going nicely against Shane Walford, 7-3. Loho Sum 5-4 up on Gendak Cyprian Gabriel of Romania. Ralph Souquet's early lead trimmed to 4-3 over Wu Kun Lin. Simon Corral 5-1 over Petra Urban. Kostas Kukiadakis and Mickey Kraus 5-5. And Albin Auschen in early trouble 4-1 down to Fatim Haradinash.
A dry break in his last of this match, so Sufi has an offensive shot. See if he can get it going.
Well, as Billy Thorpe knows to his cost, 8-2 deficits can be overcome. But this inspired pool player from Syria needs to bring his very best. That's what he can do. Just decimate Iraq in no time. Put the clock on him and you would be very surprised just how quick he is. Let's put it this way, if he did make it through to the last 16 on Saturday, that 30-second shot clock would not be an imposition at all.
Yeah, they could take that hour and a half off, that's for sure, the shot clock person, but at least when Sufi's shooting, still see the frustration of giving a few away early.
Jan van Leerup has beaten Adam Smith 9-2. Dennis Grabber 7-5 up on Mark Bosch. Jonas Suto Camino through 9-6 at the expense of Yannick Pongers. Daniel Guttenberger 7-6 over Jack Whelan. And Elliot Sanderson fighting hard against Liu Riteng, 6-6 now. And suddenly, after that dry break, the chance emerges for Fortunsky to put this to bed. Mind you, Jeremy, plenty of work before he does.
Yeah, he's got an odd one here. Of course, a chip in the side, but with the 7 there, that's the real problem, trying to come down for the 2. It looks like he's playing the 1 in the corner. Gonna draw back for the side, maybe. He's hitting the ball well, maybe overdrew the ball. There's some out here if he gets out, I'll tell you. May ease this in, try and fall below the red 3, maybe. Pretty shot. They take this in the side and draw to the side rail and back out to the center.
Tobias Bongers has beaten David Al-Qaedi 9-7. European Mosconi Cup stalwart out. Last year's world 9-ball runner-up. Close to being out.
Yeah, but Fortunsky showing us his class here in the case game. or his last game rather, or should be. Nice shot on the 1, really nice on the 2. Special with the cue ball here on the 3 to get on the pink. Looks like he's just going to ease this, play for the side. But I'll tell you, going into the final 64, and as it should be here for Fortunsky, he can really lean on what he's done in the latter half of this match.
I think in terms of pure quality, the performance of Ko Pin Yi in match 2 today has to be the best of day 3. In terms of how they've played on the main table. Fortunsky rates highly though.
Yeah, once he started getting a little freer with the swing, things really improved. It was a little tight at first, but just making really incredible work out of these last few racks. Showed us all kinds of different shots, little banks, slow roll banks, holding the cue ball for position. Didn't back off too many shots either. Just wants to slowly come down the table past the 9.
Little steamy on the cue ball, he knew immediately. But the 9-ball poses no problem. You know, they call Johnny Cash the man in black. Paul's man in black has just cashed himself. He's into the single elimination phase with a very convincing 9-3 win over Mohamed Soufi, who will no doubt regret what happened at the end of rack 5 when he missed that absolutely elementary 8-ball to a middle pocket. Fortunsky trebles up on Soufi, 9-3, impressive. Now, no more pool on the main table today, but it's not the end of the action for you because we're switching over to table 2, where James Arenas, I was about to say he's going to take a 6-3 lead over Chen Wei Chen, but the combination is slightly misjudged, Jeremy.
Yeah, didn't expect that. Looked like you said, a 6-3 lead and breaking the balls. Instead, it's going to be 5-4 after 9 games. We'll get to see Chen break the balls. Never really got to see Chen play. Don't know much about him. Of course, Chinese Taipei. They don't let you leave unless you can run racks.
It was the simplest combo you can imagine, and with that, Chen is back in the thick of things, trailing James Arenas only 5-4. We could have gone over there with impeccable timing and seen a very important rack. The last rack on table 22 was important for Max Lechner. Boy, it was a close shave, but he came through. Former US Open runner-up, beating Dimitris Lukatos 9-8. On the hill, Torsten Homan 8-3 up on Shane Walford. Loho Sum of Hong Kong 6-4 on Gindak Cyprian Gabriel. Ralph Suko made a fast start against Wu Kun Lin, but now it's 4-4. Simon Corral 5-2 over Petra Urban. Mickey Kraus 6-5 over Kostas Koukiadakis. Bernie Regulario from the Philippines leads Liu Wei Chan 7-4. Fitim Haridinaj 4-2 now over Albin Aushin. 6-6 Liu Ri Teng and Elliot Sanderson. And in a match of two fine players from the continent of Europe, Dennis Grabber leading Mark Bosch de Bosch 7-6.
That was a missed combination in the last rack. You got to believe he might play this one. The 2 will escape, where he can play a backdoor safety behind the brown 7 and the purple 5 as well. Don't really see a nice way to try and open these up. You could play the 2 and then just play a safety, but I believe you got to play the combo, especially with the 2 should be going away towards the pink 4. So again, don't try to squeeze the cue ball onto the 7 and make the safety, let's say, more potent. The potency in this shot is burying this 9.
Same pocket, very different result. And the irony of it was that that combination seemed a lot more difficult to work out than the one he failed to knock in. Anyway, James Arenas back 2 in front at 6-4. Don't forget, of course, at the end of proceedings today, the draw will be made. If you want to see it, obviously it will be available on the Matchroom Pool website. And if you want to catch up with all of the latest scores around the tables here, I would highly recommend signing up for www.wntlivescores.com. Up to the minute information as to how the matches are progressing. Well, that was a case of 1, 2, 3. The 1 in, the 2 in open play, but obstructed by the 3.
Yeah, and a 3-9 looming as well. We've seen a few combos in the last couple games with these 2, and don't know much about the player again, Chin. So that's one time where, you know, the push out, we can describe whether they're a great tactical player or someone that can come with the shot. I wanted a little more out of the cue ball, left a little to the bottom, but see what Chin has in mind. You got to believe he's going to shoot something, whether it be the safety or offense. Very, you know, heady kind of shot, right? I mean, if you're going to put pressure on a push out, you don't open the 3-9 there. James could have moved the 9 out of the way, kind of doing the same thing here. Instead, he's left a 3-9, so even more pressure on this 2 ball. He went for it. 2's going to travel a bit, though. Really good touch there, and now Chin in a world of hurt, especially if he can't get to that left side rail. He's cut that off. This is going to be a difficult hit. Maybe 2 rails behind, around the 7 off the top cushion. Don't want to give up ball in hand, but you may think of trying to move the 3. I don't know. James most likely just runs them out on you, so tough situation here for Chin Wei Chin.
shots you can look at for an age and still not find an acceptable solution.
Yeah, this is an option though. The jump kick into the blue 2. It looks like he needs some right spin as well. So a lot going on with this shot, especially going to the air. If he does need right spin, you got to make sure he doesn't foul the 3 as well. With the cue stick, easy to lose control with the jump. Didn't move the 3-9 either, so I think it's going to be another combo for James. He's looking at the run out now, and I'd have to look at the combination again. I don't think it's very off angle now. He's missed one. That'll play on your mind a bit. We're not at the table field, but this combination looks pretty good from here.
Well, I agreed with you. I had exactly the same opinion. Of course, one has to say the run out is there.
Need the extension and the bridge here. This is a pretty big stretch.
Torsten Homan is through 9-3 over Shane Walford. Nicely cued.
Yeah, real confident stroke there, and he's got just a hint of an angle to get to the rail with the cue ball. Little inside running spin.
Make that 7-4 in favour of James Aranas. Came into this match, didn't really know what to think. He beat Anthony Ginn 9-2 in his first contest, then Paul Corrigan 9-2, second time out. Got into winners qualification, and he ran up against a brick wall in Piers Labutis, who defeated him 9-1. Just again underlining how Labutis is emerging as a premier player.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And to me, the way he's doing things seems like maybe he might enter that winner's circle a little quicker than some others we were talking about knocking on the door. Seems like for a couple years now.
And that's what they're playing for, the UK Open Trophy. Distinctive, isn't it? And also the small matter of $30,000 and a hefty wodge of world ranking points.
Nice, always broke the balls well. Look at the scratch here, though. Dodged that. Can get a look at the blue 2.
What a busy day it's been. Day 3 of these major World Nineball Tour ranking events always are. Now just 10 more matches being played.
They get a real nice bump on the 6. There it is. Not sure if that really cut off the jump or not, but it may have impeded, made this hit even tougher than it really is. He's not looking at the bank at all. He's going to play the safety, dropping 2 rails below the 8. It's going to come a little deeper, and he wanted to give a look at the blue 2.
Of course, Aranas, one of those players on the list of potential team members for the inaugural Reyes Cup in October in the Philippines. So many Asian players are highly skilled at this game. I think it's impossible to say with any ray of certainty what the quintet's going to be for that. We know one thing though, it's going to be power-packed.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, lots of ranking points to unfold before then, but 2 that are in the lead in that regard is the Coe brothers, of course. Pretty nice hit here. Doing his best to control the blue 2 as well. Where he was, I say a fine shot by Chin Wei Chin.
Yeah, I think Carlo Biardo must be a strong contender also.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of points, and I guess Carlo's up there pretty well, and of course some big tournaments going, and the way he's playing, gotta believe it's gonna be hard to get passed on. But I mean, there's so many, right? Things could unfold so many different ways.
We don't know the venue yet for the Reyes Cup, but it's going to be in the Philippines, and wherever it is, you know the level of enthusiasm will be immense. The atmosphere, well, perhaps the best there is.
Yeah, the unknown is truly something special to think about come October, and trying to play a delicate one here. Oh, nice play. It's showing a lot of heart there at 7-4. If that catches the pink, it leaves a pretty easy play in the corner. And James has got to kick at this. He can't jump at this ball. I mean, I guess he could. I think of these players, forget how great they are in comparison to players from years ago with the jump cue. But just think about how many, big names outside of Poole that are probably going to be at that Reyes Cup from that side of the world. Manny Pacquiao will be there. And some other ones that, of course, love the game of 9-ball. All right, they've been kind of tactically bumping the ball around a little bit for the last 10 minutes or so. Now, somewhat of a power shot from a little distance for Chin. See how he handles it. Maybe want the cue ball clean.
While this is being done, you might recall Fatim Ardanaj was 4-1 up on Albin Aushin. Aushin is so tough to beat even when he's not at peak form. It's 4-4.
Let's see Elliot Sanderson still battling in a match. I'm sure Phil will give us that score. And tell you got to give your hat off, tip your hat to Elliot. He's certainly stuck to it, improving his game.
Well, if he wins, we will know about it because he will let out a blood-curdling scream like he did earlier on. Bernie Regalario is through just this second. 9-5 over Liu Wei Chan.
He's got to go for this cut here. He's close to it, so he may be able to ease it. Could run it 4 rails off the top cushion. Back for the pink in the same lower left pocket. He spun the ball in, so he held it nicely.
This surely is not being missed. Chen not going quietly. Arenas sees his lead reduced to 7-5. 7-5 also the score for Loho Sum over on table 10 against Gindak Cyprian Gabriel. Wu Kun Lin, after falling well behind early, now leads Ralph Suke 6-4. Simon Corral 5-3 over Petra Urban. Mickey Krause has beaten Kostas Koukiadakis 9-5. Elliot Sanderson now on the hill against Liu Riteng at 8-7. Telian Han and Fawong Nam Pham 5-all. It's been a really good tournament for the British contingent here, and maybe another victory could be in the pipeline because Jack Whelan leads Daniel Guttenberger 8-7. Also on the hill, Dennis Grabber 8-6 against Mark Beisterbosch. Just a reminder, the draw is going to be made later on this evening for the single elimination last 64. And that's the 32 winners from winners qualification on one side to be drawn against the 32 winners from losers qualification, which is the round we're watching now.
Yeah, percentages tell you want to come from the undefeated side, but it's going to be nothing easy no matter who's your opponent. Almost has a free long rail bank at the upper right where he could hold behind those balls and maybe go for this bank. Yeah. thought it was there. Definitely the jump cue coming from James. I really can't wait until next month with the World Pool Championships right there in Saudi Arabia. It's going to be incredible, I think. He's going to get a roll here, it seems. Pretty nice one. Going to leave a jump in return, but can't ask for much more if you're James.
That's the mathematical equation here. 7, 8, and 9 equals hook on 2. Looks a little crestfallen because the 2 has been left. The 3's in the open, so too the 4. This is an authentic chance.
Yeah, for just being inches away from the blue 2, those types of shots, if they're a little off angle, can be very disturbing and tough to judge. But looks like he's fairly straight. Does the 7 play in the lower left? The 8 did get bumped. That could be a problem later.
What a smashing tournament it's been so far, Jeremy, when you think we still haven't seen the likes of Shane Van Boning, Joshua Filler, Fedor Gorsht. But of course they will come into sharp focus.
Yeah, and Josh really hasn't been threatened. I mean, Federer had a little bit of a match today that he probably doesn't mind and understands that's how it's going to be to win this tournament. This looks pretty perfect. Really hasn't seen him put too much focus on the 7 again, so he's looking now. Did look earlier. I'm assuming it does play. Could come over to the side rail if the 7's tight, playing off the left side rail on the 6 and running the cue ball around for the brown 7 in the right middle. Yeah, I think that's what he's going to do. Maybe still draws the ball, we'll see. But top right English, not a whole lot of right, really carries him 2 to 3 rails around for the brown in the right middle. Makes it a little missable to 6, but not much. It's got to go a bit. It's all right. Probably draws into the 8 here. There's more angle than the monitor's really showing us.
When he missed the combination in the 9th rack, and Chen pulled back within 1 at 5-4. You wonder whether Aaron Ass might be a little vulnerable. He still could be, of course. But now he's on the hill, and with daylight between them, James Aaron Ass leads by 8 racks to 5. Some really hard-fought matches going on around this arena. Some of the racks are quite drawn out because so much is at stake. One thing I can tell you, Liu Ri Teng has just won the 16th rack against Elliot Sanderson, so that one is going hill-hill, and of course Sanderson's already lost a hill-hill battle this week against Gary Wilson yesterday from 8-6 ahead. This time Sanderson led 8-7.
Yeah, it looks like a dry break from his opponent. Sanderson at the table. We'll try and keep you updated. Someone's not too happy.
Was that the distinctive sound of a cue being broken, Jeremy?
I don't know if it really broke, or it's definitely hitting the floor a few times, though, so can't tell who that is exactly. Definitely a close match from, don't know what table number that is, but you know, you hate to see anyone get upset, but they pour everything into it, and just how it is in sports sometimes. And just a build up, maybe. Going for the bump on the 2 up the left side rail, kind of go at the pink with the cue ball, something like that. Keep it simple. Got a great margin for error here. In fact, I think it's a little bit of a light push out, and I'm surprised and maybe didn't recognize that there's a little cut on the 2, but if you look at the 5 and the 6 up the table, the 7, 8, 9, you just bank the 2 towards that left middle and go at the pink with the cue ball. Really a pretty simple shot. He's elevating, so he's trying to draw by the 4 to the side rail and back over. Great touch, but still wasn't gonna, I don't think, be as effective as a simple roll your ball. Maybe I was overlooking things, but now Chen, excuse me, can bury the cue ball behind the purple. Going to be happy there. Going to leave much more of a jump. Should have been up behind the purple.
The jump was left, and in it goes. And into the last 64 goes Jack Whelan from the UK, beating Daniel Guttenberger 9-7.
Yeah, it was Guttenberger that was a little upset after his match.
I think Chen's in danger of being upset in a few balls' time.
Absolutely, things look good for James, and he's looked good as well after that missed combination. He did get a few combos in a row to get to 7 games, but really class out to get on the hill, and big jump here in what looks like the last task, these last 5 balls.
Another result. Spanish Open runner-up Mark Bosch is out, beaten 9-7 by Dennis Grabber of Estonia.
Yeah, he can't really work the ball to the right side of the table very easily. Main thing is it's a big stretch also for James. He does have a hint of an angle. Could draw the cue ball up the left side for the 7 in the right middle. If that's what you're seeing here. One thing I'd like to see from James is a couple times coming up off the ball, making sure now he gets out here, he'll move into final 64, and of course, shot clock on the weekend if you do survive. It's got to go a bit. Just going to open up. It's not going to be easy, but playable.
Job almost done, but that cue ball refused to stop.
Yeah, and it seemed like it came a little hot off the end rail. Good thing is he doesn't have any natural scratches. It doesn't appear with a high ball. Don't think so anyways. I think he hits before the side, the upper right corner, not a problem either. Now if he cues low, it's because he likes to spin this in. Kind of control contact a bit.
On we go. How costly could that be? I agree with you. I thought that was quite a fierce bounce. And it could have cost James Arenas plenty. On the verge of packing away his cue and thinking about the return home, Chen gets a lifeline. 8-6. It's 7-6 for Loho Sum over Gindak, Cyprian Gabriel. Wu Kun Lin now 6-5 up on Ralph Suke. Simon Corral 7-4 over Petra Urban. Albin Auschen, after that early scare, looks as though he might well have taken the match by the scruff of the neck against Fatim Haridinaj. 4-1 down was Auschen, now he leads 6-4. Sanderson and Liu Riteng still in their deciding rack. To Lian Han, who helped take Singapore to a World Cup off-pool final. He's 6-5 up on Phuong Nam Pham. And they're the only matches still going.
It's going to be a push-out option. was going to say, I'm wondering what James has in mind, maybe coming off his left side of the 1 with lightly spinning 1 rail behind the 9 and 5. That's all I could figure. So leave a gap, it appears. A little bit of 1. Did jam the 7 up a bit, but it looks like maybe somewhat playable off the blue 2. So we'll see what Chin has in mind.
Somewhat of a messy rack, but he's pleased to be playing any rack. Looked as though he was going to be knocked out.
Really nice shot there, not disrupting those balls. I think the 2-7 does play. Now the 2's going to have a little speed, it looks like, coming off that 7 and into the rail. Not the type of shot you want to baby if you have to cut the 2 at all. You're close enough to it. Do you feel good enough to play off the blue 2 and just nip tuck the cue ball behind the green 6? You know, just slowly draw up in there. You're so close to it. You know, you should feel pretty good about it. The 2's close to the rail, of course, which makes it a little uneasy, but I think again, when you're so close, you're supposed to be able to handle this. He didn't draw it. He tried to spin up there instead of drawing the cue ball, and that was because the 2 was closer to the rail. He feared the double kiss a little bit. James just going to put him behind the 5-9 here. Just dink the 2 below the pink. Just come up above the 5-9. I like that better than dropping behind the pink with the cue ball. He's put this 2 near the 9, Phil, and you've got to believe a jump cue's coming out. Never know. Balls will be shaking around the table a little bit.
A 9 in motion is always a heart-stopping moment for the guy in the chair.
Yeah, and really, like I was talking about, I thought putting the 2 below the pink and really not putting the 2 near the 9 at all. This could have got even better. Meaning a possibility of making it. He's going to really severely chop the 9 either way for the side or the corner, that being off the 2. Didn't sound like the best hit on the cue ball. We'll see the result here in a moment. Did get some draw, it looks like.
You won't be hearing the trademark Elliot Sanderson scream. And that's because over on table 20, he's just been beaten 9-8 by Liu Riteng.
Great speed with the cue ball, and that's all you can play there as you cross the 2 over. Trying to get a little right check on there to maybe bleed the cue ball behind the purple. But again, distance is your friend. Got to make this guy earn it, right? If you're James. It's always a touchy shot to me from distance, trying to hold the ball. Always feel like it's going to get away. Another big kick shot for Chinwei Chin for his tournament life.
Watching it intently, and look where they've come to rest. The two and that wide ball. Horribly for Chen, delightfully for Aranas.
I think he wants to draw this past the 9 and get a little more angle on the red 3. Stopping there is pretty awkward, kind of in between. Just decided to play from there. So is he coming short side on the pink 4 between the 5-9 with the cue ball? He slams it trying to come across above the 9 and back over. I think very missable. So one sweet stroke, as they say.
Not quite the sweetest, but the pot is on. If there's such a word as clippable, it is clippable.
He's going to go to the rest, so that tells me he's playing safe on this ball, not shooting at it. I don't think it's the make as much as the risk of the make, but trying to go up and down with the cue ball, I think that's the real concern. He's let this slide a little bit. He's going to need help from the 8. This is peaked out. Chen's got a chance.
Yeah, maybe the 8 provides a potting guide here. Another result for you. Simon Corral of Poland has beaten Petra Urban of the Czech Republic 9-4. Good pot. Seemed like pressure was released, and then it dawned on him that the cue ball might be running a little too far.
Yeah, I think he can go right around the 6 here, 2 cushions. He's going to bump it. Sets up pretty nice.
Remember, in rack 14, he missed the 9. Again on the verge of victory. Will he hold himself together? Hard to believe he won't win this now. But again, as with his previous positional shot onto the 9, a little too fiery, that cue ball. There's just a smidgen of doubt here. But this time in it goes, and James Arenas crosses the line. He defeats Chen Wei Chen by 9 racks to 6. So after losing in winners' qualification heavily, 9-1 to Pierce Labutis, Arenas comes good with his second chance. He's into the last 64 tomorrow. Day 3 at the Bed Victor UK Open really has been something. Hearts broken, ambitions remain unfulfilled, but also plenty of smiles, because we have seen some really good performances. And from some of the bigger players, lots of heart was shown in tight corners when matches might have gone against them. Sadly, Carl Boyes, our commentary colleague, is out of the event, but so many of the game's giants remain in line for that $30,000 first prize and the UK Open Trophy. The action continues on day 4 here at the Telford International Centre tomorrow. So just before we go, let me get you right up to date with the handful of matches that are still going on. Woo Kun Lin leads Ralph Suke 7-5. Albin Aushin, after a slow start, is now in command against Fitim Haridinaj on the hill at 8-4. And Tolian Han and Phuong Nam Pham all tied up at 6 racks each. Just 2 reminders. If you want to see how those matches finished, just go on to www.wntlivescores.com. Sign up, it's a wonderful service. It will keep you right up to date and give you all of the results from the last matches on the tables currently. And another reminder, if you go to Matchroom Pool this evening, you can see the draw for the last 64, which will start here tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And I'll tell you what, we don't know who's going to draw who. We do know that we're going to have a lot of big matches, a lot of giants clashing, a lot of titans against each other, because so much quality has made it through to the single elimination phase. Just remains for me, Phil Yates, to say a very good evening. Thanks for being with us. And from Jeremy Jones, Carl Boyes and Michael McMullen, it's also a very good night.
256 pool players, 6 days, non-stop, 9-ball pool action here at the UK Open.